I want to be clear about something before we start. I did not die heroically. I died stupidly. It was a Tuesday. I had a job offer in my pocket, a real one, 10,000 a month with full benefits, the kind of number my mother would have repeated to the neighbors twice just to hear it out loud. 4 years of studying so hard I forgot what sunlight tasted like, and it had finally paid off. I was supposed to start Monday. I had bought a shirt for it, an actual shirt with buttons, and then a little girl chased a ball into the road. I did the thing. You know the thing. The instinct before thought thing where your legs make the decision and your brain files a complaint later. I got her out of the way. I felt very good about myself for approximately half a second, which, as it turns out, was the entire remaining runtime of my life, because the thing that hit me was not a truck, it was not a bus, it was not anything you could tell a story about at a funeral without people making a face. It was a bicycle. A bicycle. Going fast, admittedly. Downhill, admittedly. Ridden by a man who screamed like a kettle the whole way down, admittedly. But still, a bicycle. I remember lying on the asphalt watching the sky do that fading out thing, and my last coherent thought was not about my mother, or the girl, or the shirt with the buttons. It was, "Are you kidding me?" The universe said, LOL. No second chances, buddy, except it lied, because I opened my eyes, and I was 16. 16, in a body that wasn't the one I'd been fired from, in a world that had apparently decided physics was optional. I got the whole download in one nauseating rush the way you do. 16 years of somebody else's memories arriving like a truck that this time actually was a truck. Here's the short version, and I'm giving you the short version because I had to live through the long one, and it wasn't fun. In this world, nobody cares what you studied. Nobody cares what your salary is. There is exactly one question that matters, and it gets asked at the same age for everybody. Can you tame a beast? That's it. That's the whole ladder. You spend your childhood grinding something called beast taming power into yourself, and if you can push it to 200 points before you turn 18, you get to stand in front of a rock. The rock decides your life. If you have talent, it lights up, and you become a talented beast tamer, and the schools fight over you, and the powerful families send you gifts, and your future gets very short and very straight, like a runway. If the rock doesn't light up, you get to be an ordinary beast tamer, which means you get to be poor, while also occasionally being eaten. My name in this life was Zheng Wei. I was 16. I had hit 200 points 2 years early, which everybody agreed was very impressive, in the way people say a thing is very impressive right before they explain why it doesn't matter. And on the day my story actually starts, I was standing in the Hall of Awakening at Qingquan No. 1 Middle School, next to my little sister, sweating. Bro. Yes, Minger. Do you think I can awaken a beast-taming talent? I patted her head. Yes. This was the 10th time. I had counted. Not because I minded, you understand. I did not mind even slightly. But because 10 is a funny number, and I am a small person. My sister is 2 years younger than me and comes up to about my shoulder and has the specific energy of a firework that has been lit but hasn't figured out which direction to go. She'd hit 200 points too, which at 14 is not impressive. It's frankly a little rude to everyone else in the room. Around us, maybe 20 other kids were doing the same nervous shuffle in front of a slab of pale stone the size of a car. The Awakening Divine Rock. It sat on a raised platform looking like exactly what it was, which is a rock, and every single person in that room was staring at it like it owed them money. As long as you awaken a talent, you can get into a real Beast Tamer Academy, someone whispered behind me. Training a Beast Tamer eats resources like a furnace. Commoners like us only get out through talent. Which, yeah, accurate. Depressing, but accurate. The teacher running the ceremony had been at this for hours and had the specific dead-eyed patience of a man who has watched 24 children have their futures politely declined. He put his hand on the stone, called a name, waited, shook his head, wrote something down. Chen Hao, Class 1, Senior 3, no talent. Chen Hao's face did the thing. You know the thing. The lights going off behind the eyes 1 row at a time. Next student, please come forward. Talent is 1 in 100. In the entire history of this school, the highest anyone had ever pulled was B rank, and that guy was now a diamond rank monster running half of City C and getting invited to things. The teacher looked at his list. Zheng Wei, Class 8, Grade 11. He checked my paperwork and for the first time all day, smiled a little. 16. Not even 18 yet, and already 200 points. Not bad at all. I said thank you. He gestured at the rock. Put your hand on it. If you have talent, the stone will put the information directly into your mind. So I put my hand on the rock. Something went into me. That's the only way I can describe it. Not electricity, not heat. More like the feeling of stepping into water that's exactly body temperature, except it happened inside my chest. Whatever was in that stone found the beast-taming power I'd spent this body's whole childhood building, recognized it, and shook hands with it. And then, in the middle of my head, text, you have awakened C-rank talent. You may now view basic information through the heavenly eye. I want you to understand that I was, at that moment, delighted. C-rank. Fewer than 100 people in this school's entire history had pulled C. The school would notice me. There'd be resources. My mother could stop doing the thing where she says she already ate. I got to be delighted for about 1.5 seconds. Then the words in my head started coming apart, not fading, distorting, the way a reflection does when something moves under the water. And new text pushed up through it. Warning, unknown energy present, fusion in progress, cool, very cool, love that for me. C rank talent, heavenly eye, transformation, talent fusion, advancing to divine rank special ability, manifestation of all things entries, divine rank talent. The information of all things can be viewed. Through what is visible, one may know the information of all things in the world and discern the perfect evolution path of a vicious beast and where its ultimate potential lies. I did not move. I would like credit for that. I stood there with my hand on a rock and my face doing absolutely nothing while my brain quietly folded itself in half because I knew the ranking. Everybody knows the ranking. It's the first thing they teach you. White is E, green is D, blue is C, cyan is B, purple is A, orange is S, gold is SS, red is SSS. That's the whole ladder, top to bottom. SSS is the ceiling. In the recorded history of the human race, one person has ever pulled SSS. There is no divine. There has never been a divine. Divine rank isn't rare. It isn't legendary. It isn't a thing people whisper about in taverns. It simply is not on the list, the way purple is not on a list of numbers. And that was when the stone started shaking. Not glowing. Shaking. Hard enough that the platform under it started walking itself sideways across the floor with a grinding noise that made everybody's teeth hurt. The hall went from bored to electrified in one breath. The stone's moving. Holy crap, look at it. What level is that? E rank? D rank? That's gotta be C at least. B? The teacher had stopped being tired. He was leaning forward with his hands half raised like a man watching a horse he'd bet on come around the last turn, and he had forgotten to breathe. I could see him doing the math. B rank was the school record. B rank had made a legend. And this stone was rattling harder than he'd ever seen it rattle. The shaking got worse. Dust came off the ceiling. And then it stopped. And nothing happened. No white, no green, no blue. Not one photon of anything. The awakening divine rock sat there like a very expensive paperweight, still and gray and completely, aggressively unlit. You have never heard a room get confused so loudly. What? Why didn't it light up? Did it fail? Is it broken? Is the stone broken? The teacher's face went through about 4 expressions and settled on the one people make when the ATM eats their card. He'd been standing in this hall for years. He had never seen a stone do that. Zheng Wei. He came closer, and he was being careful with his voice, which somehow made it worse. Did you see anything? In your mind, did it tell you a rank? And there it was. Here's my situation, laid out flat, in the 2 seconds I had to solve it. Option 1, I tell the truth. I say the words, divine rank, out loud in a room with 30 witnesses. Nobody believes me. That's the good outcome. That's the outcome where they decide I'm a lunatic and I get a nickname for 4 years. The bad outcome is somebody does believe me. And a 16-year-old with a talent that doesn't exist, in a city where the strongest man alive can flatten a building by being annoyed, does not get nurtured. He gets collected, studied, put somewhere with good lighting and no doors. I've read enough to know how that story goes, and I didn't like my part in it. So I said nothing. I stood there and let the silence run, and I watched the teacher's face slide from hope down through confusion and land, finally, on a kind of gentle disappointment that was so much worse than anger. He decided I'd admitted it. He straightened up. He turned to the hall, and in a clear, carrying professional voice, he announced my future. Zheng Wei, Class 8, Grade 11, no talent. He wrote it in the notebook. I watched him write it. 2 seconds of pen, a whole life, in a notebook, with a little tick next to it. Next! I took my hand off the rock and walked away, and I kept my face perfectly, beautifully normal, and inside my head a screen was still glowing with the words, the information of all things can be viewed. Sure, fine, great. Nobody has ever been called trash while carrying better news. Brother? Are you all right? Minger had gotten to me before I made it 3 steps, because of course she had. She was looking up with her whole face crumpled, and that was the first moment of the day that actually hurt. I put on the smile. It wasn't even hard. I'm fine. It's your turn. Go awaken something ridiculous. I don't want it. What? I don't want a talent. She stuck her chin out. If you don't have one, I don't want one either. I'll just be a normal beast tamer with you. We can be normal together. And listen, I have been alive twice now. I have had a mother in one life and a mother in another. I have had exactly one person offer to throw away their entire future so I wouldn't have to be disappointed alone. And she was 14 and she meant it completely, and she'd clearly decided it in the last 30 seconds. I pinched her nose because if I'd said anything sincere right, then I'd have embarrassed us both. Absolutely not. Listen, even without talent, if I work, I can still get strong. Talent just means somebody else gets there faster. Maybe I'll get lucky at the nurturing center and contract a gold rank beast, and then where will you be? She snorted. Gold rank. Right. Besides, I let it land. You're this family's last hope now. I'm counting on you. You could see the exact instant it flipped. The sadness went out of her like water out of a sink, and something fierce came up behind it. Then I'll awaken something amazing, she said, and I'll protect you. That's the spirit. She marched off toward the stone like she was going to fight it. And behind me, right on cue, the peanut gallery started. Hey, contract a gold rank at the nurturing center. Sure. So you hit 200 points before us, big deal. No money, no family, no connections. You're exactly like us. You just get to be ordinary faster. Why even dream about it? I didn't turn around. I want to be honest with you, not because I was being noble, because I was busy, because I had just noticed something. I'd been so busy having a crisis that I hadn't actually used the thing. So I looked at the nearest kid, the loud one, and I thought about looking properly, and information unrolled beside his head like a receipt. Name, beast taming power, talent grade. A neat little column of facts, floating in the air next to a boy who had no idea, hanging there for exactly as long as I looked and vanishing when I didn't. I looked at the next one. Same. I looked at the teacher. Everything. Rank, cultivation, the beast in his contract space, the numbers he'd never told anyone. I turned my head slowly across that entire hall, and every single person in it opened up like a book somebody had left face down. Spying on information, I thought very calmly, while smiling at nothing. That's a heaven-defying talent. Nobody in this room had any secrets from me. Nobody in this city had any secrets from me, and the official record said I had none. Minger put her hand on the stone. It shook for about a second and a half, a polite, well-mannered little shake, nothing like the earthquake I'd produced. And then it lit up blue. The hall came apart. Blue! It's blue! C rank! She pulled C rank! There haven't been 100 C ranks in the history of this school. The teacher spun around so fast he nearly lost the notebook. Blue, grade C, Zheng Ming. Tell us your talent. My sister stood in the middle of a screaming room with her fists at her sides and yelled it like a battle cry. Attribute enhancement. Attribute enhancement. The teacher actually laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Good. Very good. Within C rank, that's the highest innate skill there is. He turned to the hall and made it official, and his voice bounced off the ceiling. Zheng Ming, Class 9, Grade 11, Talent Awakening Successful. C rank talent. Attribute enhancement. I have never in either of my lives heard a group of teenagers make a noise like that. Envy has a sound. It's very specific. C rank. She actually got C rank. If she grows up, she'll be a top-tier gold beast tamer at minimum. Every big family in the city is going to fight over that girl. And in the middle of it, my sister found me across the room and made a face at me, a little smug one, with teeth. I looked at her properly and let the entries come up. Beast taming power, 300. Beastmaster talent, attribute enhancement. Rank, C, can enhance all attributes of any beast. 300. She told me 200. The little liar had been sandbagging her own brother. All right, I thought. All right, Minger. Then they made us sit down and build a world inside our bodies, which is a sentence I would have found strange 4 hours earlier. That's the next step, and there's no ceremony to it. You sit cross-legged, you push your beast-taming power inward the way the teacher describes, and if it works, a space opens up inside you. A beast-taming space. It's where your beast lives, where it recovers, where it eats. Every tamer has one. It's the single most personal thing you will ever own. The hall went quiet as 30 kids folded their legs and started pushing. Mine opened easily. There was a moment of resistance, a sensation like a door swelling in its frame, and then something gave, and I felt a space unfold behind my ribs that had absolutely no business being there. Joy first. Then I actually looked at it. The textbook says a beginner's beast taming space is about 10 square meters. It says the inside is white, featureless. An empty room, essentially. A garage for a monster. The record, held by the only SSS rank in human history, was a space the size of a football field. I looked inside myself and saw mountains. Not a metaphor. Mountains, with a range behind them, going back until they went blue with distance. Rivers, a lake big enough to have a horizon, sky with weather in it, actual clouds, moving, and the whole thing so thick with spiritual energy that it hung in the air like mist on a cold morning, alive and circulating, a complete ecosystem breathing on its own. I stood there in my own chest and did the arithmetic, and the arithmetic said, the greatest genius in recorded history opened a football field, and you could lose a football field in here and never find it again. Not 10 times bigger, not 100. This wasn't a beast taming space. This was a small world. Okay, I thought. So that's what divine rank buys. And then, because I am apparently incapable of leaving well enough alone, I turned the talent on my own space. The entries came up, and I stopped breathing. Because a beast taming space is not supposed to have features. It's a garage. Garages do not have features. Mine had 3. 1. Rapid growth. Any beast inside grows at a speed that made the number in front of me look like a typo. 2. Purification. Any negative status, poison, silence, curse, frostbite, burns, drained lifespan, instantly removed. And here's the thing about negative statuses in this world. Wounds heal. Curses don't. A beast that gets its lifespan cut in a fight has had its lifespan cut. Permanently, forever. Ask anyone. That's the fear every tamer sleeps with. And my space simply deleted it, the way you'd wipe a table. 3. And I read the third one 4 times. Divine rank baptism. Breaking the limit. A beast with legendary grade aptitude or above may be baptized upward. Let me explain what that means, because when I first read it, I didn't get it either. The aptitude ladder tops out at legendary. Above legendary, there's Holy King, which is the ceiling of the known world. And above Holy King, there's the God rank, which is not a rank, it's a rumor. The Human Federation doesn't believe it has ever existed. It's what people say to mean impossible. And my garage had a button on the wall labeled "Make it that." Put a Holy King beast in here, and it comes out the other side as a thing out of mythology. Put a dog in here, and it comes out a celestial hound. I sat on the floor of the awakening hall of Qingquan number 1 middle school with my legs crossed and my eyes shut and the words "no talent" drying in a notebook 8 meters away, and I thought about the fact that my mouth was doing something and I couldn't make it stop. That upturned corner of my mouth was harder to suppress than an AK. Student Zheng Wei, a moment. I opened my eyes to a teacher and to my sister bouncing over with a grin that could be seen from orbit. "Brother, you opened your space." I looked at her and let the entries run, because at this point, why not? Beast taming space, opened. Special feature, enhanced attribute boosting. Within the space, a beast's attribute growth is increased 10-fold. Huh. Her space had a feature too. 1. A good one. It stacked perfectly with her talent, attribute enhancement inside an attribute enhancing room. That's actually excellent, I thought, with the calm of a man holding 3. The teacher was still there, and he was being tactful, which is always a bad sign. "Student Zheng Wei, your sister awakened C-rank talent. She's a key student now. The school has made special arrangements for her beast selection. She'll be coming with me." "Ah, and not you, obviously." He didn't say it. He didn't have to. His face said it with subtitles. "But what about my brother?" Minger's chin came up. "Teacher, can he come too?" The poor man looked like he'd been asked to carry a piano. "Minger, I got there first, because watching a kid try to bully a teacher on your behalf is a specific kind of awful. Go with the teacher, do what the school says. I'll pick something out at the nurturing center myself. But next time I see you," I said, "I want you to be a beast tamer with a talent. Deal?" She pressed her lips together and nodded and went, looking back twice. And as I walked out, I heard the teacher, behind me, to nobody, in the voice people use when they think the sad part is over. 2 siblings, one with no talent, one with C rank. Their roads are going to grow very far apart. Yeah, I thought. About that. The Beast Taming and Breeding Center was a madhouse. Picture 100 teenagers in a warehouse full of eggs, all of them talking gently and persuasively to livestock. Because that's the other half of this. You don't just pick a beast, the beast has to agree. If it doesn't want you, the contract simply doesn't take, and you can stand there being charming at an egg for a week and get nothing. Most students spend days here. The identified section, the eggs and cubs the appraisers had already graded, with their little cards, was where everybody was. I walked down the row and let the world tell me about itself. Silly chicken. No attribute. Low-grade black iron. Talent skill. Headbutt. Common grade. Cotton snake. Wood. Top-tier black iron. Entangling. Common grade. Ice elemental hound. Ice. Intermediate bronze. Ice Claw Thrust, common grade. Evolution, twice. Final form, Ice King Hound, top tier gold aptitude. That last one made people's eyes go wide, and honestly, fair. Intermediate bronze is rare down here. A low-grade bronze egg goes for 100,000 federal credits on the open market. Intermediate goes for 200,000. My mother makes 5,000 a month. And here's the school's one act of charity. Every student gets 1 beast from this room, free. 1. The Ice Elemental Hound was genuinely good. 2 evolutions, ending at top-tier gold. Any sane person takes it and says thank you. I stood in front of it and thought about a room inside my chest with a button on the wall that says legendary and then upward, and I thought, what exactly is the point of a machine that turns legendary into God if I feed it a dog? I needed amethyst base aptitude minimum, legendary on the evolution path. Nothing else was worth the slot, which meant the identified section was useless. because nothing here was above bronze, so I went where nobody goes. The unidentified area is a sad little corner at the back with a few hundred eggs in it and almost nobody in front of them. The reason is simple. The appraisers couldn't read them. Sometimes the species is unknown. Sometimes the shell is opaque to their instruments. And sometimes, most times, it's because there's nothing in there to read, because it's an empty shell, or because whatever was in it died months ago, and you're looking at a very expensive rock. You pick from here, you're gambling. Gamblers go here. Gamblers and idiots. Also me, holding the best appraisal ability in the recorded history of the species. I turned it on and walked the rows, and the eggs opened up one after another like a filing cabinet. Most of it was junk. Dead, dead, empty, dead. Then a few weren't. Bull, no attribute, low-grade gold, bull charge, common grade, evolves once, into rampaging bull, thunder bee queen, thunder, low-grade gold, lightning strike, rare grade, evolves twice, thunder queen, top-tier gold, then amethyst, gold, in the trash pile. 2 of them, plus a couple more, sitting in a corner that 100 students had walked past all morning because a machine had shrugged at them. Any one of those would have made me the luckiest kid in the school year. Thunder Bee Queen ends at Amethyst. That's the top of City C. I stood there and I genuinely wrestled with it because greed is a real thing and I could feel it, and then I made myself keep walking to the end of the row, and in the corner, under a shelf with dust on it, there was a red one. I'd walked past it twice. It wasn't glowing. It wasn't humming. It looked like a rock somebody had painted for a school project. I looked at it. Race, pseudo-dragon bloodline, fire dragonfish, water and fire attributes, aptitude, top-tier amethyst, talent skills, flame breath, rare grade, bloodline power, rare grade, fire domain cage, extraordinary grade. Evolution path, 3 times. First, golden scale fire dragonfish, top-tier diamond. Second, fire dragon moon eclipse, top-tier eclipsing moon. Third, heavenly fire dragon, top-tier legendary. Tip: this creature carries a pseudo-dragon bloodline. Its later evolution conditions are harsh. Should it undergo the baptism of true dragon blood, it has a chance to become a true dragon and obtain god-level qualifications. I read the word legendary, then I read the last line again, the one about the baptism, and then I thought about the third feature of the room inside my chest, the one that takes legendary and pushes it upward, and I understood that I was looking at the 2 halves of the same key. Somebody had left the ceiling of the world under a shelf in a discount bin. Luckily, I took another look, I said out loud to an egg. Otherwise, I'd have walked right past you. I picked it up. It was warm. The registration teacher took one look at what I was holding and did the sigh. The long one. Student, the information on these eggs is something the school cannot identify. We don't know if there's anything alive in there at all. I understand. The identified cubs outside are much safer. Even at bronze level, spend a little more time and you'll get a contract. I know. These might be empty shells. He tapped the counter. Are you sure you want to spend your one free opportunity on this? He was being kind. I want that on the record. He wasn't mocking me. He'd clearly watched a lot of kids do something stupid in that corner, and he was trying to catch one. Thank you for the warning, teacher. I signed my name. I've made up my mind. He shook his head at the ceiling. Ugh, another one who won't listen. I walked out with a red egg under my arm, and the row of students by the door made sure I heard every word. Which class is that guy in? He ignored the teacher to go crack blind boxes? Hey, don't knock it. Somebody might pull a silver out of there one day. Come on. 50, 100 people pick from that corner and 1 or 2 get something alive, and it's the same grade as the stuff out here anyway. What good is an egg you can't even read? He's throwing away the one thing the school gives him for free. Behind me, a girl said, quite clearly, poor guy, which was somehow the worst one. I kept walking. My arms were full of the ceiling of the world. They give you a contract room for this. Small, quiet, thick walls, nothing to look at. You need the concentration. I put the egg on the table and my hand on the egg and pushed my beast-taming power out until it wrapped the whole shell, and then I did the thing they teach you. I reached for the consciousness inside and pulled it, and my own consciousness with it, into the space behind my ribs. I found it immediately, and it was weak, barely a flicker, like touching somebody's hand and finding it cold. I offered the contract. It refused, not hesitated, refused, with an unmistakable flavor of contempt, from an unhatched fish the size of my thumb. I sat back. You have a pseudo-dragon bloodline and top-tier amethyst aptitude, I said, out loud, to an egg for the second time in 20 minutes. And you're arrogant. Wonderful. Here's where the talent stops being a party trick, though, because I hadn't just read its stats. I'd read its situation, so I made my pitch. Little fellow, I know how you feel. You've got a dragon's blood in you. You look at humans the way I look at that egg appraisal machine, and the idea of taking a master is beneath you. Fine. But that bloodline is also your problem. Bloodline that good burns energy that fast, and the energy in that shell is running out. You are not going to hatch strong. At this rate, you are not going to hatch at all. You're going to die in there being proud. Nothing. But it was listening. I could feel it listening. The way you can feel someone in a dark room. Look around. You can feel where you are. Our consciousnesses are both inside my beast taming space right now, so don't take my word for anything. Look. I let it look. I want you to imagine what that was like from its side. Something that has spent its entire short life starving inside a shell, dying by inches, suddenly standing in a place where the spiritual energy is so thick it's weather. That's mine, I said. You'd live in it. If a different tamer contracts you, you get a white room and a slow death. If you contract me, you recover, you grow, and one day, you're legendary. Still nothing, so I closed it. I'll try once more in 2 minutes. You get one chance. If you refuse again, I'll give up on you and let you die alone in there. And then I stood back, folded my arms, and looked at the wall like I didn't care. I cared enormously. I was about to lose my one free pick to a fish with an attitude problem. But I have negotiated before, in another life, in an office, and the single most important rule is, the person who needs it less wins, and if you cannot need it less, you can at least look like you need it less. 2 minutes is a very long time. I reached out again, and there was no resistance at all. Yeah, I said. That's what I thought. I pricked my finger, put blood on the shell, and watched it soak in, crack. The egg came apart in 2 clean halves, and what was inside was the size of my fist, curled up tight, golden, and dying. The scales had no shine left. The light in it was going out while I watched. I did not hesitate for even a second. I threw it into the world inside my chest. It landed in the lake, and the entire sky came down to meet it. Every bit of spiritual energy within a kilometer of that fish turned around and moved, converging from all directions, folding over it in a shell of white light. Half a minute. That's how long it took. Half a minute, and the listless dying thing in the water rolled over and started swimming, and then started swimming fast, and then started doing loops out of pure joy. The mist cleared and I got a look at it. Golden scales, actually gleaming now. Fire curling around its head. And here's the part that broke my brain a little. It was moving on top of the water, skimming it, and the flame around it did not go out. Water and fire are supposed to hate each other. I had noted the dual attribute and thought, unusual. I had not understood that it meant this. I was still marveling at it when it curled into a ball and caught fire. Wow, light. A hard little pop. And the fish that came out was the size of a wash basin. I checked immediately. Realm, black iron, first tier, aptitude, amethyst rank peak, innate skills, flame breath, rare grade, bloodline might, rare grade, fire domain cage, extraordinary grade, water control art, rare grade. 2 things. 1. It had broken through to black iron first tier. Normal time for a freshly hatched beast to reach black iron first tier is at least a month. It had done it in 50 seconds. Not because of its aptitude, even a radiant sun beast can't do that, but because of the room I'd put it in. 2. It had gained a skill, water control art. It didn't have that in the egg. It grew one on the way up. Okay, I said. Okay, come out, let me look at you. A meter long, stretched out. Floating in the air like water wasn't a requirement it took seriously. Golden armor plate scales with strange patterns burned into them, and firelight moving in the gaps between the lines. Its head wasn't a fish's head at all. Too many hard angles, too much jaw, the whole thing arrogant and heroic looking. Fire clouds wrapped its entire body. It looked like something off a temple wall. Where was the pathetic little dying thing from 90 seconds ago? Gone. Evicted. Little fellow, I said warmly, now you understand what my space is. Follow me and you'll never suffer. The fire dragon fish looked at me, then it looked away, casually. The way you glance at a menu you've already decided against. I stood there getting snubbed by a fish. Right. It seems, I said out loud, that you don't take your master seriously. That's going to need correcting. And then I had an idea, and I want you to know that I am not proud of it, but it worked so well that I've used it 14 times since. I made my face very serious. Little fellow, you know how good my space is, but what I need is a strong beast. You've just hit black iron first tier, so we're going to the training ground, and you're going to show me what you've got. Pause. If you disappoint me, I'll kick you out of my beast taming space. I have never seen an animal's expression change that fast. Panic. Naked, undignified panic in a creature that had been insufferable 4 seconds earlier. It started slapping its own belly with its fins, smack, 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 over and over, staring at me, radiating the most obvious message a fish has ever transmitted. I'm strong. I'm very strong. Don't kick me out. How strong? I said, deadpan, dying inside. Let's find out at the training ground. And I sent it back into the space before it could see my face. The training ground takes up a third of the school, nearly 100 arenas, each about 2 basketball courts, and on a normal afternoon half of them are running. I walked in through the middle of it, kids yelling commands at each other. Flying serpent, hair bind, tie it up. Salamander, burn that snake until it's bald. I found an empty arena and filed for a session, and an instructor came over. He checked my papers, then read the number, then read it again. 16 years old, 200 points of beast taming power, and already a black iron beast. He whistled. Very impressive. You don't have a beastmaster talent, but as a regular tamer, your aptitude's already better than most of the talented ones. Then professionally, are you fighting another student or challenging a wild, vicious beast? Wild. He stopped writing. Because here's the difference. A tamed beast is raised. A wild one grew up in the misty forest, killing things every single day, and at equal rank it will take a tamed beast apart because it actually knows how to use what it has. Classmate, he was careful. Wild beasts are far more vicious, and they use their innate skills much better. Your beast just hit black iron. It probably doesn't even know its own moves yet. I'll be here to step in, but I might be a fraction slow. Losing is fine. Your beast getting hurt is the problem. Are you sure? I don't need to think about it. Wild. He looked at me for a second, then shrugged. Fine. But let me see your beast first. I need to pick something matched. I waved my hand and the fire dragonfish came out riding a little standing wave. The instructor's face fell off. That's a fire dragonfish. He walked around it twice. No wonder you were confident. This thing has the best raw combat power under gold aptitude, one of the only dual water-fire species there is. Its aptitude starts at bronze and can go all the way to gold. He looked up, eager as a kid. So what's its aptitude? The dragonfish struck a pose. It actually struck a pose, and I hit a problem, which was that the honest answer was Amethyst rank peak, and that answer would ruin my life. Amethyst aptitude in City C isn't a good beast. It's a headline. It's the kind of thing that gets a 16-year-old with no family and no backing quietly killed in an alley so somebody else can wear his contract mark. Also, I'd taken it from the unidentified pile. If the school's million credit machines couldn't read it, how exactly would I know? So I told the truth, minus the parts. Honestly, teacher, I don't know. I picked it for free at the nurturing center. What? He laughed, then stopped laughing. Impossible. The free picks top out at bronze peak. I know that for a fact. Anything silver or above gets pulled aside for the talented students before you kids ever see it. He stopped. Wait, you picked from the unidentified eggs. I nodded. He grabbed my shoulder. You rascal. Do you know what the odds are in there? Those are dead eggs, empty shells, things so far gone the appraisers can't get a reading. Picking there is pure gambling. And you got this? Alive? Just good luck. Just good luck, he says. He was delighted, genuinely, uncomplicatedly delighted for me, which I hadn't expected and didn't know what to do with. All right, fire dragonfish, black iron first tier, dual attribute, aptitude at least bronze. Let me find you something appropriate. He led me to the gate. Adult rock ape. Black iron first tier, bronze peak aptitude, skin like rock, best combat power in its class. He glanced at me. Though for a beast that hit black iron an hour ago, maybe it's a bit much. If you'd like something weaker, that one's fine. Good, that's the spirit. He stepped back and raised a hand. I'll be watching. Any danger, and I'm in. Call it whenever you want. The gate went up. The thing that came out of that gate was 2 meters of black fur with a blue face and tusks, and it hit the arena floor hard enough that I felt it in my shins. It looked like something that had climbed out of hell for a smoke break. Entries: rock ape, earth attribute, aptitude, bronze rank peak, innate skill, smasher punch, common grade, evolves once, into rock ape king. I looked at my fish. Bronze peak. That's respectable for an ordinary tamer. I let my voice go flat. Not for mine. Go on. Show me what you've got. Disappoint me, and you don't have to follow me anymore. The dragonfish raised a fin and slapped its chest, and I want to note the moment because it's the first time it happened. I said a sentence, and it understood the sentence, and it answered. Not a trained response, a reply. Amethyst aptitude, I thought. That's what the intelligence gap looks like. Awoo! The rock ape didn't wait for a bell. It came off the floor with both hands up, and it opened with its innate skill, which for something that size is genuinely alarming. It's leading with smasher punch, somebody yelled from the next arena over. It wants this over fast. Not many black iron first tiers can eat that head on. Hey kid, you're not going to just stand there, are you? The instructor had gone tense as a wire, and the fire dragonfish hung in the air and opened its mouth. Its body lit up, the fire clouds around it drew in, gathered over its head, and condensed into something white-hot in its throat, and the whole arena went orange. Flame breath. It came out like an arrow made of sunlight. The roar and the fire arrived at the same time, and the rock ape was simply inside them, and for about 3 seconds the arena was the brightest thing in the school. Then, bang! A body hit the floor. The ape was charcoal, crisp on the outside, steam coming off it. And I am not going to lie to you, the air smelled fantastic, which was easily the most upsetting part of my day so far. One skill, one hit. A wild bronze peak beast, dead before it finished its own opening move. The arena went quiet in that ugly way where you can hear a bird outside. Killed in one move. The rock ape got killed in one move. That's not possible. The instructor was staring like the arena had insulted his mother. I could see him doing it out loud. No, I underestimated it. Bronze aptitude can't one-shot bronze peak aptitude at the same tier. That's not how any of this works. That means, he went pale. That means it's silver. It's silver aptitude. He turned. Kid, come here. He put both hands on my shoulders. His hands were shaking a little. One move, and it killed a bronze peak wild beast of equal rank. Your beast's aptitude is not bronze. It's silver, minimum, and probably top-tier silver. Really? I said. Really? He wasn't listening to me anymore. He was talking to himself at volume. A silver aptitude beast. That kid's future is set. He doesn't need a Beastmaster talent. He can walk into a provincial academy on that alone. And he's 16. 16. He looked up. Come with me. I'm taking you to the principal. Here's the problem with the principal. Everyone in this school knows 2 facts about him. Fact 1, he's an amethyst rank beast tamer, which makes him one of the strongest people in the entire city. Fact 2, nobody has ever seen him do anything about it, which is somehow worse. And I was about to walk into a small room with him, carrying a secret that would get me killed if anyone found it, wearing a face that had gotten me exactly this far. I hesitated. The instructor mistook it for nerves, which was fair, since it was. Student Zheng Wei, don't be nervous. Silver aptitude is a big deal. The school wants to develop you. Going to see the principal can only help you. And then he said the magic words. If he likes you, he might make an exception and name you a core student even without a Beastmaster talent. And core students get 200,000 federal currency a month in resources to raise their beast. I stopped hesitating. I want to be honest about why, because it wasn't ambition. My father died young in a vicious beast riot when the boy whose memories I'm carrying was small. My mother raised 2 children by herself on 5,000 a month. Take out food and rent and 2 lots of school fees and you get a number so close to 0 that by the end of every year the savings are gone and she starts again. And I now owned a beast whose first evolution materials each cost hundreds of thousands, millions, some of them. 200,000 a month wasn't ambition, it was oxygen. It was my mother not doing the thing with the apron and the tired smile. Okay, I said, let's go. The principal's office smelled like books and old wood. Sunlight came through the blinds and bars and lay across a big mahogany desk and the gray in a middle-aged man's hair. He looked exactly like the poster. Black suit, straight back, handsome in a stern municipal way, the sort of face that gets put on a coin. He sat there completely at ease, and the pressure of him filled the room like water pressure. Naturally, I read him immediately. Realm, Amethyst, 7th tier. Talent, C rank, rapid surpassing. Contracted beast, evolved once. Aptitude, falling star rank, Amethyst 7th, and his beast was still climbing. Right, I thought. If this goes wrong, there is no version of the next 10 seconds where I survive it. Fire dragonfish, he said. One-shotting a wild beast of the same tier. Interesting. He looked at me with actual curiosity. Student Zheng Wei, let your beast out. I'd like to see it. I brought it out and prayed. The moment it appeared, the pressure in the room changed. He'd released a thread of his aura, just a thread, testing the water, the way you'd tap a glass to hear if it rings. Any black iron first-tier beast in the world should have gone flat on the floor. Mine looked him in the eye. It planted itself in front of me, fire clouds up, and stared straight back at an amethyst 7th-tier beast tamer with an expression I can only describe as unimpressed. The principal's eyebrows went up half a centimeter, which on that face was the equivalent of falling out of the chair. Interesting, he said softly. Very interesting. Under my breath, this little fellow stays proud. He smiled. Student Zheng Wei, your beast is quite something. And I stood there thinking, stop it, you absolute show-off. We are trying to keep a low profile, while my fish flexed at a man who could delete us both. I estimate its aptitude is above silver, the principal said. Probably gold, possibly top-tier gold. But the exact grade needs measuring. He turned his hand over and a pen appeared in it. silver white translucent crystal at the tip. An appraisal pen. This one's worth a few million. It holds the observations of countless appraisers and every beast record the Federation has. He pointed it at my fish and pressed the top, and a few hundred laser lines went out and washed over it, and I stood there very calmly while my entire life went through a machine. Because if that pen printed amethyst rank peak, then within a week half the city would know a nobody with no family owned the best beast in it, and there is a very well-known solution to that problem, which involves the nobody not being alive. The results came up. Race, unknown. Aptitude, unknown. Innate talent, skill, unknown. Note, the scan target does not exist in the Human Federation database. Identification cannot be performed. I did not sag. I won a medal for not sagging. The principal frowned at his own pen like it had lied to him. What on earth? This thing contains records on every known vicious beast in the world. Fire dragonfish are rare, but they're in there. I've seen the entry. He turned the pen over. Why can't it read anything at all? He put it away and looked at my fish for a long moment, and then at me, and I watched him decide to solve it a different way. Student Zheng Wei, how many innate talent skills does your beast have? And that one I actually thought about, because I could lie. But if I became a core student, that beast would be fighting in front of people for years, and every skill would come out eventually, and a lie you have to maintain for 4 years is not a lie. It's a hobby. 4. The room stopped. 4? The instructor, who had been standing there being decorative, made a noise like a kettle. Student Zheng Wei, you're joking. Do you know a top-tier gold beast with 2 skills is already extremely rare? A beast at amethyst aptitude has 3, and that's rare enough to be famous. He was going red. And yours is a fire dragonfish, which caps out around gold. 2 skills, I'd have believed you. 4? Are you making fun of the principal and me? I looked at him and said perfectly evenly, I'm not joking. It has 4. He opened his mouth and nothing came out. He turned to the principal helplessly. Principal, this. And the principal, who had not moved in about a minute, smiled. I believe him. He said it gently, and the instructor shut up. It sounds impossible, but we can't rule it out. There are mutated beasts in this world, creatures whose physique changed for reasons nobody can trace, and that mutation gives them aptitude beyond their kind. Those are exactly the beasts an appraisal pen fails to read. He tapped the desk once. Student Zheng Wei's fire dragonfish is a mutation. That's why the pen sees nothing. As for its aptitude, conservatively, top-tier gold. A pause, half a beat too long. Possibly amethyst. I kept my face completely still and felt the floor tilt. He'd gotten there. From 4 data points and a broken pen, a man in a chair had walked all the way to amethyst. And technically, he was even right, in the way that a man saying, your dog seems large, is right when the dog is a wolf. My fish wasn't a mutation. It carried a pseudo-dragon bloodline that might one day cross the dragon gate and stop being a fish altogether. Calling that a mutation isn't wrong exactly, it's just very, very short. Purple amethyst? The instructor squawked. Sorry. Sorry, Principal He. I was startled. I lost my composure. It's all right. The principal waved it off. Even I was somewhat surprised. And then, briskly, like a man closing a file. Student Zheng Wei's beast aptitude is established. He'll be a core student, developed as a priority. You found him, so you handle the paperwork. And go collect your finder's reward. Good work spotting a genius. The instructor lit up like a slot machine and left its speed, and the door clicked, and then it was just me and an amethyst rank beast tamer in a quiet room. Let me describe the next 10 seconds honestly. If he wanted my beast, this was the moment. There would never be a better one. Kill the boy, burn the contract mark off his hand, take the fish, report a training accident. An amethyst 7th tier could do all of that in the time it takes to stand up. I could not have stopped 1 second of it. I stood there and waited to find out what kind of man he was. He said, to hold a treasure and not be moved by it. To sit with your hands folded while others discuss what you own. He nodded slowly. Your heart nature is very good, Student Zheng Wei. Keep that. I breathed out. The principal is too kind. On the path of a beast tamer, talent matters. Heart nature matters just as much. Composure under pressure is what separates the ones who arrive from the ones who don't. He looked at me the way you look at a hill you intend to climb later. Now, business. He spread his right hand, and a small mountain of fingernail-sized crystals appeared on the desk, red as a stovetop, each one giving off a little shimmer of heat. Fire spirit stones, 300. Your dragonfish is dual attribute but attacks with fire, and these are the most efficient resource for it at Black Iron. He pushed them across. Total value, 300,000. Consider it this month's subsidy. Smack, smack, smack. I didn't even have to look. My fish had spotted the pile and was hammering its own belly with its fins and staring at it with an intensity I have previously only seen in gamblers, and the message coming down our brand new contract link was not a sentence. It was just a raw feeling. A very loud, very simple, extremely undignified feeling. Mine, 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 mine. I ignored it with tremendous effort and did the math out loud instead. Thank you, principal. But the core student subsidy is 200,000. Why are you giving me 3? He was quiet for a second. 200,000 is what the school gives. The extra 100,000. He tapped the desk again. Consider that a personal investment. In you. I looked at the pile of money on the desk and thought, this guy is an angel investor, and had to physically prevent my face from doing anything. Thank you, principal. I'll work hard. Good. That's the attitude I want. He nodded, satisfied. Then, more quietly, one more thing, and remember it. There are plenty of people in City C who can look at your beast and see what I saw. Don't be ostentatious. Don't let anyone catch the shape of it. He picked up a pen. In the school records, I'll register your beast as a gold rank rare fire dragonfish. Cultivate in peace. And that one got me, a little, because he didn't have to do that. Nobody was watching. He was an amethyst rank power taking 3 minutes to falsify a form so a poor kid wouldn't get murdered for his one good thing, and then he was going to go have lunch and never mention it. Students will remember this, I said, and meant it. Take your stones and go cultivate properly. The core student paperwork is being handled. Wait for the notice. I bowed, put 300,000 credits and a very excited fish into the world inside my chest, and left. I found out later, from a very chatty secretary who liked me, what happened in that office after the door shut. The principal, the calm, composed, statue-faced principal, stood up the moment my footsteps faded, and made a face. The specific face of a man who has just watched somebody walk off with the winning lottery ticket he personally handed over. His mouth apparently did a thing. It took him a while to get it back under control. Then he sighed deeply at his own ceiling. A vicious beast egg of that caliber, he said to nobody, ending up in the hands of a student. A pause. Still. Good material. We should watch him closely. Another pause. And then, briskly, to the empty room, in the voice of a man who has just had an idea he intends to act on within the hour. But before that, somebody needs to go and properly examine the rest of those unidentified eggs. There might be more. Which is how I learned 2 things about Principal Shulong on my first day. He would protect me, and he was going to go check the bin. I got back to my classroom about 35 minutes after leaving the principal's office, and it had already been converted into a shrine. There were people in the doorway. There were people from other classes in the doorway. Somebody had brought a friend. Zheng Wei, look, he's back. Is it true you got a gold rank beast at the nurturing center? He contracted gold? For free? He's a core student now. I heard it from class 4. Student Zheng Wei, can we see your beast? Student Zheng Wei, do you have a girlfriend? Do you want a girlfriend? I just turned 16. That last one came from a girl I had never seen before in my life, and she said it with the confidence of someone announcing a business proposal. 35 minutes. That instructor had moved my news across an entire school in 35 minutes. Whatever the school paid him for finding me, he'd earned it in logistics alone. I was trying to figure out how to physically enter my own classroom when the temperature dropped. What are you doing? The bell rang ages ago. Back to your classrooms. The doorway emptied like somebody had pulled a plug. Genuinely, 1 second there were 40 people. The next there was a corridor and a very cold breeze. The woman in the door was maybe 25. Black hair, standard teacher's uniform that the uniform had clearly given up on, and a face set in the permanent expression of somebody who has said, sit down, 9,000 times. Songhua, grade director for the entire second year, silver rank. I should have been afraid of her. Everyone else was. But I was the top theory student in my year, which in the eyes of teachers is a kind of diplomatic immunity, and also she just saved me from a marriage proposal. Teacher Zhao. The glare came down about 40%. Student Zheng Wei, come to my office after class. I have something to tell you. She swept the room with a look that made 20 people find something fascinating on their desks, and left. I sat down. The envy in that room had a texture. Then the actual teacher came in, saw where everyone's eyes were pointed, and did the thing teachers do. Students, back to it. Listen carefully and study hard, and maybe you'll be a core student like Zheng Wei too. 20 faces went red. Then he turned to me, smiling. And you, student Zheng Wei, you're a beast tamer now, but there's a great deal about beast taming you don't know yet, so you'll listen carefully too. Understood, teacher. Good. Today, the classification and effects of beast taming attributes. I sat through the lesson and did not hear one word of it because I was worrying about my sister. Half a day gone. Where had they taken her? What had they given her? Was she standing in a room somewhere being talked down to by an adult with a clipboard? I'd have felt better if I'd known she was, at that exact moment, out negotiating a rabbit. The office was one of the private ones, which meant silver rank or above. Songhua dropped the stern face the moment the door shut, which was disorienting, and pointed me at a leather sofa. Student Zheng Wei, you know you're a core student now. The school runs a special training class for core students. I've heard of it. The curriculum is different. Regular classes are theory. The special class is practical, actual training, actual combat, actual beast work. Now that you have a beast, sitting in a regular classroom is a waste of your time. She slid a form across. Your transfer's processed. Starting tomorrow, you report to the special training class. I hadn't been a core student for 90 minutes. Understood, teacher. All your records have been moved. Just show up. She sat back. Go and cultivate well. I hope your road is smooth. I bowed and left and heard her say to the empty office behind me in a completely different voice. No Beastmaster talent. But that child's heart nature is extraordinary. If he grows up safely, he'll go far. Which is a nice thing to hear about yourself through a door. I've thought about it since. She was the only person that entire day who said something kind about me that had nothing at all to do with my beast. There aren't many afternoon classes. I went out the gate to the pavilion on the artificial lake, which is where Minger and I meet, because she's a year below me and we never finish at the same time, and whoever gets out first waits. She wasn't there yet. So I sat down on the bench, checked that the pavilion was empty, and called out my fish. It came out doing exactly what it had been doing in the principal's office. It glanced at me lazily from about 2 feet away and then looked at something more interesting, which was the lake. I did not get annoyed. I want that noted. I was completely calm. I opened my right hand and let 5 fire spirit stones sit in my palm, glittering, radiating heat. The fire dragonfish went from supreme indifference to lunging so fast it left a wake. I closed my fist and pulled my hand back. Then I sighed, loudly, with feeling. Ah, what a shame. I made a face at the middle distance. I wanted to share these with my most loyal and obedient beast companion, but it seems some people don't like me very much. The fish stopped. Well, I suppose I'll find a different fire attribute beast to share my fire spirit stones with. I put them away and let my shoulders drop, the picture of a man betrayed. There was a pause. And then the fire dragonfish swam over, positioned itself carefully behind my right shoulder, and began, I need you to understand that I am reporting this accurately, began massaging my shoulders with its fins, both of them, alternating, with real technique. I sat there being given a shoulder rub by a pseudo-dragon and had a small crisis about intelligence thresholds. Amethyst aptitude beasts are smart, fine, they understand commands, they have personalities. This was not that. Bribery, flattery, and a service industry are not on the list. That is a human move. That is a hospitality move. Is it the bloodline? I said out loud. Is the pseudo-dragon blood doing this? The fish massaged harder. Fine, good job. Here, I flicked one stone up and it snapped it out of the air and swallowed it whole, and then immediately opened its mouth again and pointed into it with one fin. Ah, yes. Excellent. We were going to have a conversation. Little fellow, I know you understand me. I let it see the pouch. I can give you more. I can find you resources for years, but from now on you listen to me and you don't get arrogant with me. Understood? Because this wasn't about pride. In a real fight, a beast that hesitates for half a second gets its tamer killed, and I intended to be in a great many real fights. The fire dragonfish opened its mouth and nodded, repeatedly, enthusiastically, while looking at the pouch. Right. Then you're my partner. I scratched the ridge above its eye. And you need a name. You're a firefish, so crimson fish, crimson. It nodded again, still looking at the pouch. Yes, fine, all of it. I fed it 20 stones. It ate them like popcorn and looked at me for more. I fed it 40. It ate those and looked at me for more. Reader, it ate 100 and something fire spirit stones in under 10 minutes. I stopped counting at 100 because counting was making it worse. It only quit when it produced a burp that came out as an actual gout of flame and set a small ornamental shrub on fire. I sat in the pavilion doing arithmetic, 100 stones, 1,000 credits each. So in the time it takes to walk to a shop, my fish had eaten 100,000 federal currency, my mother's salary for 20 months, in one snack. No wonder everyone says raising a beast tamer is expensive, I said to the smoking shrub. This isn't spending money, this is burning money. Crimson, having eaten a year of my mother's life, fell asleep on its back in midair. I sent it into the space, where the spiritual energy immediately swarmed it and started helping it digest at roughly triple speed, because of course it did, because my garage has a fast-forward button. By the time I withdrew my mind, its aura was already noticeably heavier. Level 3 by tomorrow, I estimated. which shows you how bad I was at estimating. Brother, let's go home. She was on the shore waving both arms, and I got the entries the second I got close because I have no self-control. Beast Taming Power, 400. Beast Taming Space, opened, features enhanced. Contracted Beast, Sky Devouring Rabbit, Dark Attribute, Tier, Black Iron First, Dark Attribute. I frowned before I could stop myself, and she caught it. Here's why. Beasts run on the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, plus the natural set, wind, thunder, lightning, ice. Then there are the rare ones: darkness, yin, yang, life, death. Rare attributes are strong. Rare attributes are also a logistics nightmare because you can't feed them. There's no such thing as a dark spirit stone in a shop. You substitute with ordinary stones and lose most of the value in translation, and your beast grows at half speed forever. Brother, I heard what happened. She grabbed my sleeve. You contracted a gold aptitude beast, and the principal made you a core student. You're amazing. I knew it. Even without talent, I knew you'd be a powerful beast tamer. I ruffled her hair. And you? Show me yours. Sky Devouring Rabbit, come out. White light, and then there was a rabbit in her hands. Black fur, ears straight up and swiveling at every sound, and eyes like 2 chips of emerald, far too bright, tracking me with an intelligence that a rabbit has no right to. Race, Devouring Rabbit, Dark Attribute, Realm, Black Iron, First Tier, Aptitude, Low Grade Gold, Skills, Rabbit Leg Kick, Common Grade, Rapid Jump, Rare Grade, Evolution, twice. First, Devouring God Rabbit, Top Tier Diamond. Second, Devouring God Moon Rabbit, Top Tier Eclipsing Moon. Hint: the Devouring Rabbit possesses a special dark attribute ability, Devour. It can devour the attributes of other beasts to increase its strength, and in doing so acquires that attribute and awakens new attribute skills. Special note: the ability requires absorbing a sufficient quantity of dark attribute power to awaken. I read that twice, because low-grade gold aptitude is fine, good even, solid. That's not what made me stop. What made me stop was, it eats attributes and keeps them. Think about what that means with no ceiling on it. Every beast that thing devours makes it more. Not stronger, broader. Feed it enough of the right things and you end up with something that has every element in the world stapled into it. Minger, this is a very good beast. I know, gold aptitude, same as yours. She held it up like a trophy. And it's already Black Iron First Tier, and I named it. It's all black, so I called it Shadow. Shadow. Shadow, go home. She flicked her hand and the rabbit vanished into her space, and then she looked at me expectantly. Now yours. Let me see. I brought Crimson out. It was still asleep. It hung there in the air, upside down, wrapped in water and fire, snoring. Minger's face went through several stages. Brother, is your beast a fish? Why is it on fire? That's so cool, but why isn't it moving? A pause. Is it dead? It's not dead. It's not moving. It ate too much and now it's digesting. I put it away. The fire is because it's a fire attribute fish. A fire fish. Water and fire. It controls water and it's reborn in flame. She stopped walking entirely. It has 2 attributes? Brother, dual attributes. How many skills does it have? Tell me all of them. Let's talk while we walk, I said. Mum's waiting. My mother's name is Gu Fen. She is not quite 40 and she looks about 25, which everyone in the building comments on and which she has never once enjoyed hearing because when your husband died young and you raised 2 kids on a factory wage, you look so young starts to sound like a way of saying you should have gotten further. She'd cooked everything. Every single dish either of us likes all at once on a table that isn't big enough for it. Mum, guess what? Both of us are beast tamers now and we're both core students. I know. She was already smiling. The school sent a notice. So I made this in advance. Minger made a sound like a small siren and sat down. And then my mother, before anyone had picked up a chopstick, took a federal card out of her apron and put it on the table and slid it across to me. Zheng Wei, you've both just contracted beasts. I hear raising a beast tamer takes a great deal of resources. I looked at the card. There's 20,000 in there, maybe a little less. Take your sister to the beast taming mall and buy what you need. 20,000, 20 stones. 20 fire spirit stones, which is what my fish had eaten in the 90 seconds before the burp. That card was every spare coin from, I did the math and didn't like it, probably 11 years. It had been assembled 50 credits at a time by a woman who tells her children she already ate. I pushed it back. Mom, take it. The school gives core students resources. It's more than enough. Zheng Wei, 200,000 a month, Minger announced through a chicken leg. Each, look, and she waved her free hand and dumped about a dozen spirit stones onto the dinner table. I looked at them and frowned, and the frown had nothing to do with the table manners, because they were a mess. Fire, water, wood, ice, A random handful of assorted attributes, the sort of thing you scoop out of a bin. The school had given the C-rank talent, the key student, the one they escorted personally, leftovers. Not out of spite. Because Qingquan No. 1 Middle School, one of the best schools in City C, did not possess a single dark spirit stone and had quietly substituted a fruit basket. 200,000? My mother had stopped breathing. 200,000 federal currency? For her that number wasn't money. It was a number. Years of not eating and not drinking. I put the card back in her hand and closed her fingers over it. You don't need to worry about resources, and you raised us. Now Minger and I take care of you. She looked at the card and then at us, and her eyes went red, and she said in a completely steady voice, which is the part that got me, "You've both grown up. If your father knew his children turned out like this, he'd be very happy." After dinner I washed dishes, and then, halfway through drying my hands, I felt something go through me. A surge of power arriving from somewhere inside, warm, physical, real. My body changed slightly and got better in a way I could feel in my forearms. That's the feedback. When your beast breaks through, some of it comes back up the contract into you. Crimson had advanced. I went to my room, sat down, and sank into the space. The lake, the fish, awake now doing lazy victory laps. Flames a little brighter. Realm, black iron, second tier, second. I sat with that for a moment. Because here's the accounting. 100+ fire spirit stones at amethyst rank peak aptitude should be worth 2 or 3 breakthroughs. At gold aptitude, it'd be 4 or 5. My fish had converted 100,000 credits into 1 tier, which meant that to get from here to black iron third, I'd have to feed it another 100+. And the tier after that would cost more, and the tier after that. At this rate, I said to nobody, 10,000 stones won't be enough. Clap, clap, clap. I looked down. Crimson had swum up to my consciousness's feet and was slapping its belly at me, and when it had my attention, it pointed at its own open mouth. More. You just digested 100, I said. Can you even handle it? Most beasts can manage a dozen stones at a sitting. Push past that and they either sleep for a week or die of indigestion, and there's a specific horrible word for the second one. The fish nodded so hard it made ripples. Fine. But you eat what you can handle, and no more. I brought it out into my bedroom and started feeding it, and I fed it 40, and then I fed it 80, and then I looked down at an empty pouch and a fish with an open mouth. That's it. You money-burning glutton, there is nothing left. You ate all 300. 300 fire spirit stones, 300,000 federal currency, gone in a day. It had eaten the principal's investment, the school's subsidy, and the extra 100,000 a powerful man had handed a stranger out of goodwill, and it had done it before the stones got warm in my hand. 180 in one go, I said to the ceiling. You didn't even fall asleep. Your appetite is growing. The fire dragonfish, understanding that the supply had ended, closed its mouth and produced a facial expression of profound and personal disappointment. You, I said, are a heartless jerk. I threw it in the space where the mist swarmed it again and began digesting 300,000 credits at high speed, and I lay down thinking a thought that would follow me for the next several months of my life like a dog. The school's monthly subsidy is not going to cover this. Not close. I need my own money. The core student area is at the back of the school. Fewer students, 2/3 of the campus. That ratio tells you everything about how this world works. My sister dragged me out of bed at dawn because we'd registered on the same day and could go together, and she was so excited she was vibrating. We handed our files to the coach running the newcomer class. He was a big, weathered man with a face like a closed door. Coach Joe, 15 years teaching core students. On the path of beast taming, he said to me, having read my file, luck is also a part of strength. It isn't easy to be promoted to core student. You don't have an innate talent skill, Zung, but if you're willing to work, even an ordinary beast tamer has a chance to rise to the top. Understood. Don't be arrogant. Don't be impatient. Join the ranks. We joined the ranks, and the ranks started talking immediately. Useless piece of trash who got lucky. Right? Who knows what dog luck he had to contract something decent? How is a no-talent good-for-nothing worthy of standing with core students? It's not even that good, compared to young Master Xiao's top-tier gold. Please. And young Master Xiao didn't need luck. He's got backing and family resources. Contracting a gold beast is nothing to him. Not comparable to some trash. They were not whispering. I genuinely didn't care. I want to be clear about that, not as a virtue, just as a fact. I needed to keep my head down. I knew what I had, and arguing with them would have been like arguing with weather. My sister, however, is not built that way. She turned around with her hands on her hips. You're not allowed to talk about my brother. My brother isn't a useless good-for-nothing. He said he'd become the strongest beast tamer, and he will, which drew, predictably, a laugh. The strongest beast tamer, that's the funniest thing I've heard all year. What, you think the strongest beast tamer grows in a field? Look at your brother. No Beastmaster talent, got into the special class on a lucky beast and he wants to be the strongest? And forget him, look at you, you're both living off school stipends. Even if I handed you a gold aptitude beast, could you afford to feed it? You'd struggle to get it to black iron. That one landed because it was true, and she knew it was true, and her fists went white. You're not allowed. I put a hand on her shoulder. She looked up at me, and her eyes were wet and furious. Brother, I can't. They keep saying, I know. I ruffled her hair. Then I looked past her at the group, and I stopped bothering to keep my face pleasant. Because they could say what they liked about me. That was free. But they had made my 14-year-old sister cry in a courtyard on her first morning, and that is a different category of thing. Is a top-tier gold beast really that impressive? I said. Is a C-rank talent really so remarkable? That's right. A top-tier gold beast is really strong. A C-rank talent is truly remarkable. And out of the group stepped a boy in clothes that cost more than our flat. Ye Tian. Direct line descendant of the Xiao family, which is the second most powerful house in City C. C-rank talent. 16 and never once told no. I looked at him and let the entries come. Race, Magic Claw Wolf, Electric Attribute, Realm, Black Iron, Second Tier, Aptitude, Top Tier Gold, Skills, Wolf Claw, Rare Grade, Lightning Flash, Rare Grade, Weakness, Fire Attribute. There it was. Right there in the last line, handed to me, free. His beast was one tier above mine, and it was weak to fire, and I owned a creature that was made of fire and had eaten 300,000 credits of concentrated fire in the last 12 hours. I checked my space. Crimson had finished absorbing overnight. Black Iron, third tier, a tier above his, with a hard elemental counter, with 4 skills against 2. I want to be honest about my state of mind here, because I think it matters. I was not being brave. I had already read the answer sheet. What follows is not courage, it's arithmetic performed in public. In that case, I said, Young Master Xiao, would you dare have a beast-taming battle with me? The laughter was immediate. Ha ha ha. The poor wretch is issuing a challenge? Young Master Xiao is a genius. Why would he play with trash? It'd be beneath him. Ye Tian glanced at me sideways, the way you look at a stain. My magic claw wolf can crush your beast like squashing an ant. Is it necessary to fight you? Minger made a furious noise, and I moved her behind me. So, I said, even a top-tier gold beast tamer is nothing special. Too afraid to accept a challenge. I shrugged. Then I've got nothing more to say to you. The laughter stopped. All of it, at once, like a switch. I watched Ye Tian's pupils shrink. This is a boy who has been pampered since birth. He has never been looked down on. He didn't have a response ready because he'd never needed one. His people all turned to look at him, which is the worst thing that can happen to a person like that. What did you say? He came half a step forward with his beast-taming power boiling off him. I said, I let it hang. Some people call themselves geniuses and don't have the guts to fight fair. So a top-tier aptitude C-rank genius beast tamer turns out to be nothing special. Shut up, he was shouting now, which meant I'd won the part that happens before the fight. Who's afraid of losing? It's one battle. Do you think I, Ye Tian, am scared of a piece of trash with no beastmaster talent who got in on luck? Oh? I raised an eyebrow. Then why don't you dare agree? I just don't want to waste my time on trash. He forced out a laugh. But since you're so eager to be humiliated, fine. I'll be merciful and play along. Got him. Then since we're playing, I said, why not raise the stakes? He should have stopped there. He was already angry, and angry is the state in which people agree to things. If you lose, you give me 500 fire spirit stones. If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me. The intake of breath around us was audible. 500 spirit stones. Even for the Xiao family that isn't pocket change. 500 stones raises a black iron beast for a year. For my fish, 500 stones was a fortnight. But nobody in that courtyard knew it, including me, optimistically. Ye Tian's face changed. I watched him do the math, and I watched him hate the math. 5 million credits he could have produced without blinking. His family spends that on a weekend. But spirit stones aren't money. Spirit stones are the thing money is for, and sometimes you can't buy them at any price. 500 was a month of his own cultivation, and 30 people were watching. He ground his teeth. Fine, and when you lose, you'll crawl between my legs, so everyone can see the difference between a poor bastard who lives on luck and this young master. Deal. I turned. Coach Joe, would you notarize? Coach Joe had been watching the entire thing without moving. He looked at Ye Tian, then at me, and I could see very clearly that he expected me to be flattened and had decided a flattening might be educational. All right, but we're clear. Stop short of killing the beasts. Pause. Eyes on Ye Tian. Both of you. Clear the area, Ye Tian barked at his hangers-on. I'll show you what a real genius beast tamer looks like. And then a hand grabbed my sleeve. Brother. Minger's voice was very small and very fast. I'm sorry. This whole thing started because of me. Maybe I should fight instead. If we lose, I'll take the punishment, 14 years old, offering to crawl through a courtyard on her hands and knees so her brother wouldn't have to. Silly girl, I messed up her hair. This has nothing to do with you. These people are arrogant and they push. If we swallow it today, they'll come back tomorrow with more of them. Better to beat them into being polite once, so they never dare again. She sniffed. Besides, I said, what makes you think your brother's going to lose? The magic claw wolf was 2 meters of jet black muscle with electricity crackling between its claws. It was objectively terrifying. If you'd told me a week ago that I'd be standing in front of it feeling relaxed, I'd have assumed brain damage. A piece of trash dares to challenge young Master Xiao, somebody said, arms crossed. He contracted a beast yesterday. Young Master Xiao's magic claw wolf is top-tier gold and it's already black iron second. Even if this guy's beast is gold, it gets beaten to a pulp. I think he just wants the stones. He's trying to scam a rich kid. To scam you need ability. Poor guy picked the wrong opponent. He doesn't get the stones and he crawls. Should be a good show. And then I called out Crimson and the mockery changed key entirely. It's a fish? Ha ha ha. A fish wants a beast-taming battle? The magic claw wolf will swallow it whole. I get it now. He's here to be funny. Look at the water under it and the fire on its back. Is it a failed mutation? Water and fire? What kind of deformed fish is that? Ye Tian was smiling with his whole face. Useless trash. Were you afraid you wouldn't lose gracefully enough, so you found an ornamental fish to entertain everyone? Crawl now, and I might spare you. Otherwise, when my magic claw wolf turns it into grilled fish, don't cry. Ready when you are, I said. His eyes flashed. Magic wolf, magic claw, finish it quickly. The wolf came off the ground as a black lightning bolt. It was fast, genuinely, frighteningly fast, dense electricity wrapping the claws, the air tearing along its path with a sound like frying. Such speed. That's the magic claw? The fish can't dodge that. It's over. That fish is ruined. Coach Joe leaned forward, ready to move. I stood still with my hands at my sides and waited until the claws were close enough that I could see the individual sparks. Then I said quietly, Crimson, fire domain cage. The fire clouds around my fish surged. They came off its back and spread out and stood up, and in less than a heartbeat, there was a cage of living flame 3 meters high and 2 across, and the magic claw wolf was inside it, mid-charge, with its momentum spent against nothing. The courtyard made a sound. What? Fire? That fish has fire skills? Aren't all fish water attribute? The wolf panicked. It threw itself at the walls, and every time a claw touched the flame it went sss and came back smoking, and the electricity crawling over its body dimmed each time. Because fire beats lightning. Every child in this world learns that at about age 6. It is the most basic elemental relationship there is, and it was being demonstrated in a schoolyard on a top-tier gold beast. Demon wolf, lightning bolt, break out, the wolf blurred, trying to use pure speed to punch through the wall, which is exactly when you hit something. Flame breath. Crimson gold fire came out of my fish's mouth like a dragon leaving a cave and caught the wolf in the chest at the precise moment it committed. Bang. Every arc of electricity on it went out at once. It made a sound I didn't enjoy, flew backwards 10 meters like a kite with the string cut, hit the ground, skidded, and came up trying to stand and spitting blood. Its fur was charred black, its chest was a burn. It didn't get up again. Total silence in that courtyard, the kind you can hear. Then, gradually, in bits. How is this possible? That deformed fish beat a top-tier gold magic claw wolf. What was that? Flame breath? A fish breathed fire and one-shot it? It's a fish. Why does it have fire skills? Is it dual attribute? Dual attribute at silver aptitude is treasure grade. His is dual attribute? And did you feel the aura? It was way heavier than young Master Xiao's wolf. The kid who'd been loudest about the ornamental fish put his head down and studied the ground very hard. Coach Joe had come halfway forward and stopped. He was staring at my fish with a very particular expression, and I watched his eyes flick with the specific motion of a man reading something. Black iron 3rd tier, he said to himself, so it was a tier above. And fire domain cage plus flame breath. Even a gold aptitude beast rarely has talent like that. He looked at me a second longer than was comfortable. No wonder principal he personally pulled this one into the core students. And Ye Tian stood in the middle of it all with his face the color of paper, looking at his own beast on the ground. Impossible, he was saying. This is absolutely impossible. My magic wolf is top-tier gold. How could it lose to a fish? He's a useless tamer with no talent. How could his beast be? Something's wrong. Something must be. I walked over and put my hand out. Young Master Xiao, a bet is a bet. 500 spirit stones, please. The courtyard went very still, because every single person there had heard the terms, loudly, twice. Ye Tian's face went red, then a sort of bruised purple. It was just a joke, he said, turning his face away, taking a half step back, keeping his voice light. Why take it so seriously? Zhengwei, you've won gloriously enough. Don't push your luck. A joke. I raised my voice, deliberately, so that it carried to every corner of that courtyard and every window above it. Who was it, 1 minute ago, who patted his chest and promised that if I lost, I'd crawl between his legs, and if I won, he'd hand over 500 spirit stones? And now that you've lost, you'd like to pretend it never happened? I want to say something about crowds. A crowd has no loyalty. It is not on anybody's side. It is only ever on the side of the thing that is currently happening. 2 minutes earlier, that courtyard had been laughing at my fish, and I hadn't taken it personally, because it was never about me. And now it turned, all at once, like a shoal. He's right, Ye Tian agreed to the bet. Going back on it in front of everyone, the Xiao family has no class at all. Even I keep my word. That's low. They kept calling Zhengwei a good-for-nothing. Turns out the Xiao family's young master is just a sore loser. His hangers-on, every one of them, found somewhere else to look. 2 of them physically stepped away from him. It took under 5 seconds. Ye Tian's ears went scarlet. Don't push me, he snarled. I'm not pushing you. I shrugged, and I made it as pleasant as I could, which was very unpleasant. I just didn't expect a young master of a prestigious family to be the kind of person who breaks his word. I turned to go. Well, since young Master Xiao can't afford it, I won't take it. What did you say? He was shaking, and he was trapped, and he knew it, because he could not beat me, and he could not argue with me, and there were 40 witnesses to a promise, and if he walked away now, it wouldn't be Ye Tian who was shamed, it'd be the family name, which is the one thing people like him are genuinely not allowed to spend. He tore a jade box out of his storage ring, engraved with thunder patterns, and threw it at my feet hard enough to bounce. 500 fire spirit stones. Take them. Don't think you're great because you won once. Sooner or later, I'll make you pay double. I picked it up, and the moment my fingers touched the lid, I knew he'd made a second mistake, because what came out of that box was not fire. It was thunder. Dense, prickling lightning energy, the kind that makes the hairs on your arm stand up. Thunder attribute spirit stones, 500 of them. Useless for my fish. Absolutely useless. Wrong element entirely. Feeding them to Crimson would be like feeding a dog a battery. But I kept my face perfectly neutral, put the box away, and said, I'm available anytime. That got him worse than anything else I'd said. I could see it. Nonchalance is the sharpest thing you can hand an angry rich person. He hauled his half-dead wolf into his space and left the field almost at a run. And as he passed my sister, Minger put her hands on her hips and gave him a look of pure 14-year-old contempt. You lost. You lost. Trying to Welsh is shameful. He paused. He didn't dare answer. But he wrote my name down somewhere in his head and underlined it, and that mattered later. Brother. Minger latched onto my arm and shook it. You were amazing. Those people who were laughing don't dare say a word now. And Ye Tian's face went green. It was so satisfying. Then she rounded on the group that had mocked us hardest, hands back on hips. Who said my brother was a good-for-nothing? Who said his beast was an ornamental fish? Why is everyone so quiet? Anyone want to make another bet? Nobody wanted to make another bet. They shuffled to the back of the line and became extremely interested in the sky. All right, said Coach Joe, clapping twice. That's enough of a farce, class. But as we lined up, he looked at me for a long moment with something new in his face. Student Zhengwei's beast taming is excellent, he said to everyone. But training core students is not about winning one battle. My class has no boring theory and no basic skills guidance, Coach Joe said. There is one core, and that core is practical application. Real combat? Somebody said. But most of our beasts are black iron. Some of us haven't even hit first tier yet. Who are we supposed to fight? Coach Joe smiled. It was not a nice smile. Follow me. What? I want to be clear that even I was startled. I'd assumed the core student curriculum meant resource allocation and specialist guidance. I had not assumed the coach. Don't be surprised, he said. Only against a stronger opponent do your reflexes and your combat power actually improve, and more importantly, only then do you learn to work with your beast. He raised a hand and waved at the empty ground, earth-yellow light, and a tremor that came up through the soles of my feet. The thing that appeared was a tortoise 5 or 6 meters long, and its shell was not a shell, it was geology. Slabs the size of millstones with dark brown patterning, each plate edged in a faint yellow glow, arranged like a fortification somebody had grown. 4 legs like iron pillars, and when it put one down, it left a dent. Its head was blue-gray, and its eyes were 2 pieces of obsidian turning slowly, and it looked at 30 teenagers with the exact interest a mountain shows a picnic. Earth Profound Turtle. Earth Attribute. Realm, Gold, First Tier. Aptitude, Gold Tier. Skills, Meteor Fall, Rare Grade. Earth Escape, Rare Grade. Earth Spike, Rare Grade. Iron wall, common grade. Evolves twice. Amethyst, then diamond sky turtle. Hint. Extremely strong defense. Excels at prolonged battle and area attacks. Weakness, slow. Gold, first tier. That was the first time I had ever stood near a gold rank beast, and the entries didn't tell me what mattered. What mattered was that the air around it was heavy, in the same way that deep water is heavy. Everyone, summon your beasts. Light all down the line. Come out, windwing bird. A bluebird with a 2-meter wingspan, wind curling off the feathers. Ice crystal rabbit, your turn to shine. A white rabbit with pale blue crystals on its ear tips, leaving frost prints. Rock armor beast, come out. A gray slab of a thing over a meter tall. Minger brought out shadow. Yetian brought out his magic claw wolf, which was, impressively, back on its feet. Somebody in the Xiao family had spent real money overnight. The burn on its chest had faded to a scar. Then it saw my fish. And that huge, arrogant, top-tier gold predator put its ears flat, hunched, and reversed behind its owner's legs, making a noise in its throat like a kicked dog. Trauma. Real, permanent, 12 hours old trauma. Useless trash! Yetian kicked it, hard. It just shrank further. The laugh that went around the courtyard was quiet and cruel, and Yetian would have paid a great deal of money to be somewhere else. Enough. Coach Joe's eyes narrowed. Earth profound turtle. Release your aura. Control the intensity. Don't hurt them. The turtle lifted its head and made a sound, and the world got heavy. I don't have a better description. It was not wind. It was not sound. It was not fear. It was the specific physical fact of a gold-rank life form deciding to be present, and it came out like a tide and put its hand on the back of everybody's neck. Thump. The first student's knees hit the dirt. His windwing bird dropped out of the sky, hit the ground on its side, and lay there shivering, unable to lift a wing. Then the rest went down, some on one knee, some flat, faces red, foreheads shining. I felt it as a weight on both shoulders and a hand on my chest. Breathing was work. And Crimson didn't fall, but its fire clouds went dim, and its fins started to tremble, and I could feel through the contract exactly how hard it was working to stay up. This is gold rank, I thought, in a state of considerable respect. I've been feeling clever about Black Iron Third all morning, and this thing isn't even trying. The gap in realm was more brutal than the gap in aptitude. Aptitude is potential. Realm is here now, standing on your chest. And I thought, if gold does this, what does amethyst do? What is the principle when he isn't being polite? Everyone felt that, I assume, Coach Joe said from somewhere above the weight. Today's training is simple. Withstand it. He paused. A battle between beast tamers is not only a contest of strength, it's a test of will. If you and your beast can walk through this pressure and get within 2 meters of the earth profound turtle, I'll consider today's lesson complete and you can rest. He sat down on the turtle shell. Then he produced, from somewhere, a small folding table. Then he produced tea. Then he poured the tea. Otherwise, he said, taking a sip, endure it for the day. 30 kids lying on the ground made a collective noise of despair. Someone got up on their hands first. It's just stress resistance. I refuse to believe I can't do it. And the rest followed, because teenagers are stupid in the good way. Kids hauling themselves up by railings, kids crawling forward on their forearms, beasts dragging themselves after their owners because their owners were doing it. Nobody got far. 2 meters was a joke. I got about 1.5 meters before my knees started shaking, and that's when I stopped and thought, because pushing harder was clearly not the answer. Coach Joe is the coach of the core students. He does not have 30 of the most valuable teenagers in the school life face down in dirt for 6 hours as a bonding exercise. There was a point, and the point was not endurance. So what did I have? Not muscle. As a beast tamer, all I actually own is my beast taming power, and I pushed a thread of it out of my body. The weight lifted, just slightly, but it lifted. I pushed harder, 30% output, and my chest went tight and I nearly folded, because a fresh black iron tamer cannot sustain that for any length of time. And then, on the ground, with a gold rank beast's aura pressing my cheek toward the dirt, I remembered a line from a first-year textbook. There is a contractual connection between a beast tamer and his beast. This connection can transmit commands. It can also share beast taming power. I stopped pushing power out. I pushed it down the link, into Crimson, and the world got light. More than half the weight came off both of us at once, like somebody had cut a rope. My arms had strengthened them again. I straightened my knees, and I stood up, and next to me the fire around my fish roared back to full brightness. This guy stood up? How? I can barely lift my hand. Yetian's head came up off the ground, and his face when he saw me standing is one I remember with real fondness. Coach Joe looked over the rim of his teacup and nodded slightly. Not bad. It seems you've grasped the point. Beast tamer and beast are one. Fighting alone will never unleash your full power. Only when minds are aligned and strength is shared can you break the limit. There it was, the actual lesson. And I did something then that I've thought about a lot since, because it cost me an advantage and I did it without hesitating, which tells you what I was actually optimizing for. I turned my head, with great effort, toward my sister. Minger, push your beast-taming power into shadow, through the contract, make a link. She was face down and struggling, and she did it instantly, without asking a single question, because she is 14 and I am her brother. The sky-devouring rabbit stopped shaking. Its eyes lit up, and a thread of dark attribute energy came off it, and Minger got one knee under herself, and then the other, and then she was up, swaying, filthy, up. It works. Brother, you're amazing. And 30 other kids heard her. Quick, push it into your beast. I can't connect to my windwing bird. Don't rush, concentrate, imagine being one with it. The whole courtyard turned into a mess of shouting, and one by one they started coming off the ground. The girl with the ice crystal rabbit failed 4 times and got it on the 5th and stood up hugging her rabbit with her eyes streaming, saying, I did it, I could have kept it. Genuinely. 60 seconds of advantage, everybody else in the dirt, me walking to the line alone while Coach Joe watched. I traded it for my sister, and 30 strangers got it free. I'd do it again, and not for a noble reason, because the version of me that hoards a trick like that in front of his little sister is a version I'd have to live inside afterwards. Ye Tian was the exception. He forced his beast-taming power into the magic claw wolf, and the magic claw wolf, beaten, burned, and terrified of the thing standing 20 meters away, didn't want it. It shuddered, took a trickle, and then actively rejected him. Useless trash, you can't even do this right. He kicked it again. It whimpered and shut him out completely, and the rebound went back up the link into him, and he went white and nearly brought up blood, and he did not get up, not once, all day. That's the thing about the lesson. It was never about power. Coach Joe's actual curriculum was, your beast will carry you exactly as far as you have earned. Ye Tian had spent a year buying an expensive animal and had never once earned anything from it, and on the day it mattered, it looked at his outstretched hand and said no. Standing up wasn't the end. Walking was worse. The rock armor kid got upright, took one step, and the pressure came down on him like a wave breaking. His beast howled and dropped, and he went to one knee with his collar soaked through. Damn it, why is it still this hard? Coach Joe laughed and sipped his tea. Being able to fuse power is nowhere near enough. Without one mind and one feeling, without absolute trust, you will never take a single step forward. Several people burst into tears at that, which was not a metaphor, and I stood there and looked sideways at my fish and thought, well, do we trust each other? 16 hours ago, you were dying in a box and I was a stranger with a proposition. I took a step. The link held, perfectly steady. I adjusted the output as I moved, matching my power to its flame the way you'd match your stride to somebody's on a narrow path, and Crimson adjusted back, and then it did something I hadn't asked for. It moved its body slightly upwind of me and took part of the pressure itself. We covered 2 meters, then 3. Coach Joe, on his turtle, stopped drinking his tea. He told me much later what he was thinking. He said, I expected comprehension. I didn't expect synchronization. Half these children have had their beasts for a year and can't do what those 2 are doing on day 2. That's worth more than a C-rank talent. Half a meter from the line, I stalled. Everything was maxed. My calves were locked. Crimson's flames were guttering like a candle in a draft, its tail slapping the ground weaker each time, the crimson dulling out of its scales. Half a meter. It might as well have been a wall. And then, behind me, people started screaming. What's going on? Why did the pressure change? Rock-shelled tortoise, stand up. Windwing bird. What are you doing? I turned my head. The windwing bird, which had been fighting to rise, had gone flat. Wings splayed, head jammed into its own feathers, whole body shaking. The ice crystal rabbit was a ball with its ears crushed against its back, refusing to look up. The rock armor beast, the toughest thing in the class, lay on its belly making a small noise, limbs pressed to the earth, hiding from something. Every student assumed Coach Joe had turned it up. Coach Joe had not turned it up. I know, because I looked at him, and the tea was on the table, and his face had gone from amused to alert, and his own earth-profound turtle, the gold-rank monster, the source of all of it, was trembling. Its own beast was trembling. He told me afterward what went through his head, and I'll give it to you in his words, because his words are better. 15 years I've taught core students. I have seen, at a conservative estimate, 1,000 vicious beasts, and I have felt that exact feeling twice in my life. Once in the collection hall of the Beast Taming Association in City C, standing in front of a silver moonwolf of the royal bloodline. Once at the federal beast taming competition, looking at an azure water dragon with an ancient bloodline. Only royal beasts, or beasts carrying ancient royal blood, can suppress other beasts by bloodline alone, regardless of realm. He turned his head slowly and swept the arena like a searchlight and stopped on a 1-meter fish with dull scales, half collapsed at the edge of his own line. Bloodline suppression, he said. That's bloodline suppression. And then, because he is a very intelligent man, and that is dangerous. Is that a hidden passive? Then this thing has 3 skills. A black iron 3rd-tier beast with 3 skills. He couldn't finish that sentence. Ordinary gold aptitude tops out at 2. 3 skills means diamond tier product, minimum. And I felt it arrive in me at the same moment, warmth coming up the contract, unmistakable, and the pressure on my chest dropping by more than half. I hadn't ordered it. I hadn't even thought it. My fish, half dead, out of gas, at its absolute limit, had felt its master stuck half a meter from a line, and had reached down into its own blood and pulled out something it had never used before, on its own initiative, because I was struggling. The intelligence, I thought, with something in my throat. It's so high. I took the pressure it bought me, matched my beast-taming power to it, bent my knees, and stepped. Smack. My foot came down inside 2 meters of the earth-profound turtle, and the sound of it was very loud in a very quiet courtyard, and the weight went out like a tide. All at once, I nearly fell over from the absence of it. Crimson relaxed, and its fire came back up, and it pushed its head against my wrist, hard, twice, looking for praise. It worked? He's the first. I thought he was a loser. My God, I was blind. Brother, you're amazing! I did not look at any of them. I put my hand flat on my fish's head for a second, because that stunt had cost it nearly everything it had, and it had spent it on me without being asked, and then I sent it home. Recover properly in there. Then I sat down on the ground where I was, closed my eyes, and started regulating my breathing, because my beast-taming power was overdrawn, and there was a needle of pain right between my eyebrows telling me so. Coach Joe walked over. He stood there a while. He told me later what he'd been thinking, and I'll be honest, it's the only quote from that whole day I've kept. I thought this boy just had high comprehension, but he grasped the meaning of beast synergy in 10 minutes. He's contracted something extraordinary, and the instant he crossed the line, before he celebrated, before he looked at anyone, he checked on his beast. That's the mindset a great beast tamer is supposed to have. Most of them never get it. He arrived with it. Then, out loud, to himself, perhaps this boy with no beastmaster talent really can make a different kind of miracle. The residual bloodline suppression hung over that courtyard for half an hour, and it made the earth-profound turtle's aura easier to bear for everyone, and combined with the trick I'd shouted at my sister, the entire class started making progress. Minger crossed the line 30 minutes later, red-faced, drenched, carrying a limp rabbit glowing like a lamp. Brother, I did it too! Good job, sit down and recover. Others followed, one at a time. Ye Tian never moved. He lay there and watched everybody else pass him, and eventually stopped struggling and just breathed at the dirt, and the thing in his eyes when he looked at my back was not embarrassment anymore. It had matured into something with a longer shelf life. At sunset, Coach Joe recalled his turtle and stood in the middle of the field. Most of you did well today, especially student Zheng Wei, who not only broke through first, but grasped the core of it. Tamer and beast are always one. Only through mutual trust and shared strength do you break the limit. He paused and looked at exactly one person while saying the next part. Those who did not pass shouldn't be discouraged. Understanding between a tamer and a beast doesn't depend only on talent. It also depends on how the tamer treats the beast. Ye Tian stared at the ground. This can't be done overnight. It grows through real fighting. Which brings me to my next point. His voice changed, and 30 exhausted teenagers sat up. Your timing in becoming core students is fortunate. Tomorrow, the school takes every core student class outside City CE to the Misty Forest for your first field combat training. Field combat? Against real wild beasts? Finally. I've heard wild ones are vicious. I want to see how vicious. They were thrilled. Every one of them. I was thrilled too, though for a slightly different reason, and I want to be honest about which one. I was doing sums, because the school's 200,000 a month was a joke. My fish had eaten 300,000 in a day and would eat more tomorrow, and there is no version of the future where I keep up with that on a stipend. The Misty Forest is where you find things. Cores, materials, hides and claws and bones you can sell. Things nobody has priced yet, and I own the best appraiser in the world. Remember, Coach Joe said, and the humor was gone from his voice entirely. The wilderness is not a training ground. The beast will not show mercy. Before you leave tomorrow, check your beast-taming space supplies. Bring healing potions. Bring signal flares. If you're in danger, send the signal immediately, and I'll be there. Clear. Dismissed. I got up, and my legs almost held. 500 Thunder Attribute Spirit Stones sat in my storage ring, useless to my fish and worth a fortune to somebody. And I glanced across the courtyard one more time at Ye Tian, still lying in the dirt, filthy and wrecked and entirely alone now that his friends had wandered off. I felt, honestly, a certain amount of gratitude toward him. He'd just funded my shopping trip. The Beast Taming Mall in City C is 8 floors of the most expensive shopping you will ever do. Ground floor is spirit stones and consumables. Third floor is where the small transactions happen. Everything above that requires an appointment. I went to the ground floor with 500 Thunder Attribute Spirit Stones and a plan to convert Ye Tian's humiliation into fish food. The clerk behind the exchange counter had a goatee and the specific bored expression of a man who has watched teenagers walk through that door every single day of his working life. He weighed the box. He glanced inside. He did not glance for long. Thunder Attribute, 500. We'll do 1,000 credits each, 500,000 total. Standard rate, take it or leave it. He'd already started filling out the form, and I hesitated, and I want to be honest about why. It wasn't suspicion. It was that 1,000 credits a stone was the number I had in my head, because 1,000 credits a stone is what firestones cost, and firestones were the only stones I'd ever handled. Then a voice behind me said flatly, Thunder Attribute stones go for 3,000 each, not one. The clerk's pen stopped. She was about my age, in white, with a jade hairpin holding up hair that had clearly been arranged by somebody paid to arrange it. She wasn't looking at me. She was looking at the clerk, with mild distaste, the way you look at a stain on a menu. Rarer than fire or water, she said. Everyone knows that. Cheating a student in broad daylight. Does your manager know you do this? The clerk laughed the laugh of a man reversing at speed. Ah, a misunderstanding. I misread the tray. Thunder, of course. 3,000. 1,500,000, young master. My apologies. 1,500,000. He had tried to take 1,000,000 credits off me with a bored face and a pre-filled form, and if a stranger hadn't been standing behind me, I would have signed it and thanked him. So that was the day I learned that being able to see the exact aptitude, skills, and evolution path of every living creature in the world does not, in any way, tell you what things cost. It also explained Ye Tian's face when he threw that box. He hadn't been paying 500 stones. He'd been paying 1.5 million, and he'd had to do it in front of 40 people, and I'd taken it with a shrug and said, I'm available anytime. No wonder he wanted my leg. I collected my card and turned to thank her, and she'd already moved on to the display case and forgotten I existed. There was an egg in the case, golden, with veins of light running under the shell like something breathing. Golden veined Thunder Eagle, said the placard. Royal bloodline, price on application. I read it before I could stop myself, because I always do. Golden striped Beast King Cub, Holy Light Attribute. Aptitude, Diamond Rank Peak. Diamond, Peak. That is not a school competition beast. That is a beast that decides the fate of a city. And then the last line arrived. Status. The cub inside has been dead for 3 days. The appearance of vitality is maintained by residual Beast King bloodline in the shell. I stood there for about 4 seconds, doing something I have thought about a great deal since, which is deciding whether it was my problem. Because here is the thing. A Diamond Peak Royal Egg costs more than my mother would earn in 900 lifetimes. Whatever family was buying that, they were the sort of family that had 4 bodyguards. And I was a boy with no talent, who had been publicly told he had no talent, standing in a shop. That egg, I said. She turned. I'd get a reliable appraiser to look at it again, before you pay. Her chin came up about 2 degrees, and the room temperature dropped. This egg was personally selected by the elders of my family. Then your elders should look again. And what would you know about it? That was the correct question, and I did not have an answer that wouldn't get me killed. I could not say. I looked at it and a screen appeared. So I said, the only thing left. Nothing. Forget I spoke. And I left, which felt bad, and which I would do again, because I had exactly 1 currency in this world, and it was secrecy. I got about 10 steps before the elevator opened, and 4 old men in black robes came out fast, scanning the floor with the flat professional eyes of people who have lost something valuable. Young miss, we told you not to wander off. This is a border city. It's full of fish and dragons. Anything can be here. The leader looked at me on the way past, in the way you'd look at a bag somebody left on a train. And do stay away from these rural sorts from the remote cities. I kept walking. Behind me I heard her say slowly, Grandfather Chen, have the egg re-examined. And a scandalized, young miss, the family elders themselves. I didn't hear the rest. I did glance back once, and she was watching me leave with an expression I couldn't read at all. I spent the money the way a man spends money when he has an animal at home that eats currency. 200 fire spirit stones and 300 water. 500,000. Crimson is dual attribute, and I'd only ever fed it 1/2 of itself, which in hindsight was like raising a child on bread. 2 storage rings, 100,000 for the pair. 3 advanced healing potions. Those I did not buy for me. And then I looked, seriously, all over that mall, for 1 single dark attribute spirit stone, and found none. Not one. The Beast Taming Association keeps a few in a case as an exhibit. That's it. That is the entire supply in a city of millions. and my sister's beast needed to eat them by the thousand to wake up the only thing about it that mattered. I filed that under problems I could not yet solve, which was becoming a large file. At home, I gave Minger the pink ring with the potions and the flares and a small, ugly knife in it. Brother, it's beautiful, but this is so expensive. Wear it. Don't take it off. I made her look at me. Tomorrow we're going into a forest full of things that want to eat us. If we get separated, you don't come looking for me. You protect yourself first. Say it back. Protect myself first. Good. Then I sat on the carpet and fed my fish 500 spirit stones in half an hour, and it burped and fell asleep on its back, and I lay there watching a creature that had just eaten a car. In the morning, a droplet of water rolled off its tail and turned into a small flame before it hit the floor, water becoming fire inside its body, in its sleep, without being asked. I sat and watched that for a while. The school buses took 3 groups of core students out of City C at dawn. The advanced class, 7 or 8 of them, all black iron 8th tier and up, standing apart and not talking to anybody. The intermediate class, 20-odd, black iron 5th and up, and the newcomers, 30 of us, being loud. The misty forest starts about 40 kilometers out and does not stop for a very long time. Coach Joe lined us up at the tree line. Newcomers take the right fork. You stay in the outer perimeter. You do not go past the redwood belt. You'll know it when you see it. The trunks go red and the canopy closes. That's the inner boundary. Everything past it is black iron 5th tier and up, and it hunts in groups. He held up a flare. If you are in trouble, fire this. I will be there in 5 minutes. 5 minutes is a long time. Do not spend it doing something stupid. I teamed up with 2 people, which was 2 more than I'd planned on. Jiang Chang was built like a wardrobe, had a rock armor rat, and said okay to everything in a voice like gravel. Zheng Na had a wind-plumed sparrow the size of a hand, which she cheerfully described as a firefly with opinions, and which could see about 400 meters and report back. They were, both of them, entirely ordinary. I liked them immediately. We took 3 spiny rabbits in the first hour. Zhang Chang's rat did most of it. When he started dividing up the hides, I waved him off. You killed it. It's yours. But you, I didn't do anything. Keep it. What I was actually doing was walking about 2 meters off the trail constantly and picking things. Chi condensation grass, 4 clumps, growing under a rotted log where nobody would ever look. Hemostatic herb along the stream bank. Chingling flowers, which are the base for a potion that raises a beast tamer's power ceiling by a small permanent amount, and which look exactly like every other white flower in the forest, unless a screen tells you otherwise. Zheng Na watched me pull my 9th handful out of the undergrowth and said, "How do you keep finding those?" My grandmother was a herbalist, I said, which was a complete lie about a woman I had never met in a life that was not mine. All of it went in the ring. All of it was for my sister. She had a beast that would never eat properly in this city, and if I couldn't feed the rabbit, I could at least feed the girl. Around noon, we hit the boundary, and I saw the redwoods and stopped at a distance, exactly as instructed, like a good student. And then, at the base of a 10-meter cliff about 40 meters short of the belt, I saw a flower. 6 petals, snow white, veined in gold. The stamen was a small pale blue bell. It sat in a crack in the rock with nothing else growing within a body's length of it because it had eaten everything that tried. Spirit gathering flower. Bronze rank spirit herb. Market value approximately 1 million credits. Consumed by a vicious beast, raises it 1 to 2 small realms instantly. And then politely, at the bottom of the screen, note. Spirit herbs of this grade are frequently guarded by a vicious beast. I read that note. I want that on the record. I read the note, and I looked around, and I saw nothing, and I did the arithmetic, 1 to 2 realms, instantly, for free, and I climbed down the cliff and picked it anyway. There is a particular sound a very large animal makes when it comes up a cliff face behind you. I want to describe it properly, because I have never forgotten it. It wasn't a roar. It was the sound of a great deal of weight arriving at speed on stone, and it stopped being distant so quickly that my body understood before my brain did. It came over the lip of the cliff 20 meters long and dark blue, and its scales looked carved rather than grown, each one edged in white frost. The head was the size of a barrel, the pupils were vertical and ice blue. When it opened its mouth, the air in front of it turned to fog. Icefield snake, ice attribute, black iron, 7th tier, gold peak aptitude, skills, Icefield breath, absolute suppression of black iron beasts, entwine, 7th tier. My fish was 6th, and my fish was also asleep. It had broken through in the night and gone into the coma that follows, and I could feel through the contract that shaking it awake would take time I did not have. Absolute suppression of black iron beasts. Every beast in my group was black iron. Everyone run, I said. Different directions. Now. Zheng Wei. I took the plant. It wants me, not you. Fire your flares as you go, and do not stop. Zhang Qiang went left. Zheng Na went right, already fumbling the flare cap, and Minger did not move. Brother, I'm not. Protect yourself first. You said it back to me. She made a sound like something tearing and ran, and I heard her crying while she ran, and I turned around and went at the tree line as fast as I have ever moved in either of my lives. My plan, such as it was, 20 meters of snake cannot turn in dense timber. Get among the big trunks, use the geometry, buy minutes, wake the fish. It was actually a decent plan. It survived about 90 seconds, because when I came through the trees at a dead sprint, there were 3 people standing in my path. Ye Tian, 2 hangers-on, beasts out, spread across the gap between 2 trunks with the smug body language of people who have been waiting a while and are enjoying the last 3 seconds before the fun starts. Well, well, said Ye Tian, no coach here, no crowd. Today you're going to kneel down and sing us a song, trash. Get out of the way. Something in my voice must have been wrong because he actually flinched. And then, because he is who he is, he got angrier about having flinched. You think shouting works on me? Get him. 2 beasts came at me. I dodged one and took a graze off the other and lost, I would estimate, 6 seconds. 6 seconds is not a long time unless something is closing at 40 meters a second. I remember Ye Tian's face changing. I remember him looking past my shoulder at the trees behind me, and I remember the exact moment his expression stopped being about me at all. Then the canopy came down. I did not stay to watch. I went sideways into the timber and kept going, and behind me the world was noise, the 2 hangers-on screaming, a tail coming through undergrowth like a train through a fence, one wet crack that was somebody's beast, and then another, and Ye Tian shouting something that ended abruptly against a tree trunk. I looked back once from 30 meters out. He was on the ground at the base of a redwood, folded around his own ribs, coughing, one leg at an angle that legs do not go, alive, awake, making a noise like a man asking the universe a question, and the snake went straight past him because it did not care about him at all. I felt nothing. That's the honest report. Not triumph, not guilt, nothing. He had chosen to stand in a doorway I was running through with something enormous behind me, and there is no version of that where it becomes my fault. I did not slow down, and I did not go back, and I have never once lost sleep over it. I ran for 11 or 12 minutes. I used every trunk I could. I went through gaps it had to smash. Each smash cost it 2 seconds and cost me nothing, and I stretched those 2 seconds as far as they would go, and it worked right up until the timber thinned out, and I came through a screen of brush into open ground with nothing in front of me but leaf litter. Behind me the last tree came down, and in the space, my fish woke up. I felt it arrive in my head like a light switching on, and I dropped into the space for half a second, which was the most expensive half second of my life so far, and what I saw was this. It had doubled in size. 2 meters of it now, crimson shading to gold, the scale patterns thicker and brighter. 2 horns had come in on its head, dark gold, 3 centimeters, with flame guttering at the tips, black iron, 6th tier, 500 spirit stones, 3 tiers in one night, and my first coherent thought, standing in a clearing with 20 meters of ice attribute death coming through the brush at me, was, it is going to eat even more now. Little fire. It came out of my chest in a streak of fire and hung in the air, and the look it gave me was the single most resentful expression I have ever received from a living creature. Woken from a dead sleep straight into a boss fight with no breakfast. Then it turned around and saw the snake, and stopped being resentful. The snake reared. Frost boiled off its scales. It filled its chest for ice-filled breath, and the temperature in that clearing dropped enough that my breath went white, and my fish, without any instruction from me at all, reached into its own blood. I felt it go out. Not a skill you see, a pressure, a fact, a thing arriving in the air that says, I am older than you and you know it. Bloodline suppression. 20 meters of black iron 7th tier ice attribute apex predator went stiff from the head down. The frost stopped. Those ice blue pupils shrank to slits, and what was in them was not caution. It was the specific terror that comes from underneath, from the part of an animal that does not get a vote. 2 seconds, that was the window. Fire domain cage. The fire clouds unrolled and stood up, and this time the cage came out 10 meters across, walls of flame from the leaf litter to well above the snake's raised head, and every place a coil touched them the frost went off it in a hiss and a white plume. It thrashed, it got its head around, it got its mouth open. Flame breath, 7 inches. Every snake in every world has one place, and it is a hand's width below the head. The fire went in like something poured. It did not spread, and it did not scatter. It went to the point I named and stayed there while 20 meters of animal fought the cage that was cooking it from every side at once. When it stopped moving, it stopped all at once. I stood in a clearing full of smoke next to a set of blackened bones the length of a bus, breathing like a man who has been running for 12 minutes, which I had. Ice loses to fire. It is the first thing they teach you. I'd just never seen it applied at that scale. Crimson wobbled in the air and its flames went thin because it had fired 3 heavy abilities inside 20 seconds on the morning after a triple breakthrough, and I sent it home immediately. Rest. You were perfect. It slapped its belly at me twice, weakly, and vanished. I was still smiling about that when I noticed the forest had gone quiet. Not calm, quiet. There is a difference, and your body knows it before you do. I turned in a slow circle. There were eyes in the branches. There were eyes at ground level between the roots. There were eyes behind me, which is where they always are. Spiders. About 20 of them, each a meter across, black and glossy, moving in the small, deliberate way of things that have already decided. Nether spider. Dark attribute. Black iron 5th tier, 17 of them. 6th tier, 2. Skill. Cobweb bind. Silk laced with dark energy that erodes what it holds. Weakness. Fire. Carapace carbonizes rapidly. And the last one down from the high branch was twice the size of the others, with a pale marking on its abdomen like a skull, and it trailed silk that was dark purple and smoking. Netherworld Spider King. Black iron 7th tier. Skill. Venom attack. Contact is fatal. I stood very still and did an inventory of my own stupidity. Black iron 5th and above. Hunting in groups. That was the description of the inner area, and I had run through the redwood belt at full sprint without looking up 12 minutes ago in a straight line away from a snake. I wasn't at the boundary. I was well past it in the part Coach Joe had specifically said not to enter, and no flare on earth was going to bring anybody 5 minutes into that. Crimson, I said, I'm sorry, I need you again. It came out with its fins already up, which I have never forgotten. Here's what I learned in the next 10 minutes, and I've used it in every fight since. 20 spiders is not one fight with 20 enemies. It is 20 fights, and you get to choose the order. Cage, around us, wall, not trap. The flame went up in a ring at arm's length, and the first wave hit it and bounced, and the silk that touched it went up like cheap thread. Branches first, the 3 on the left. Because the ones on the ground could only come at us in a line, and the ones above could come at us from anywhere, so the ones above stopped existing first. 3 short bursts, 3 falls. Then the ground ones, 4 at a time, and here's the part I'm proud of. I told it to keep the temperature down. Not full power. Cook them. Don't cremate them. I want the cores. And my fish, which is smarter than several people I have met, adjusted the output on the fly, and every spider that came at us afterwards dropped whole and intact with a beast core still sitting in its chest. 10 minutes. 17 bodies. My fish had used more power that morning than in its entire life to date, and it was still floating steady because 2 meters of black iron 6th tier with 4 skills is a genuinely different animal from the 1 meter thing that had been massaging my shoulders 48 hours earlier. The Spider King and 2 survivors broke off and went into the trees, and I did the thing you are not supposed to do. I chased them. I'd like to say it was tactical. It was not. It was that a 7th tier dark attribute beast core is worth dozens of dark spirit stones on the open market, and dark spirit stones were the one thing in the world I could not buy, and there was a girl at home with a rabbit that would sleep at black iron forever without them. I followed the silk trail 400 meters to a curtain of vines, and behind the vines there was a cave, and the floor of it was bones, not a nest, a larder, centuries of one. I got 8 steps in before 3 of them dropped on me at once from the ceiling. I did the only thing there was time for, which was to pull a healing potion out of my ring and throw it into the incoming silk, and the glass burst and the liquid hit the strands, and the strands went slack and dropped, and that is a 200,000 credit way to dodge, and it worked. Crimson fired bloodline suppression without being told for the 2nd time that day. All 3 went rigid mid-air. Then it burned them. The Spider King came out of the dark at the back with its fangs open and venom on them, and my fish met it head-on and killed it in one pass, and I stood in a bone cave with my ears ringing, thinking about how 6 weeks ago the most dangerous thing in my life had been a bicycle. Then I found what the king had been sitting on. Spirit stones. Not a handful. A slope of them, going back into the dark, sorted by nothing, glittering in 7 colors. I want to explain where they came from, because it matters. A beast like that hunts for centuries in one territory. Everything it kills leaves a residue of its element behind, and in a place with dense spiritual energy that residue condenses. The king had not collected treasure, it had simply never cleaned its house. I counted for 20 minutes with my hands shaking. Roughly 5,000 fire, roughly 4,800 water, 3,000 earth, 2,500 wood, 800 thunder, 600 wind, and 1,200 dark. I sat down on a pile of bones in the dark and put my hands over my face. 1,200 dark attribute spirit stones, in a city where the association keeps 4 in a display case with a light on them. Enough to take a black iron 1st tier rabbit all the way to bronze. Enough maybe to start waking up the thing that eats attributes and keeps them. Nearly 20,000 stones in that cave in total. Plus the Spider King's core, pigeon egg sized, worth 50 or 60 dark stones on its own, plus the ice core out of the snake. Crimson dived headfirst into the fire pile like a dog into a snowdrift and ate about a dozen before I got a hand on its tail. No, not yet. That is not a snack, that is a strategy. Because here was the plan, and it was a good one. Feed it fire until it hit black iron 8th, then give it the spirit gathering flower. 1 to 2 small realms, instantly. 8th plus 2 lands you in bronze. At 16, with a beast at bronze, in a class where the top student was black iron 8th. Then I looked at the cave mouth, where the light was going orange, and remembered that I was several dozen kilometers inside an area where everything was stronger than me, and that it was going to be dark in about an hour. I did not fire the flare. I want to explain that decision because it was the correct one and it did not feel like it. A flare in the outer perimeter is a rescue signal. A flare in the core area is an advertisement. It goes up, it burns bright, and the only things close enough to reach it are the things I was hiding from. So I pulled the vine curtain back across, put Crimson in the space to recover, sat down with my back to the stone, and did not sleep. I've had worse nights since. I hadn't then. About 2 hours after full dark, something enormous and something else enormous met each other about 60 meters from the cave and disagreed. It went on for 11 minutes. I could hear a bear type roaring and the sound of a very large snake and the specific noise of trees being used as weapons. Around midnight, something with wings came down the slope following the blood trail from the fight and walked past the cave mouth, and I got a look at one leg of it. Black iron 9th tier. Later, I don't know when, I'd stopped tracking time. A shadow crossed the vines and blocked out the entire opening. Everything, wall to wall. I did not look up at it. I sat with my hand over my own mouth like a child and read what my talent told me about it, and my talent said silver rank, and I stopped reading. They all went past. Every single one of them went past, and the reason they went past was that the whole cave still stank of Netherworld Spider King, and every creature in that forest had spent its life learning to leave that smell alone. I was saved all night by the corpse of the thing I had killed. Dawn came up gray through the vines, and I was still sitting in exactly the same position, and my legs had stopped being legs. I pushed the vines aside, and out on the horizon, a long way out, a very long way, 3 signal flares were hanging in the sky. I looked at them for a while. I ran that far? Getting out took most of the morning, and I did it slowly, checking every gap before I crossed it, which is why I was crouched in a bush when the ground started shaking. Crimson had come out on its own a minute earlier to scout. Now it stopped dead in the air, and every flame on it went flat, and it reversed straight back into my chest without asking permission. That had never happened. Not with the snake, not with the Spider King. The thing that came through the trees was 20 meters tall, which is taller than the block of flats I grew up in. Silver blue scales with thunder patterns burned into them. A single spiral horn wrapped in purple lightning. Cloven feet that left craters. Its tail ended in a ball of raw electricity that lit the undersides of the leaves as it passed. Thunder Killin' Beast, Diamond Rank, 6th tier, Falling Star Aptitude. 6 skills, 2 of them Transcendent Grade. Diamond. Our principal, the strongest man in City C, the man who spends 1,000,000 credits on a pen, was Amethyst. This was 2 full ranks above him. Walking through a forest 40 kilometers from a school, and standing on top of its head, barefoot, was a girl, 17 or 18, white dress. Waist-length hair in the palest purple I have ever seen, with small threads of lightning moving through it in a lazy way, like weather. She was riding a diamond rank vicious beast the way you'd ride a bus. I read her, because I always do, and I have never been so sorry to get an answer. The screen did not say human. Spirit demon 9-tailed fox. Royal bloodline. 5 elements. Amethyst, 9th tier, legendary aptitude, 9 skills. I'll give you 4 of them, and you can extrapolate. 1,000 faces charm, legendary grade, mind control, 100% effective on anything below amethyst rank. 1,000 illusions technique, legendary grade, perfect transformation into any creature it has seen, including humans, matching aura and power. Only a true eye talent can see through it. 9-tailed guardian, blocks any attack below diamond rank, reflects 30%. Memory reading, touch the forehead, read the last 24 hours. Note, intelligence equal to or exceeding an adult human. Her royal bloodline can command 10,000 demons. The girl on the head of the diamond rank monster was not a girl and was not the monster's rider. She was the stronger of the 2. And I understood, sitting in that bush with my hand still on a leaf, that everything I had been proud of for the last 3 days, the fish, the cage, the snake, the cave full of stones, was a child's arithmetic. There was a scale above mine that I had not known existed until it walked past me. Then she turned her head and looked directly at my bush. Our eyes met. And something went into my head. I don't have a better way to say it. It was cold, and it was thin, and it moved like a needle, and it went behind my eyes and started to look at things, and I could not have stopped it any more than I could have stopped weather. I stopped breathing. I genuinely believe my heart paused, and then she looked away. Not startled, not merciful, exactly. She looked away the way you look away from a beetle on a wall. She reached down and patted the Qeelin's horn, twice, and it turned and carried her deeper into the forest, and the ground shook, and then it didn't. I sat in that bush for a full minute. Why didn't she kill me? That question stayed with me a long time. Longer than it should have. I would find out the answer eventually, and I would not enjoy it. Coach Joe was on the earth-profound turtle at the rally point, and when I came out of the trees, he stood up so fast he nearly went off the shell. Zheng Wei? Coach, you're alive? Which, as a greeting, tells you what the last 18 hours had been like on their end. He came down and looked me over, and I watched his eyes stop, and I knew exactly what he was reading, because it was written all over my fish. Black iron 6th tier. It was 3rd the day before yesterday. I had my answer ready. I found a spirit gathering flower near the boundary. The snake that was guarding it came after me, so I fed the flower to Crimson on the run. It was that, or die. He accepted it instantly, because it was almost true, and because it was the only explanation that fit, and because the alternative, that a fish had eaten a small fortune in firestones and jumped 3 tiers on its own, was not a thing that happens. Then you were lucky and you were quick, he said. You were also stupid. You crossed the belt. Yes. Don't do it again. He rubbed his face. You're not the worst news I've had since yesterday. The advanced class had been hit in the night. Something had come through their camp perimeter. A perimeter designed and maintained by a silver rank instructor, and taken it apart with one strike. Coach Joe's words, beyond gold, possibly amethyst, and a student was missing. Han Lan, he said, advanced class, Su family. I didn't know the name, I said so. He gave me a look. The Su family is the #1 family in City C, not the second, the first, and that girl is the daughter of the head of it. Then he asked me if I'd seen anything, and I told him about the Thunder Qeelin, height, scale color, the horn, the lightning tail, every detail I could give him. I did not mention the girl standing on its head. I have thought about that choice more than almost any other I made that year. Here is my honest reasoning at the time. I had looked into that thing's eyes, and it had gone into my mind and chosen, for its own reasons, to let me walk away. If I said the words nine-tailed fox out loud, and it heard about it, and something with 9 legendary skills and mind control hears about things, that mercy would be reviewed. So I described a monster and left out the passenger. Coach Joe fired a flare, a different color from the others, and 4 minutes later something came out of the sky. 20 meters of wingspan, feathers like carved ice with wind and thunder patterns running gold along the leading edges. It landed without making a sound, which for something that size is genuinely upsetting. Wind Spirit Divine Eagle, Amethyst 3rd tier, Amethyst Peak Aptitude, 5 skills. The man who stepped off it wore a moon-white silk robe with a jade belt set with blue crystals, and he looked at all of us the way you look at ants on a path, not with contempt exactly, with the total absence of interest that is worse than contempt. He did not introduce himself. He said 4 words. Have you seen my daughter? Coach Joe, a silver rank instructor with 15 years of service, answered him like a junior clerk. I told my piece about the Qeelin. The man listened, took one detail from it, pointed a finger at a direction, and was gone. The eagle's downdraft flattened the grass. Coach Joe watched the sky for a while. The powerful are all like that, he said, and there was something old and tired in it. To them, we're not people, we're scenery. I looked at where the eagle had been. Amethyst rank, I said. Sooner or later I'll get there too. He laughed and clapped my shoulder hard enough to hurt, and I don't think he believed a word of it, and I don't blame him. The camp reacted to my arrival the way a room reacts to a ghost. Isn't that Zheng Wei? Didn't they say he died in the core area? He went past the redwood belt. Nobody comes back from. I stopped listening because a water bottle hit the ground and my sister came across that clearing like a thrown object and hit me hard enough to knock the wind out of me. She had grass on her sleeves and dirt on her knees and dark rings under her eyes, and she had been out with a torch all night with 2 teachers physically preventing her from going into the trees. She didn't say anything for a while. She just held on and shook. I told you to protect yourself first, I said. I did, she said into my shirt, furious. I ran exactly like you said, and then I came back and you were gone and nobody would go in and they said, I know. They said you were dead. I know, I'm sorry. Zhang Qiang and Zheng Na were standing a little way off and they both looked like they hadn't slept either. Zhang Qiang had a scrape down one arm. Zheng Na's sparrow was sitting on her shoulder with one wing held wrong. They had searched too, all night, for a boy they had known for 6 hours. I put 50 Earth Attribute Spirit Stones in Zhang Qiang's hands and 50 Wind Attribute in Zheng Na's. Both of them recoiled like I'd handed them a snake. We can't. That's 100,000 credits. I can't possibly. It's not for the search, I said. It's for looking after my sister while I was gone. Consider it a thank you from an older brother. I closed Zhangqiang's fingers over his. And if you don't take it, don't ask to team up with me again. They took it. I want to note something about that, because I've thought about it since. I had 20,000 spirit stones in a ring on my finger. 100 of them was nothing. It was a rounding error on a rounding error. But it was the first time in either of my lives that I had been able to make somebody's month better by opening my hand, and I would be lying if I said it didn't feel enormous. We had about an hour before the buses. I got about 50 minutes of it. Zhang Yun. He came across the clearing on a crutch, with one leg wrapped from ankle to thigh and his ribs strapped and his face the gray of week-old porridge. And honestly, credit where it's due, it must have hurt a great deal to shout that loudly. You did this to me! Ye Tian's crutch came up and pointed. If you hadn't lured that snake toward us, I'd never have been hurt. The whole camp turned to watch because of course it did. You blocked my path, I said. I told you to move. You attacked me instead. Everything after that is yours. You. Enough, cousin. A different voice, and a very different person. He walked out of the crowd in black, with silver bracers on both forearms, and he moved like somebody who has done a lot of real fighting rather than a lot of expensive training. Intermediate class, older than us by a couple of years. Ye Xuan. He didn't shout. That was the thing about him. Ye Tian shouted. Ye Xuan just talked, and it was much worse. My cousin has lost the use of one leg, he said conversationally. The doctors say it will heal. They also say it will never be quite right again. So here is how we settle it. He looked at me. You will give me one of yours. Then we're even, and I'll consider the matter closed. I heard my sister's breath stop. Alternatively, he said, you can kneel down, kowtow 3 times, and hand over that fish. I'm told it's quite something. I'd take good care of it. Ah, there it was. The leg was theater. He wanted my beast, and he'd built an entire moral framework in order to ask for it politely. I looked around that clearing. 30-odd students, and every single one of them was studying the ground with tremendous concentration. Because the Xiao family runs City C, not the top of it, the Su family has that, but the whole practical middle of it, the licenses and the contracts and the jobs your parents have. 2 people spoke. That's not fair, said Zhang Qiang in his gravel voice going red. Ye Tian ambushed him, everyone knows it. He fought a black iron 7th tier alone so we could run, said Zheng Na. He gave us time. That's the only reason I'm standing here. 2 out of 30. I've never forgotten which 2. How touching, said Ye Xuan. Earth-splitting lizard. The thing that appeared was 3 meters of gray-brown muscle with a ridged back and claws designed for going through stone. Black iron, 6th tier, same tier as mine, which is why he was so relaxed. Same tier, 2 years more experience, intermediate class against a newcomer. On paper, it was over. Crimson. My fish came out and the whole clearing made a noise, because the last time most of them had seen it, it had been 1 meter of ornamental goldfish, and it was now 2 meters of crimson and gold with horns. Earth spike assault. The lizard came in low and fast with the ground splitting under its claws. And Crimson didn't dodge, and didn't cage it, and didn't use a single skill. It turned in the air, brought its tail around, and hit the lizard across the side of the head like a man swatting a fly with a plank. 3 meters of black iron 6th tier earth-splitting lizard left the ground, traveled about 10 meters sideways, and landed in a heap. Total silence. That was a basic attack, somebody whispered. It didn't use a skill. That was just its tail. Ye Xuan's face did something complicated. Get up. Rock shield. Collision. The lizard hauled itself upright, and gray stone plates flowed up over its back and flanks until it looked like a walking wall, and then it charged, and the ground genuinely shook. And I read it because I always do, and the screen told me what I already suspected. Rock shield. Covers dorsal and lateral surfaces. Ventral scales remain uncovered. Post-collision recovery. Approximately 1 second. Belly, I said. Let it commit. Then flame breath. Crimson slid sideways at the last instant, so close the shield edge went past its nose. The lizard hit nothing at full speed, planted, and for 1 full second could not do anything at all. The fire went in underneath, the armor plates came apart, the lizard went down and did not get up, and the smell of hot stone hung over that clearing for a long time. I turned around and looked at Ye Xuan. You wanted one of my legs, I said. Crimson and I are available, anytime you like. He backed up a step before he could stop himself, and his eyes did that flicker people's eyes do when they are urgently recalculating a person's value. This isn't over, he said, and left, and had to help his cousin off the field, which was the part I enjoyed, and then the entire clearing changed sides at once. Zheng Wei, that was incredible. Brother Zheng, we should team up next time. I always said you were being treated unfairly. My sister planted herself in front of them, with her hands on her hips, all 4.5 feet of her, absolutely blazing. Where were you 2 minutes ago? When he wanted my brother's leg, you all looked at your shoes. Have you no shame at all? They dispersed, rapidly. She turned around, still furious, and found me grinning at her, and got angrier. What? Nothing, I said. Come on. We're going to the mall. The woman who runs the high-value counter at the beast taming mall is called Xiao Ning. Teal suit, 10 years on the job, and a way of not looking up from her paperwork that I came to find genuinely impressive. Little brother, she said, still writing. Small transactions are on the 3rd floor. This counter handles amounts over 1 million. That's fine, I said. 3,040 earth attribute spirit stones, 2,560 wood, 812 thunder, 604 wind. Her pen stopped, then dragged, and put a large blue blot in the middle of a form she'd been halfway through. She looked up. Say that again. I said it again. She had me repeat the thunder figure twice. 2 minutes later, I was in a VIP parlor with a cup of tea I did not want, and she was standing over a tablet doing sums out loud, and I let her get most of the way through before I mentioned the rest. There's also 15 nether spiders at Black Iron 5th tier, 2 at 6th, 1 Netherworld Spider King at 7th, intact with the core still in it. And a Black Iron 7th tier Icefield Snake, the body's damaged, but the ice core came out clean. The sofa she stood up from slid half a meter backwards across the parlor floor. We went down to the warehouse, which is roughly 2 basketball courts of climate-controlled concrete, and I emptied the ring, and Xiao Ning walked around the pile for 11 minutes muttering to herself about the condition of the carapace and whether the silk glands were salvageable and who in the city could work Icefield snake scale. Then she read me the settlement. Corpses, 2,600,000. Cores, 3,350,000. Spirit stones, 9,070,000. She looked up. 15,020,000 federal credits. I want to sit with that number for a second, because I think it's important that you understand what it meant, rather than just how big it is. My mother earns $5,000 a month. She has earned $5,000 a month for as long as I have been alive in this body. The card she pushed across the dinner table 4 days earlier, the one that represented 11 years of not buying things, had 20,000 on it. 15 million. I had walked into a forest with a school lunch and walked out with my mother's entire working life, 300 times over. Xiao Ning slid a black card across the table. Supreme VIP, 5% premium on everything you sell us. First call on rare stock before it hits the floor, and my private number. Use it. A pause. Little brother, may I ask which family you're from? No family. Qingquan No. 1 Middle School. She smiled the way people smile when they've decided you're lying and have chosen to be gracious about it. I took 5,020,000 in cash and left the rest on the card, and then I did something I recommend to anybody who suddenly comes into money. I went and walked around the shop with my eyes open. 2nd floor. The good stuff. Salesman in white gloves. Young master, look here. Silver rank Qi condensation grass, cultivated in the association's own greenhouse. 880,000. My screen said, Qi condensation grass. Black Iron 3rd tier. Purity 65%. Actual effect, approximately 5% improvement to breakthrough success rate. Note, prolonged use causes spiritual disorder. 880,000 credits for a plant that gives you 5% and a headache disorder. I went down the whole floor like that. A 1,000-year spirit fruit that was 4 years old. A gold-grade beast core that was bronze with a polish on it. A meditation cushion that did nothing whatsoever, priced at 200,000, sold by a man describing its effect on the meridians with real passion. Almost the entire 2nd floor of the most prestigious shop in City C was either junk or a tax on not knowing better, and I stood there in front of a case of fraudulent herbs and felt something click over in my head, which was this. My talent is not a weapon. My talent is a market. Everybody else in this world buys blind. Every single person. The principal owns a 1 million credit appraisal pen that tells him a race, an aptitude, and a skill list, and that pen had looked straight at my fish and returned an error message. I see everything, every time, for free. Which meant the place I needed to be was not the shop where the prices are correct. I heard about it in the stairwell from 2 men going down while I was going up. Swear on my mother. Old Wang bought a rock at the West City Market for 2,000, and it was a gold rank beast core with sediment on it, sold it the same afternoon for 400,000. And last month somebody paid 80,000 for a painted brick. Well, yes. The West City Peddler Market runs down 4 blocks of cracked pavement behind the freight depot, and it smells like old blood and fried food. Tarps on the ground, beast bones in heaps, pelts still wet, men shouting prices at anyone who slows down. For a man with the world's best appraiser behind his eyes, it was a supermarket. I walked it for 2 hours with my hands in my pockets, and I did not buy a single thing for the first 90 minutes, and here's a sample of what I passed. A tray of dark spirit stones, 40,000 each, which were river pebbles under a coat of matte dye. A bundle of 1,000-year ginseng king, which was a dried weed with the root carved into a more expensive shape. A bronze rank beast egg that was a stone. 3 separate stalls selling the same fake talisman with the same misspelling on it. And then, at the shabby end, a man asleep in a folding chair behind a wooden box of assorted spirit stones. Mixed attributes, mixed grades, the sort of tray you get when somebody clears out a dead relative's storage. There was a crystal near the bottom of it. Devouring Spirit Crystal. Contains a fragment of the space-devouring law. Suitable beast, sky-devouring rabbit lineage. Effect, awakens and amplifies the devour ability. Note, combined with Moon Soul Divine Marrow, enables evolution into the sky-devouring god rabbit. I looked at it for a while, then I looked at the man in the chair, who woke up, sized me up as a schoolboy with pocket money, and immediately doubled his prices. 2,000 a stone, little brother. Best quality in the market. Ordinary spirit stones are 1,000. He was charging me double and lying about the grade, and I want to be honest about my emotional state here. I nearly laughed. That's expensive. That's the price. 1,500. 2,000. We went around 3 or 4 times and I let him win because I am not an idiot and a man who wins a haggle stops looking at what you're buying. Fine, 2,000, I'll take 10. I picked through the tray at random, slowly with a bored face. 4 of these, that gray one, this one, the crystal. 3 more, 20,000 credits. He counted the money twice, then leaned back in his chair as I walked off and I heard him say, to nobody, in the delighted voice of a man who has just made his week, kids these days, no idea what anything's worth. I made it 4 stalls before I had to stop and get my face under control. Then, at the very end of the market, on a rag laid out on the pavement, there was an old woman knitting. There was almost nothing on the rag, a cracked ceramic bowl, 2 buttons, a rusted knife, and a palm-sized bronze box gone green with age, and my talent, unprompted, put a line at the top of the screen that it had never put there before. Associated beast, fire dragonfish. I crouched down. May I? Open it, open it. It's an old thing. Inside, on a bed of dark red velvet, lay a skeleton about half a foot long. It was the color of golden glaze, and the surface of it was patterned with fine overlapping scale marks, and even sitting in a box on a pavement, it made the air above it shimmer very slightly. Skeleton of the golden-scaled python dragon. Diamond rank. Energy exceptionally well preserved. One of the 3 core materials required for the first evolution of the fire dragonfish. 3 materials. I now had one. How much? She didn't look up from her knitting. Family's having some difficulties. It's an old thing that's been in the house forever. 10,000? 10,000. Loose fragments of gold rank beast bone. Gold, 2 full ranks below this, go for around 1 million on the open market. And this was not a fragment. It was intact, and it was diamond, and it was the specific bone required by the specific creature living in my chest. I have been asked since whether I felt bad about that transaction. The honest answer is that I thought about it for approximately 2 seconds and then I paid her and I have made my peace with it, and the reason is this: if I had told that old woman what was in her box, she would not have gotten 1 million credits for it. She would have gotten a visit. In this world, the moment a poor person is publicly known to be holding something a powerful family wants, the negotiation stops being a negotiation. The kindest thing I could do was buy it quickly and quietly and leave. So I paid her 10,000, and then, because I could, I bought the cracked bowl and the 2 buttons and the rusted knife for another 2,000, which made her laugh at me. I pulled my sleeve over the mouth of the box before I stood up so the energy wouldn't leak, and I walked out of that market without looking back. 2 to go. Dragon blood Bodhi, which grows on dragon blood trees near volcanoes. Heart of molten fire, which forms in deep sea volcanic lava. I had no idea where to find either, but that's a much better problem than not knowing what to look for. Minger was doing homework at the kitchen table when I put a black cloth bag down next to her exercise book. What's this? Open it. She opened it, and then she stopped moving entirely, and then she made a sound I have not heard her make before or since. 1,200 dark attribute spirit stones make a surprisingly large pile on a kitchen table, 20-odd nether spider cores on top of that. Brother, how much money is this? It's not money. It's about half a year of your rabbit's food. There aren't any dark stones in the whole city. The association only has 4, and they're in a case. Then don't tell anyone where these came from. She was already crying and trying to push the bag back at me, and I pushed it back at her, and then I put the crystal on the table on top of the pile. She went silent. She picked it up with both hands like it was a bird's egg. Brother, is this the devouring spirit crystal? From the books? The one in the beast compendium that they say hasn't been seen in 100 years? It might be. Brother, you even found this? Listen to me. I sat down opposite her, because this part mattered. You are not going to use it yet. But the crystal awakens the devour ability. That's step 1. But the evolution it unlocks needs a second material called Moon Soul Divine Marrow, and I don't have it, and I don't know where it is. I tapped the table. And more importantly, shadow is black iron first tier. Its foundation is paper. If you force an evolution on a foundation like that, it doesn't just fail, it burns out the beast. Permanently. She put the crystal down very carefully, as if it might have opinions. So what do? You feed it dark stones. Every day. You get it to second order peak, properly, slowly. And by the time it's ready, I'll have the marrow. How? I'll buy it, I said, which was the truest thing I'd said all day, and also completely absurd, and both of us knew it. That night I fed my fish 1,500 spirit stones. I need you to picture this correctly. 1,500 spirit stones is a mound about half my height. I poured them out onto the bedroom floor in a heap, and crimson hung above them for 1 second in something like religious silence. Then it inhaled. It didn't eat them. It didn't pick them up. It opened its mouth and the entire pile went up off the carpet in a spiral and disappeared like water down a drain, and the whole thing took under a minute, and afterward there was a small scorch mark on the floorboards and my fish was floating on its back with its fins folded on its stomach. 1.5 million credits, one sitting. It woke up at black iron 8th tier, peak. 2.5 meters. The horns had grown. The scales had that dull, deep look that metal gets after it's been worked 1,000 times, and it immediately slapped its belly at me and pointed into its mouth. There is no more, I said. There is a limit. Somewhere. There has to be. There was not. The principal called me in the next morning, and I decided on the walk over to stop hiding the small things, because hiding small things is how you end up unable to explain the big ones. Black iron 6th tier now, sir. Shulong looked at me over his desk for a long moment. Here is what I expected. An interrogation. Where did you get the resources? What exactly did you find in the forest? Who else knows? Here is what I got. He said. The school values results, not accounting. And he pushed a jade case across the desk. Another 300 fire spirit stones. My personal ones, not the school's. Don't tell the finance office. I have thought a lot about Shulong. He was, by every measure I could see, the most powerful man in that city outside the Su family. He had a beast that had evolved once. He had spent 1 million credits on a pen. And twice now he had taken his own resources and handed them to a boy who had been declared talentless in his own school hall and asked for nothing and told him to be discreet. There's something else, he said, and this is why I called you in. He steepled his fingers. Next month, the Beast Tamer Academy releases its intake quotas. City C is getting approximately 10. 10 students? 10 spots. For the entire city. I did the arithmetic on my face, apparently, because he nodded. Yes, every school, every family, every private tutor. 10. What do I need? 2 things, and you have about a month for both. Your beast at black iron 8th tier or above, and a place in the advanced class. He watched me. Right now, you are a rookie class student 4 days out of a normal classroom. Do you understand what I'm telling you? You're telling me it's impossible. I'm telling you it's the door. He leaned forward. Zheng Wei, let me explain what's behind it. The academy has resources you cannot presently imagine, not more of what the school gives you, a different category of thing. Meteor rank beast tamers teaching in person. Secret techniques that aren't written down anywhere you could buy, and when you come out the other side, you don't get a job, you get chosen. Military elite units, the financial groups, secret realm expeditions. And without it, he said, you are a very talented young man in a border city, and in 20 years, you will be a very talented middle-aged man in a border city. I went home and took out the spirit-gathering flower. 6 white petals, gold veins, pale blue bell. 1 million credits, or 1 to 2 small realms, instantly. Crimson looked at it, and then at me, and did not slap its belly. It went still, which it does when something is serious. Eat it. The realms went past like floors in a lift. 9th tier early, 9th tier middle, 9th tier late, 9th tier peak, and then it hit the wall. I need to describe this properly because it was the first time I understood what a rank barrier actually is. It is not a difficulty, it is a wall, and it is made out of the same stuff the world is made of, and when my fish threw everything it had at that wall, the energy did not go through. It came back. All of it straight back down into its own body, and my beast taming space went into something close to doomsday. The lake boiled, actually boiled, the whole surface of it, steam rolling off in sheets. Bands of red and blue light came off the fish and flew apart and crashed into the mountainsides. The sky in there, which had been blue since the day it appeared, went the color of a bruise. It hit the wall again, and again, and again, and on the 4th strike, something in there made a sound. It was not a fish noise. It was long and low, and it came from underneath, and it sounded old, the kind of old that has nothing to do with the animal making it. Somewhere in the ancestry of the thing living in my chest, something had once had a voice like that, and for about 2 seconds, it borrowed it back. The wall cracked. Bronze. 1st tier. In the real world, the feedback came up the contract and out of my body, and it blew every loose paper off my desk and made the window glass buzz in its frame. In the living room, my sister froze with a spoon in her hand, and Shadow went under the sofa so fast that the only thing left visible was a shivering tail. I sat there with my hands on my knees and my heart going like a hammer. Bronze rank. 9 days after a teacher wrote no talent in a notebook and moved on to the next student. I looked into the space. Crimson was 4 meters long now. The armor scales had gone dark gold with black patterning. The horns were 15 centimeters and ruby-colored, and there was something moving slowly inside them that looked like lava. It did not look like a fish anymore. It looked like the first draft of something else. And it had a new skill. Dragon Flame Burst Kill. Extraordinary grade. Compresses dragon flame to the point of detonation. Carries a trace of dragon might. Extraordinary grade. My fish now had a rare, an extraordinary, another extraordinary, a passive that only 2 beasts in Coach Joe's entire career had ever displayed, and a water control art it had grown on its own in an egg. So naturally, I decided to tell absolutely nobody. I want to walk through that decision, because it was the single most important call I made that month. Yesterday, I sat in the principal's office and told a man I respect that my beast was Black Iron 6th tier. Today it's bronze. That is not a story about a promising student. That is a story that ends with somebody from the Capitol politely asking whether they might run some tests, and a very nice room with no handle on the inside of the door. There is no version of me that survives being interesting to the wrong people. I am 16, I have no family behind me, and my entire advantage is a thing I cannot prove I have and could not stop them taking. So, nobody sees bronze, not the principal, not Coach Joe, not my sister, which created a practical problem because a new rank with a new skill is a machine you have not driven yet, and I was not going to find out what Dragon Flame Burst Kill does in the middle of a tournament in front of a city. I needed somewhere with no witnesses and real danger. I needed the Misty Forest, and there was a second thing which had been nagging me since the cliff. My fish is a siege engine. It is also, after every large meal, unconscious for 1 to 3 days. When the Icefield snake came up that cliff, the most powerful creature I owned was asleep, and I survived that by running through trees, which is not a strategy, it's a coin toss. I needed a second beast. Not a heavier one, a faster one, something that flies, sees, and gets me out. So I went back into the forest to hunt for one, and the forest, which had spent our last meeting trying to kill me, now behaved like a buffet with a broken door. Black Iron 7th and 8th tier beasts came at me in the first hour, a pack of hyena things, a python that dropped out of the canopy, an eagle with claws like grappling hooks. 2 weeks earlier, any one of them would have been the worst day of my life. My fish killed 5 or 6 of them without using a single skill. Tail sweep, one casual flame breath at about 1/10 of output for the eagle because it was above us and swatting was awkward. This is embarrassing, I said. These don't even count as a warm-up. I went deeper. The thing that finally made me stop was 3 meters tall and looked like somebody had built an ape out of quarry stone. Giant strength demon ape. Bronze 2nd tier. Silver aptitude. With a skill called rock skin that put a rippling earth yellow shell over its whole body. It saw us. It planted itself. It deliberately did not dodge. It wanted to take the hit on the shield and then close in. Flame breath. The shield came apart like wet paper, and the ape went down and did not get up, and I had about 4 seconds to feel good about it. Then something roared behind the ridge, and the tone of that roar was different, and my fish turned toward it with its fins locked. The second ape was twice the size of the first. Its fur was metallic and lay flat like plate, and its lower fangs came up past its cheekbones and looked machined. Giant strength demon ape. Bronze 4th tier. Low gold aptitude. Skills. Berserk thumping. Enhanced. Diamond body. Earth tremor. Status, enraged, bloodline boiling, hatred locked. Ah, you hit the young one, and the old one comes over the hill. I'll be honest, my first instinct was to leave. Bronze 4th against Bronze 1st is a 3-tier gap, and the thing had a defensive skill called Diamond Body, which is not a name you give a mediocre skill. Then I thought, this is exactly what I came out here for. No witnesses, real stakes, a machine I've never driven. All right, I said, show me the new one. Flame breath went in first, at full power, and the ape walked through it. Not shrugged it off, walked through it with its arms up over its face, and came out the other side smoking and entirely undeterred, and hit the ground where we'd been standing hard enough that I felt it come up through my boots 40 meters away. Cage. The fire chains went up around it, 10 meters of wall. It broke them in 2 breaths. I want to be clear about what that means. The fire domain cage had held a Black Iron 7th tier Icefield snake completely immobile until it cooked. This thing put its shoulder into the wall and the wall stopped existing. Real combat power somewhere around Bronze 5th or 6th I estimated, in the half second I had for estimating. Again, pin it, just for a moment. The chains recast around its arms and legs, and it started tearing them apart immediately, and while it did that, my fish opened its mouth and began to condense something. The clearing changed. Air went toward that point instead of away from it. The light actually bent visibly the way it does over hot tarmac, but pulling inward. What formed in Crimson's mouth was about the size of a fist, and it was dark red, and it did not glow so much as fail to let anything else glow near it, and the ape stopped fighting the chains. I have described this beast as enraged, bloodline boiling, hatred locked. That was the screen's language, and it was accurate. This was a creature that had come over a ridge to kill the thing that killed its young. It looked at the sphere and it howled, and the note of it changed completely, from fury into something much older and much simpler. Its instincts had overruled its rage. Whatever that thing was, some part of the ape's blood recognized it and started screaming. The sphere crossed the clearing without making any sound at all. Then the world went white. I got my arm up in front of my face and was still knocked backward. The blast came out in a ring and flattened everything inside 40 meters, not knocked over, flattened. Trees reduced to splinters, and splinters reduced to dust. Heat came off it in a wave that dried my eyes. When I could see again, there was a crater and a column of smoke standing over the ridge in a shape I recognized from history books in a world nobody here has ever heard of. The ape was mostly gone. I sat down on a rock because my legs wanted me to. A bronze first-tier beast had just deleted a bronze fourth-tier defensive specialist with one attack. Okay, I said. We do not use that one in front of people. Crimson drifted over and slapped its belly twice, extremely pleased with itself. I was still collecting the tusks and the core out of the crater edge when I heard the birds. Two of them circling low over the tree line about 100 meters off, making a sound I did not like at all. Not hunting calls. Something with a rhythm to it, over and over, dropping and rising and dropping. Black iron 9th tier, both of them. Serious beasts. Either one would have been a hard fight a week ago. They were circling a patch of scorched ground at the blast edge. There was a chick in it. It was tiny, small enough to sit in two cupped hands, with greenish gold down and one wing bent the wrong way, and it was making no noise at all, which is worse than screaming. Wind, thunder, cloud, sparrow. Wind and thunder attributes. Black iron 5th tier. Aptitude, amethyst rank, peak. Skills, wind rush, thunder claw, wind and thunder body protection. Status, critically injured, innate origin damaged, evolves 3 times. First, to storm thunder sparrow, diamond rank peak. Second, to wind thunder heavenly sparrow, radiant sun peak. Third, to the 9 heavens wind thunder emperor, legendary peak. Hint, this individual carries a trace of the ancient wind thunder divine Peng bloodline. Given a divine rank baptism, an innate wind source and a chaos thunder seed, it may return to its ancestors as the Chaos Wind and Thunder Divine Rock, a mythical rank existence whose single wing beat tears the galaxy. I read that last line 3 times, and then I understood what the sound the parents were making was, because I had heard something like it once in my previous life, in a hospital corridor, from a family who had just been told. The chick had been caught in the edge of my blast. Its origin was damaged, which in this world means the thing that decides how far a beast can ever go has been broken, and a beast with a damaged origin does not recover on its own. It gets weaker. It takes weeks. And then it stops. I took one step toward it, and both parents came down out of the sky and landed between me and their child with their wings spread wide. Black iron 9th tier against bronze 1st tier with a diamond grade bloodline. They knew the numbers. They had watched me turn a bronze 4th tier ape into a crater 4 minutes earlier from the air with a clear view. They did it anyway. Crimson's fire clouds rolled forward, and I felt the intent come down the contract. One flame breath and both of them stop existing, and I put my hand up. No. I want to explain the reasoning, because it wasn't kindness, or it wasn't only kindness. I could have killed those 2 birds in about a second and a half. Then I could have picked up a dying chick and forced a contract on it because a dying beast will accept almost anything, and I would have had an amethyst peak beast with a mythical ceiling in my space before dinner. And then, one day, in a year, in 5 years, at the exact moment when everything depended on it, that beast would have learned what happened in that clearing. Beasts of that grade are not stupid. Crimson had learned bribery in a week. And on that day, the most powerful creature I owned would look at me and see the thing that killed its parents. Coach Joe was right about one thing, and it was the only thing he taught that I actually kept. Tamir and beast are one, not obedient. 1. You cannot get there by force, and the people who try spend their whole lives wondering why their beast fights at 80%. So I did not attack them. I had my fish cast the fire domain cage, but not around them, around all 4 of us at a wide radius, low and warm, a ring rather than a trap. It cut off the wind, it cut off the sight lines, it made a room. Then I crouched down, and I talked to 2 birds. Your child is dying, I said. You know that. You've known since the blast. They didn't attack. The male's wings stayed up. Its origin is damaged. There's nothing in this forest that fixes that. Nothing you can find, nothing you can steal, nothing you can carry it to. I opened my hands. I can save it. There's exactly one way, and you're not going to like it, and I'm going to say it plainly instead of tricking you. It has to become my partner. It has to leave with me. The male made a sound. If you say no, I'll walk away and I won't touch it. I'm telling you that so you know this isn't a threat. I looked at the small thing behind them, which had stopped moving quite so much. But if you say no, it dies today, and you'll sit with it while it does. I do not know exactly how much of that they understood. I know they understood enough. The female went first. Her wings came down. Then she lowered her head to the ground, and after a moment the male did the same, and the two of them lay in the ash in front of me and did not get up. I have contracted several beasts since. That is the only contract I have ever been ashamed to be good at. The bond took in about a second. The chick had nothing left to refuse with, and I put it straight into the space. 10 minutes. That is how long it took. 10 minutes in a place with a full ecological cycle and enough ambient spiritual energy to boil a lake, with a trait that removes negative statuses as a basic function of existing. It came out of my chest with its wings straight and its down gone from dull green to a bright greenish gold, with small arcs of electricity walking across its back, and it made a noise like a kettle and flew a fast crooked circle around my head twice before it saw its parents. I have watched two black iron 9th tier apex predators tumble around a clearing with a chick like a pair of idiots. It went on for some time. There was a great deal of grooming. Then the father came over to me. He hacked twice, with his whole body, the way a bird does when it's bringing something up, and dropped a feather into my hand. It was about the length of my forearm, and it moved through 7 colors depending on the angle, and holding it made the hair on my arm stand up. 7-colored immortal feather, amethyst rank, one of the core materials required for the first evolution of the wind thunder cloud sparrow. They'd been keeping it. 2 wild beasts in a forest, hoarding an amethyst rank treasure for years, for the day their child was ready to evolve, and now they were giving it to the stranger who had just taken the child away because he was the one who was going to need it. I did not trust my voice for a second. I'll bring it back, I said. To visit, regularly. That's a promise, and I keep those. Then I looked at the small thing sitting on my shoulder, digging its claws into my collarbone with total confidence. You need a name, it chirped. Stormflight, I said. It has been Stormflight ever since, all the way through everything that came after, and I have never once managed to make that name sound as impressive as the creature deserved. The parents did not do a long goodbye. They took off together and went up over the tree line and did not circle back, and I understood that too. I collected the ape's core and its tusks, and I found its lair on the way out, and in the lair, half buried under 2 centuries of bones, there was a skull the size of a wheelbarrow with the horns broken off. Skull of the earth-shaking bull. Damaged, amethyst rank material. I put it in the ring. Then I stood at the edge of the crater I'd made with a bird on my shoulder and a list in my head. Thunder Soul Crystal, Heart of Molten Fire, Dragon Blood Bodhi, Moon Soul Divine Marrow, and for the first time since I woke up in this body, the list felt less like a fantasy and more like a shopping trip I hadn't scheduled yet. I was 3 weeks in. I had 11 days until the advanced class assessment, a month until the academy quotas, a fish that ate 1.5 million credits at a sitting, and a bird whose grandmother could apparently tear a galaxy. What I did not have, and would not have for another 9 days, was any idea that somebody had been standing in the trees the whole time, watching me do all of it. I heard the fighting on the way out of the forest, about 4 kilometers from the road. 4 people in the gray and black of the City C Vicious Beast Defense Team, in a loose half-circle in a clearing, and every one of them was losing. The thing they were losing to was a rhinoceros the color of dead wood, about 4 meters at the shoulder, and I knew something was wrong with it before my talent said a single word, because of the way it was moving. It wasn't dodging. At all. One of the tamers had a beast putting real damage into its flank, and it was ignoring the wound entirely, the way you ignore a fly in another room. Purple wood rhinoceros, mutated, bronze 5th tier, status, deceased. I stopped walking. Deceased. It has no pain response, no fear response, and an extreme desire for destruction. Tip. High concentration of berserk potion residue detected. Weak mental control, rune fluctuation detected. This creature was made. The captain saw me at the tree line. She was the one bleeding. Kid, get out of here. Go back the way you came and don't stop. And I understood, from the way her squad closed up around her instead of retreating, what the plan was. They weren't going to beat it. They were going to hold it in that clearing and die there so a schoolboy could get to the road. Then it caught her with a shoulder and she went down, and it turned around to finish the job, and I had run out of time to be discreet. Crimson. 4 meters of dark gold armor came out of my chest and got its tail across the rhinoceros's head hard enough to turn the whole animal 90 degrees. Cage. Then finish it. The firewalls went up, and the sphere started condensing, and I remember one of the squad members saying, "What is that?" in a very quiet voice. The blast took the top off the clearing. When the smoke thinned, there was a crater where a bronze 5th-tier beast had been standing and a very large amount of silence. I want to note that this was, technically, the exact opposite of my entire strategy. I had decided 9 days earlier that nobody would ever see bronze. I have never regretted it. There's a difference between a plan and a rule, and any plan that requires you to stand in a tree line and watch 4 people get killed is not a plan, it's a character flaw with a schedule. The captain got up on one elbow and stared at the crater. What? Her name was Jo Zung. 3rd Squad, City Defense. Late 20s, a scar through one eyebrow, and she worked this out about 90 seconds later. A graduate of my school, 6 years ahead of me. You're from Qingquan? Rookie class. Well, core students. Rookie class. She looked at the crater again. Right. Her people were going over what was left of the rhinoceros, and one of them called her across, and I went with them, and that's where the day stopped being a good day. Captain, look at the tissue. The flesh had gone dry. Not burned. I know what my fish's work looks like. Withered, all through, like something had been pulled out of it and taken away. And the core's gone. Jo Zung crouched and was quiet for a long moment. Yuhai cult, she said. I'd never heard the name. I said so. She stood up and wiped her hands on her trousers and gave me the version you give a civilian, which was already worse than I wanted. The Yuhai cult is an evil cult, outlawed by the Beast Tamer Alliance in every province. Their people don't call themselves beast tamers. They call themselves beast controllers. There's a difference? There's the whole difference. She nodded at the crater. A tamer contracts a beast, consent, both ways, a bond. A controller uses mental techniques to invade a beast's divine sense and pollute its beast core. It destroys the consciousness inside and leaves the body. What's left obeys, feels nothing, fears nothing, and does not stop until it comes apart. And the corpse? They keep controlling them after death. Yes, that's their doctrine more or less. Everything can be controlled, even bones can be made into weapons. I looked at the withered flesh and thought about a rhinoceros that had stood there and let itself be cut open because the thing that would have made it flinch had already been scraped out. Why here? Because they don't breed their material, they take it. Jo Zung looked at me and then at the 2 beasts I'd just used, and I watched her decide whether to say the next part. She said it. They hunt beast tamers. Specifically, they hunt beast tamers who own high aptitude beasts. They kill the tamer, they take the beast, and they turn it into a puppet. And you think they're in the misty forest. I think this rhinoceros didn't walk here from another province. She scanned the tree line, slowly, once. Which means every move we just made may have been watched from the shadows. I did not tell her about the mushroom cloud I'd left 4 kilometers back. I did think about it, all the way home, and about the ape I'd erased, and the crater, and the 20 minutes I'd spent kneeling in the open, talking to 2 birds with my back to the trees. That night, I sold the day's work to Xiaoning, 5 bronze corpses, 3 first tier at 600,000 each, 1 second at 700, 1 third at 800, 2.9 million. Black iron corpses, 1.5 million. Cores, 7 million. 11,400,000. Then I put the bull skull on her desk. Xiaoning went very still and did not touch it, and asked me, carefully, in a completely different tone of voice, where it had come from. A lair. Little brother. She sat back. Do not sell this to us. You're the buyback counter. I am, and if you sell it to me, I will give you a fair price, and my company will make an unfair profit, and I would rather keep you than the margin. She tapped the desk. This goes to auction. Amethyst rank materials don't come through this city twice a year. Let them bid. It went for 12 million at the seasonal auction 6 weeks later, which is 50% more than her counter would have paid, and I have used Xiaoning for everything since. Before I left, I gave her a list. Standing order. Price is not a consideration. If any of these 4 comes through this city, or you hear of it coming through, you call me before you call anyone else. She took out a pen. Thunder Soul Crystal, Heart of Molten Fire, Dragon Blood Bodhi, Moon Soul Divine Marrow. Xiaoning wrote them down without her expression changing at all, which took real professional discipline, because those 4 items do not belong on one list. They aren't a shopping list. They're 4 separate legends from 4 different corners of the Federation, and a schoolboy had just recited them like a grocery order. May I ask what for? Evolution materials. For which beast? For a few, I said. I watched her mental filing system reclassify me somewhere between the words. 2 weeks earlier, I'd been a lucky kid with a bag of spider loot. She'd upgraded me to God of Wealth around the 9 million mark. Now, I'd become something else, and I could see her deciding to be extremely polite to me for the rest of her life. I also bought 2,000 Thunder Attribute Spirit Stones on the way out, at 3,000 each. 6 million credits for the bird. The feeding session that night taught me something about relative scale that I've never forgotten. Stormflight ate 300 Thunderstones, made a small satisfied noise, tucked its head under its wing, and went to sleep. 300. 900,000 credits. A modest, sensible portion. I nearly cried with gratitude. My bird was thrifty. My bird was a responsible member of the household. Then I poured out 5,000 mixed fire and water stones for my fish, and it ate 3,000 of them in one sitting and looked at me for more. I want to put those two numbers next to each other. 300, 3,000. And then there was my sister's rabbit. Brother, come and look, something's happening. Shadow was sitting in the middle of the living room floor with dark energy coming off it in threads, and its emerald eyes had gone very bright, and its ears were pointing in 2 different directions. Devour ability status. Awakened. It had reached Black Iron 3rd tier on the Dark Stones, and somewhere in the process, the thing that had been dormant since the day it hatched had opened its eyes. Try it, I said. Give it a water stone. She did. The rabbit ate it, and the effect was completely different from a normal absorption. It wasn't fuel going in. Something got taken apart. A thread of pale blue came out of the stone and went into the rabbit and stayed there, distinct, sitting alongside the dark. Water attribute awakening. Progress, 10%. Minger looked up at me with her mouth open. It's stealing the water. It's keeping the water. We fed it 100 water stones and 50 dark ones that night, and I sat on the floor with my sister and her small black rabbit and watched a creature quietly begin the process of becoming every element in the world at once, and thought, nobody in this city has any idea what is happening in this flat. My fish, by the way, went from bronze 1st tier to bronze 2nd tier peak on those 3,000 stones. So the next morning, I went back to Xiaoning and bought 10,000 more for 10 million credits and left the mall with about 16 million in the account and a very clear understanding of my situation. The speed at which I can make money will never, ever catch up with the speed at which Crimson burns it. I gave myself 2 days, and then I went to Coach Joe's office and asked for the advanced class assessment. He was drinking tea. He did not swallow it. The Zheng Wei, the advanced class requirement is a beast at Black Iron 8th tier. I know. 4 days ago, your beast was Black Iron 6th. I know. You cannot be serious. I understand that things are going well for you. I am genuinely pleased for you. But a beast does not go from 6th to 8th in 4 days. That is not how. Stormflight. The bird came out and landed on the back of the visitor's chair, folded its wings, and released its aura. Coach Joe stopped talking. Black Iron 8th tier is a very specific pressure, and every beast tamer in that school could read it in their sleep. It filled the room and sat there. He put his cup down with the exaggerated care of a man who has decided not to trust his hands. That's a second beast. Yes. You have 2 beasts. That, it turned out, was the part that broke him, not the tier. He explained it to me later, at some length. A beast tamer's mind can only hold so many contracts open at once. Most tamers manage a second beast somewhere in the silver rank after years of mental conditioning, and half of them find it makes both beasts weaker. A 16-year-old bronze holding 2 contracts with no strain at all is not an achievement, it's a category error. When, he said, when did you contract it? Recently. And it's already Black Iron 8th. It's very hard-working. Coach Joe put both hands flat on his desk. Fine, fine. The bird qualifies. Then what happened to the fire dragonfish? Did you neglect it? Is it? Oh, I said. It's asleep. Hold on. And I let it out. 4 meters of dark gold armored pseudo-dragon unfolded into Coach Joe's office, upside down, sound asleep, with lava moving slowly inside 2 ruby horns, and its aura came off it like heat off a road, and it did not wake up, and it did not need to. Bronze 2nd tier. Coach Joe sat down, not into the chair exactly, in the general direction of the chair. I got the numbers out of him afterwards, and I'll give them to you because they explain the noise he made. His Earth Profound Turtle took 1 week to reach Black Iron 2nd tier. It took 2 years to reach Bronze. It took 20 years to reach Gold, and he had been extremely proud of that, and by the standards of Qingquan No. 1 Middle School, he was right to be. 2 weeks. 2 beasts. Wasn't he the one with no talent? He said out loud to his own office. You call this no talent? Raising beasts at this speed? Can't that be a talent? Can't that be the best talent? Then what does that make the rest of us? Trash? Then he got up and went out of the door at a dead run without saying anything to me at all. I heard the principal's door hit the wall from 2 corridors away. Shu Long, I'm told, laughed at him. Old Joe, sit down, breathe. Let me guess. The boy's beast reached Black Iron 8th and you want him moved to the intermediate class ahead of schedule. Fine, I approve it. Was that worth the door? It's not Black Iron 8th. Then what is it? It's Bronze 2nd tier. and the principle of Qingquan number. One middle school sprayed a mouthful of tea across his own carpet and dropped the cup. They had me in the office 20 minutes later, and Shulong did the thing I'd been dreading, which was to reach into his drawer and take out the new appraisal pen. I stood there with my face doing nothing while hundreds of thin laser lines crawled over my fish. Race, error, aptitude, error, skills, unidentifiable. Energy interference detected. Target does not exist in the Human Federation database. 2 pens. 2 failures. Whatever is in a pseudo-dragon bloodline, it does not permit itself to be catalogued. Again, said the principal to the pen, in the voice of a man who has spent 1 million credits twice. He turned it on Stormflight, which read out clean and immediate, amethyst rank aptitude. And then he sat back and delivered his own verdict on the fish, and I want you to notice how good it was. Its aptitude is amethyst at minimum, possibly higher. A pen that can read an amethyst bird in half a second cannot see this thing at all, and the only reason a pen fails is that the target is outside its calibration range. He was right. He was as right as a man can be with the tools he has. He also could not see the passive that flattens every beast in 100 meters, the 4-step evolution path that ends in a heavenly fire dragon, the note about a true dragon bloodline, or the fact that the aptitude was neither amethyst nor higher, but top-tier amethyst with a legendary ceiling and a hint at the bottom about becoming something with no ceiling at all. I stood there and let a very intelligent man reach a very reasonable conclusion, and I said, "Yes, sir," and something in me went cold and settled, because that was the moment I stopped feeling guilty about hiding. It isn't that they can't be trusted, it's that they can't help. There is no adult in this city who can protect me from what happens if the truth gets out. The best of them can give me spirit stones and tell me not to be ostentatious. Right, said Shulong, and opened a wall safe. What came out of it was 5,000 water and fire spirit stones and 300 thunder, which he pushed across the desk without ceremony. That's my personal reserve, all of it. Sir, I want something for it. He held up one finger. The Beastmaster Elimination Tournament is in 11 days. 3 schools, every core student, and this year the Academy is sending an observer. I don't want a good showing, I want first place. You'll have it. He looked at me for a moment, and then at Coach Joe, and his voice changed. Old Joe, not one word about the aptitudes, not to the staff room, not to your wife, not to a colleague you trust. If anyone asks, the boy has a rare gold rank fire dragonfish and a promising bird. Understood. I mean it. There are people in this federation who would take a child apart to find out how he does this. I have never told him that I heard the second part of that sentence as a confirmation rather than a warning. The advanced class assessment is held in the main arena, and the entire school came out for it, because word had gone around that the no-talent boy from the rookie class had signed up for it 9 days after contracting his first beast. They came to watch me get flattened. I want to be fair to them. That was a reasonable expectation. Ye Tian was in the front row with his crutch. Ye Xuan was next to him with his arms folded. Both of them had made a special trip. Up in the advanced class stand, 7 students sat apart from everyone, and one of them was leaning on a pillar with his eyes half closed, and people kept glancing at him and then away. Gu Jian, Black Iron 9th tier, peak, number 1 in the advanced class. His father is a gold rank beast tamer, which in City C makes you close to royalty. He delivered his verdict before I walked out, loudly enough for the stand to hear it. Playing to the gallery, the examiner announced the test beast, Iron Armored Rhinoceros, Black Iron 8th tier, Savage Charge, Thick Hide, Seismic Wave. The standard is simple, he said. Defeat it or survive 3 minutes. Most candidates take the 3 minutes. It charges like a tank and it doesn't stop. They led it into the arena on 2 chains and it dragged the handlers a full meter. Candidate, summon your beast. I summoned the bird. I have never in my life heard a crowd laugh like that. He raised the fish to death. He killed his fish and contracted a sparrow. That thing weighs less than my lunch. Somebody stop this, he's going to get it trampled. Ye Tian was laughing so hard he had to hold his own ribs, which cannot have been comfortable. Stormflight sat on my forearm and turned its head and looked at all of them, and I felt it get annoyed, which is a strange thing to feel through a contract. Go on, I said. Introduce yourself. It opened its wings and released its aura. Black Iron 8th tier came down on that arena like a dropped sheet, and the laughing stopped in about 2 seconds, in patches, from the front rows backwards, as people worked out what they were feeling. That's 8th. A bird that size is Black Iron 8th tier? That's the same tier as the rhinoceros. Begin, said the examiner, and let the chains go. The iron-armored rhinoceros put its head down and came across the sand, and the whole arena shook, and it was, genuinely, an impressive thing to see. 4 tons of armored beast at full charge. I said 2 words. Make it quick. What happened next took about 1 second, and I have had it described to me by 6 different people who all saw something different. Stormflight did not fly at it. It became a blue-white line. Windrush is a movement skill, and at Black Iron 8th tier in a straight line, it is functionally teleportation with a sound attached. The rhinoceros put its horn where the bird had been. The bird was no longer within a meter of that horn. It had gone around and under and come up on the inside of the turn, at the one place on an iron-armored rhinoceros that thick hide does not properly cover, which is the soft crease of the neck. Thunderclaw. There was a crack and a smell, and 4 charred lines went into that animal deep enough to reach bone. It ran another 6 meters on momentum, with the light already gone out of its eyes, and then its legs stopped agreeing with each other, and 4 tons of Black Iron 8th tier beast came down and slid to a halt in a wave of sand. Stormflight landed back on my arm and shook itself once. The arena did not make a sound. "One hit," somebody said in the second row in a small voice. "On a Black Iron 8th tier defensive beast. 1 hit." The examiner walked out to the body, looked at it for a while, and then straightened up. "Rookie class, Zheng Wei. Pass." And then Principal Shulong came down out of the official's box himself, in front of the whole school, and pinned the silver core badge of the advanced class onto my collar with his own hands, and said quietly, so only I could hear it, 11 days, first place. "Yes, sir." I looked up at the advanced class stand on my way out. Gu Jian was not leaning on the pillar anymore. He was standing perfectly straight with both hands on the rail, and he was not looking at the dead rhinoceros. He was looking at me, and there was nothing in his face that I would describe as sporting. He caught us 4 streets from home, which meant he'd waited, which meant he'd chosen the spot. An alley off the main road, no lights on that side, and he stepped out of it in front of my sister and me with his hands in his pockets. Then he let his aura out. Black Iron 9th tier, peak, at 3 meters, aimed at a 14-year-old. Minger went white and stopped breathing, and I felt her fingers close on my sleeve, and something behind my ribs went very quiet and very cold. "A piece of trash," Gujan said conversationally, "who got lucky with 2 decent beasts. The principal pinning a badge on you doesn't make you one of us. You aren't fit to carry my shoes." I moved my sister behind me, slowly, without hurrying, because hurrying tells them something. "Tomorrow you walk into my class," he said, "and I'll show you what a real genius looks like." I looked at him for a moment. There were about 4 things I could have said. I've thought about all of them since, and I still think I picked the right one, because it did the maximum damage for the minimum words, and because it was true. "A barking dog," I said, "usually doesn't know how to bite." And I walked around him, with my sister's hand in mine, and did not look back, and behind me I heard the sound of a very proud young man's aura coming apart because he could not think of a reply. The advanced class does not have a classroom. It has a building. Coach Zheng Fang met me at the door and gave me the entire curriculum in under a minute, which I appreciated. There are no lessons here. If you want theory, the library's open. There are 2 ways to get stronger in this building. 1, the simulation ground. You book it, you fight what it produces, you pay for repairs. 2, each other. That's it? Resources and personal guidance are allocated by combat performance. If you want my time, earn it. If you want the good stones, earn them. He looked at me without much interest. There are 6 others. Don't die. And he walked into his office and shut the door. 6 students in a hall built for 40. That's what the top of a school looks like. The big one came over first, and he came over like a landslide. "You're Zheng Wei, the rhinoceros. 1 hit." He grabbed my hand and shook the whole arm. "Hu gang, that was the best thing I've seen all year. Everyone said you'd get flattened, and I bet 200 credits you'd last the 3 minutes, and I still lost because you did it in 1 second, and I'm not even angry." I liked him immediately, which is a pattern with me and large, honest people. He walked me down the line cheerfully with commentary. "That's Gao Jun, he doesn't talk. That's the Ma brothers. They fight as a pair, and it's very annoying. That one's Fang Mei. She'll spar with anyone. She's fair. And," his voice dropped about 40% in volume, "that's Gu Jian, obviously. Don't lend him anything and don't beat him in front of people. He's got a memory like a bank." Noted. "And that's Han Lan," he said, and something in the way he said it made me look up. She was in the far corner by the window, alone, and all I could see was the back of her head, and every hair on my arm stood up. I want to be precise about this because it happened before I knew anything. I had not seen her face. She had not moved. I was looking at the back of a girl's head across a training hall, and my body went into the same state it had been in when I was crouched in a bush watching a 20-meter killin walk past. "Who is she?" "Han Lan, Su family." Hugang said it the way you'd say the name of a mountain. The Su family is the #1 house in City C. Actual amethyst rank experts, plural. Her father's the family head. "She's in our class?" "She's the strongest in our class, and she's never once fought anyone in it." He hesitated. "She's also different, since the forest." "Different how?" "You heard about the advanced class camp getting hit? She went missing that night. They found her the next day, unconscious, out past the redwood belt. No injuries. Not a mark on her. He rubbed the back of his neck. But she's not the same. She used to be cold, sure. Everyone knew that. Now she doesn't talk at all. She sits there. She stares at nothing for hours. Her own family's worried. And then she turned around. I have been afraid a number of times in 2 lifetimes. Nothing has ever matched the specific quality of that moment, because there was nothing dramatic in it at all. A girl in a school uniform turned her head and looked at a new student. It was the face from the top of the Thunder Killen's head. Not similar, not a resemblance. The same face, the same stillness in it, and, because I cannot turn it off, the same panel. Spirit Demon 9-tailed Fox, Royal Bloodline, 5 Elements, Amethyst, 9th Tier, Legendary Aptitude, 1000 Illusions Technique, Legendary Grade, Perfect Transformation into any creature it has seen, including humans, matching aura and power precisely. Only a true eye talent can see through it. I want to lay out what I understood in the next 3 seconds, standing in a school hall with my hand still half raised from being introduced. The Su family found their daughter unconscious in the forest, with no injuries, past a boundary she should never have crossed, on the night something Amethyst class came through their camp. She has been silent and strange ever since. The real Han Lan is almost certainly dead. She died out there, and something read her and put her on. And it had been sitting in a classroom in the middle of my city for 9 days, eating lunch, attending assembly, being worried about by her father, who is an Amethyst rank expert, who cannot tell, because nobody on this planet can tell, except me. She stood up. She crossed the hall in front of everybody, and the whole room noticed, because Han Lan did not cross halls toward people. "You're new," she said. "Zheng Wei." Han Lan. A small, entirely human smile. "Would you like to be friends?" Behind me, Hu Gong made a noise like a man being sat on. Over by the window, Gu Jian, who I later learned had been courting the Su family's approval for 2 years with the patience of a man laying siege, put down what he was holding. "Sure," I said. And then she leaned in. The way a girl leans in to share a joke, close to my ear. There was a scent. I want to record it accurately, because it is the detail I remember best. It was clean and cold, like the air over snow, and there was nothing animal in it at all, which is somehow the worst part. "You're very smart," she said, very quietly, in a friendly voice. "Some things that shouldn't be seen, and shouldn't be said, it's best to let them rot in your heart forever. That's good for you, it's good for me, and it's good for this city you live in." She leaned back. She winked at me. "Then it's a promise. Our secret stays a secret." And she walked back to her corner, and Hu Gong grabbed my shoulder and started shaking it and asking what she'd said, and I told him she'd asked whether the rookie class canteen was any better. Gujian challenged me about 4 minutes later. He'd been building up to it since I walked in, and Han Lan crossing the hall to speak to me had moved his schedule forward considerably. "New student." The whole class turned. He'd made sure of that. "You passed an assessment by killing a slow rhinoceros with a bird. That doesn't make you advanced class. So let's find out properly, you and me. Now." And he let his aura out again, black iron 9th tier peak filling the hall, tilted at me. I want to describe what was actually happening, because on the surface this was a fight challenge and underneath it was nothing of the kind. Gujian did not want to beat me. Gujian wanted to beat me in front of 6 witnesses on my first morning, so that for the rest of the year I would be the boy who got put in his place. He had spent 2 years building a position in that room. My badge threatened it, so I did not fight him. "No," I said. He blinked. "What?" I said no. I set my bag down on a bench and turned around properly. My qualification for this class was assessed by the examiner, witnessed by the coaches, and confirmed by the principal, who pinned the badge on himself. That's the process. It isn't cancelled by one student's opinion, and it doesn't need a private duel to be re-established. "You're afraid." "I'm arithmetic." I shrugged. "If I fight you and win, I get nothing. You're a classmate. There's no prize, and I've made an enemy of somebody I'd have to sit near for a year. If I fight you and lose, I've lost training time 9 days before the tournament. There's no outcome where that's a good use of my morning." Somebody at the back made a small strangled noise. "Then you admit?" "And if you genuinely believe I don't belong here," I said, pointing at the office door with the frosted glass. "That's a 30-second conversation. Go and tell Coach Wang, or go and tell the principal. If either of them says I'm not qualified, I'll clear out my locker this afternoon and go back to the rookie class without an argument." I picked my bag back up. "So, are you going?" He did not go. Of course he didn't go. Zheng Fang had watched my assessment. The principal had pinned the badge on personally. Walking into that office to complain about it would not have made Gu Jian look strong. It would have made him look like a boy telling a teacher. He stood in the middle of the hall with a maxed out aura and nowhere to put it. And I want to explain why what happened next was worse for him than losing a fight would have been. I ignored him. I went to the equipment rack and I signed out a simulation slot and I got on with my morning and I did not look at him again. He said something else. I did not turn around. Somebody asked me a question about the rhinoceros, and I answered it cheerfully past him. For a person whose entire self is built out of how a room looks at him, being defeated is survivable. You can rage, you can promise a rematch, you can build a narrative. Being treated as scenery is not survivable. There's nothing to push against. Hugang told me afterwards, with enormous relish, that Gujian stood there for nearly a minute, and behind the one-way glass of the coach's office, Zheng Fang watched all of it and did not come out, and wrote something in a file and told me what it was 2 months later. Calm, meticulous, does not act on reckless courage, understands how to use the rules instead of his fists. Note, this one is more dangerous than the ones who fight. She was waiting for me at the corner of my own street that evening. That is the detail I want you to hold on to, not the school, not a quiet training hall. The corner 200 meters from my front door, on the route my mother walks home from the factory. Minger spotted her first and made a sound that only 14-year-old girls can make. Brother, brother. Is that a girl waiting for you? Minger. She's so pretty. Brother, she's so pretty. She grabbed my arm with both hands and hissed the next part directly into my elbow. Could she be my future sister-in-law? Could she? Should I ask her? I'm going to ask her. Please don't. I'll go home. I'll go home right now. I won't disturb your date. She was already backing away, beaming, absolutely delighted with herself. Take your time. Take as long as you want. And my sister skipped off down our street, thrilled to her bones, having just left me alone with the most dangerous thing within 400 kilometers. Han Lan watched her go with her head tilted. She's fond of you. Yes. How nice. And then the pressure came down. I have described the earth-profound turtle's aura as a weight. That was a gold-rank beast, controlled, deliberately reduced, applied to a class of children as a training exercise. This was Amethyst 9th tier, and it was not reduced, and it was not clean. Whatever a demon's power is made of, it is a different substance from a beast's. It was wild, and it wanted things, and it came down on that street corner like a mountain being set on my shoulders. My knees went. My vision closed to a gray tunnel with a bright dot in the middle of it. I could hear my own pulse and nothing else. I want to tell you how I see your species, she said, and she sounded thoughtful and completely unhurried. You're weak. You're ridiculous. You are extraordinarily pleased with yourselves for reasons I have never been able to locate. There is no essential difference between you and the beasts I step on to cross a river. The gray got darker. And yet, the pressure came off, all at once. I went down on one knee on the pavement and stayed there while my sight came back, breathing like a man who's been held under. I found you interesting, she said. That's rare. Do you understand how rare that is? No. There's a power hidden in you. She crouched down in front of me so we were at eye level and put her chin on her hand and looked at me with genuine curiosity, which was somehow worse than the pressure. It's very well concealed. Extremely well. I've been trying for 9 days and I still can't find the shape of it. And then, casually, it makes even me feel a faint sense of wariness. Do you know how long it has been since anything made me feel that? I felt the probe start. It was the same needle from the forest, but slow this time, and thorough, going through me the way a hand goes through a drawer. It found the contracts and moved past them. It found the bronze rank and moved past that too, dismissively, the way you push aside a coat looking for keys. And then it reached the boundary of my beast taming space, and stopped. I did nothing. I want to be completely clear. I had no technique, no defense, no trick. I knelt on a pavement and the beast taming space simply refused her, the way a wall refuses weather, because whatever that space is, it is not a room in my mind that a stronger mind can walk into. She frowned. It was the first genuinely uncontrolled expression I ever saw on that face. She said. A pseudo-dragon bloodline. Faint but ancient. That must be it. She stood up and dusted her hands off on a school skirt. I have replayed that moment more times than any other in my life. She had come to my street with the specific intention of finding out what I am. She got close enough to touch it. And the only explanation available to her was the fish, because a divine rank talent that reads the world does not exist and therefore could not be guessed at. My fish saved me by being strange enough to be an answer. Well, she said, that's disappointing, but it does explain you. She started to walk away, and then stopped, without turning around. Zheng Wei, about our secret. I haven't said anything. I know, I've been listening. A pause. If half a word of it leaks, if anyone comes looking, if there's an investigation, if a single amethyst rank expert in this city starts asking the wrong questions, I will not simply kill you. She looked back over her shoulder and smiled at me, warmly, like a friend. I will make the whole of City C be buried with you. Then she walked off down my street, past the noodle shop, past the place where my mother buys vegetables, and turned the corner. I stayed on that pavement for a while, and here's the thing I have never been able to explain properly to anyone. I went home, and I ate dinner, and my sister asked me 40 questions about my girlfriend, and I answered all of them badly, and my mother laughed at me. Because what else was I going to do? Tell them? Tell them what? That the number one family's daughter is dead, and the thing wearing her would flatten the district if I said so out loud? There are secrets you keep for advantage. And then there are the other kind, and the other kind sit in you like a stone. I bought 15 million credits worth of spirit stones the next morning, which left a few 100,000 in my account. And I want to note that I did that without hesitating. 2 weeks earlier, I'd have called it insane. But I'd worked something out, and it goes like this. The money is not the asset. The money is a slow, ugly form of the asset. Spirit stones in the space are compounding. Credits in an account are just sitting there being credits. Also, my fish would have found the account eventually. While the clerk was counting, the floor manager came over personally. Supreme VIP cards do that, and made polite conversation, and I steered it, and got the single most valuable piece of information of my life to date out of a man who thought he was making small talk. You asked Manager Liu about Dragon Blood Bodhi, he said. That's a serious item. It doesn't come to market. Where does it come from? It grows on a dragon blood tree, and dragon blood trees grow in exactly one place anyone can reach from this province, the Molten Cavern, which is a provincial-level secret realm, volcanic. The Beast Tamer Alliance holds the access rights. He smiled the smile of a man delivering bad news to a rich child. It's guarded, obviously. The things living in there are why the Bodhi is still there, but that's not the real barrier. The real barrier is that entry is by quota, and the quotas are allocated to the academies and the great families. There is no ticket you can buy. So how does a person get in? A person doesn't. An academy student does. I thanked him for his time and walked out into the street and stood there for a second because everything had just snapped together. The academy quota is not a career opportunity. It's not prestige. It is a physical key to a specific door behind which grows a specific plant that my fish requires in order to become the thing it is supposed to become. 10 spots. Whole city. I stopped thinking about the tournament as a school competition that afternoon. I trained for 9 days, and I did all of it in the misty forest, and I want to explain the logic because it was deliberate. The school's simulation ground has cameras, a booking log, a repair invoice, and Coach Zheng Fong sitting behind glass. Every fight I have in there is a document. The misty forest has none of those things. It's free, it's quiet, and everything in it is genuinely trying to kill me, which is the only training that has ever taught me anything. So I went out every day before dawn and came back after dark. I never summoned either beast on campus. When Gu Jian made his daily remarks, and he made one every single day, with real dedication, planning to hide in your shell until the tournament, turtle, I said good morning and went to the library. Hu Gang found this unbearable and told me so constantly. He's asking for it. He is begging for it. Just once. Just hit him once. 9 days, I said. You keep saying 9 days. It's now 3 days. I took Stormflight back to see its parents twice. The first time, they came down out of the sky, and there was a lot of noise and a great deal of grooming, and the male watched me from about 20 meters away the entire time with his wings half open. The second time, he walked up and pushed his head against my hand. I don't have anything clever to say about that. I stood in a clearing and got headbutted by a black iron 9th tier bird, and it was honestly one of the 2 or 3 best moments of that entire year. Stormflight hit the bronze barrier on the 8th day, and stalled and stalled and stalled. I fed it more. I took it out and made it fight things well above its tier. Nothing. It sat at black iron 9th tier peak like a cork in a bottle for 2 full days, and I started to worry, because a bird that can't break through is a bird I can't use. Then, at dusk on the day before the tournament, in a clearing about 6 kilometers past the Redwood Belt, it went up, not gradually. It shot into the air about 200 meters and stopped there, and a column of pale blue light came down out of a clear sky and stood around it, and the wind in that entire section of forest turned and started spiraling inward. When it came down, it was a different animal, blue-black plumage with a metallic sheen, 3 crown plumes the color of amethyst standing up off its head, claws that had gone dark gold, with purple lightning walking up and down them in slow arcs. Its wingspan had gone from a hand's width to well over a meter, bronze 1st tier, and every black iron beast within 100 meters either flattened itself against the ground or ran. New skill, Thunderstrike, Transcendent Grade, calls a concentrated bolt of violet lightning from the sky, annihilating single target damage. Transcendent Grade. I want to give you the latter so this lands. Common, rare, uncommon, excellent, extraordinary, epic, legendary, peerless, mythical. My fish's fire domain cage is extraordinary, and it is the best skill anyone in that school had ever seen. Transcendent sits above extraordinary. All right, I said. Test shot, something that won't be missed. There was a hill about 400 meters off, 10 meters high, with nothing on it. Stormflight went up, screamed once, and the sky did something. The bolt that came down was as thick as a bus and the color of a bruise, and the sound arrived about a second after the light, and when I could see again, the top third of that hill was gone, not scattered, gone, converted into a fine gray dust that hung in the air and came down slowly over the next several minutes like ash. I stood there with grit in my teeth. Right, I said. We're not using that one in front of people either. Which, I realize now, was a slightly unrealistic thing to say about a tournament I had promised to win. The whole city went to the misty forest the next morning. I don't mean a crowd. I mean the roads out of City C were solid from 6 a.m., and the temporary stands at the forest edge held tens of thousands, and there were screens and vendors, and a man selling flags with the 3 school crests on them, who I hope became extremely wealthy. The Beastmaster Elimination Tournament happens once a year, 3 schools, every core student, and this year everyone knew the Beast Tamer Academy was sending an observer. My mother had taken the day off work, which she has done 4 times in her life. She and Minger were somewhere in the middle of a stand of about 8,000 people, and I could hear my sister anyway. Go, brother! Go, brother! Hugang leaned over. Is that your sister? Unfortunately, she's very loud. She's been practicing. The other 2 schools came in behind their principals, and the principals did the thing that principals do, which is insult each other while smiling. Lading Middle School came first, behind a thin man called Shi Fang, with their star 2 paces behind him, Tang Jin, whose beast had reached bronze first tier, which had been the headline in 3 cities for a week. Then Bedrock, behind a wide man called Rock, with a boy named Ye Heng who did not look at anybody. Shu Long, Shi Fang spread his arms. You must be under some pressure this year. I hear your advanced class assessment turned up a black iron 8th tier. How solid. We do what we can, said our principal. There's no shame in a rebuilding year. None at all. And Shulong smiled blandly and looked out over the arena, and I know exactly what he was thinking, because he told me afterwards, and it was, my boy was bronze 2nd tier half a month ago, and he has been in the forest every day since. I am going to enjoy your faces so much that I may need to sit down. Han Shu came over before the opening, the head of the Su family, in the same moon-white robe, with the same total absence of interest in anything at ground level, except that this time he stopped in front of our principal and inclined his head about 2 degrees, which caused a visible reaction in every adult within 20 meters. Shulong, my thanks, for the search. It was nothing. It was not nothing. He glanced across the assembled students, and his eyes went over me without stopping, and then over his own daughter, and stayed there for a moment. I watched a man look at the thing that had replaced his child with love and not know. Then the noise changed. The mayor of City C came in, actual mayor, actual motorcade, and he was walking half a pace behind somebody else, and that somebody was an old man in plain dark gray who did not look like anything at all. Every amethyst rank expert on that field turned toward him and inclined their heads. Not the shallow nod they gave the mayor. A real one. Elder Zung. Beast Tamer Academy. Special observer for the tournament. 10 spots, whole city. Hugang nudged me hard in the ribs. That's him. That's the academy man. Every point we score today, he's watching. I know. Are you nervous? I looked across the field at Gujian, who was staring at me from the Qingquan line and had been for about a minute, and at Tang Jin, who was being photographed, and at the girl in our own uniform standing by herself at the end of the row with her hands behind her back, humming. No, I said, and it was true, and it was the last honest, uncomplicated moment I had for about 3 days. 26 contestants lined up on the platform, 10 from lighting, 10 from bedrock, 6 from us. I did what I always do, which is read the room. Literally, 6 amethyst rank experts on the officials' stand. The mayor, our principal, the 2 rival principals, Han Shu, and one more I didn't recognize, and Elder Zhang, who looked like somebody's retired uncle, and who read Amethyst 9th tier, peak, 1 step below diamond rank, standing at a school competition, watching children. Down at my level, it was less alarming. Most of the 26 were black iron 9th tier, or peak, which 2 weeks earlier would have terrified me. Exactly 2 of them were bronze. Tang Jin of leading, with a shadow water python, and Ye Heng of bedrock, with a mountain-shaking rock elephant, who I discovered from Hugang's running commentary was Ye Tian's eldest brother. Their dad's Ye Kun, Tieju said out of the side of his mouth. Gold rank 9th tier peak, the strongest man in City C who isn't amethyst. So, you know, don't beat that one in front of people either. You've said that about 2 separate men now. City C's like that. He clapped me on the back and then with enormous kindness offered me a business arrangement. Look, don't worry, I know you only just got in. Stick with me today. I'll do the fighting, we'll pick soft targets, and we split the cores 50-50. Nobody has to know. He was, at that moment, sincerely trying to carry the weakest student in his class through a competition. Steel might, I said. That's genuinely nice of you. It's nothing. 50-50. 50-50. And then Han Lan walked onto the platform. The whole arena turned. 20,000 people in the stands, and you could hear the sound of that many heads moving at once. She came up the steps, and Gujin straightened his collar and stepped forward slightly and arranged his face, and she walked straight past him without her eyes so much as flicking sideways all the way down the line and stopped in front of me. Then she said loudly, warmly, in a voice pitched to carry to the back of the stands, "Junior Zheng Wei, it's been half a month, hasn't it? Did you miss me?" I want you to understand what she did in 9 words. The venue exploded. Somewhere in that crowd, within about 90 seconds, the useful intelligence circulated. That's the rookie class boy. He's only Black Iron 8th tier. He passed his assessment 3 days ago, and Han Lan of the Su family just asked him if he missed her. By the time the announcer got to the rules, the mood in that arena had a shape, and the shape was, a toad has reached for swan meat and 25 people are going to correct it. Somebody in the lighting block started it, and it went around the entire stadium inside a minute, and it was rhythmic, and the stands took it up with real enthusiasm. Eliminate Jiang Yun, prove Su Qingshu's heart. Over and over. 20,000 people. Up in the family seats, I could see one small figure standing on a bench with her hands over her mouth, having gone in about 40 seconds from the proudest 14-year-old in the province to a girl watching an entire city agree to gang up on her brother. Ye Hung was looking at me now, which he hadn't been before, and I could see him doing the arithmetic. A brother's broken leg, plus a family grudge, plus a girl, all delivered in one sentence by somebody else. And Han Lan smiled at me with her head tilted, and I understood exactly what had just happened. Killing with a borrowed knife. She had not threatened me. She had not touched me. She had spent 9 words and made 25 armed teenagers, 2 rival schools, and a stadium of strangers into a weapon aimed at my head, and it had cost her nothing, and there was not one thing in it I could point at and call an attack. My low profile had lasted 3 days. I looked at her, and she looked back, and I could read the expression perfectly. The game has started. Let's see how you get out of this one. The rules were simple, and one line of them changed my entire day. 24 hours in the misty forest. Points scored by beast cores taken from wild beasts. The top 10 qualify for the academy quota. And then the announcer said, first place additionally receives 100 attribute spirit crystals. I'd been fairly relaxed up to that point. I stopped being relaxed. A spirit crystal is not a big spirit stone. One crystal contains roughly what 1,000 stones contain, and unlike stones, crystals can push a beast's skills to evolve. 100 crystals. That's 100,000 spirit stones. That's 100 million credits, in the one form my fish actually wants. Fine. First place then. They released us into the forest at dawn, and I got about 3 minutes of solitude. I should explain what was watching. The tournament is broadcast, and the broadcast runs on a beast, a phantom light jellyfish, a mother-child twin type, where the mother sits over the plaza projecting 5 enormous screens, and dozens of children drift invisibly through the forest and feed her what they see. So when 3 students in lighting uniforms came out of the brush and boxed me against a rock face in the first 3 minutes, they did it in front of the entire city of C, including my mother. Sorry about this, said the tallest one, not sounding sorry. Nothing personal, we just all agreed you should go home first. I have been told what the plaza sounded like at that moment. Apparently there was cheering. You're sure, I said. 3 against 1. You're Black Iron 8th. Storm flight. It came off my shoulder and up into the air and opened its wings, blue-black with 3 amethyst crown plumes, dark gold claws with purple lightning walking down them, and released its aura, bronze first tier. All 3 of their beasts went flat on their stomachs in the leaf litter and stayed there. They tell me the plaza went completely silent for about 2 seconds, and then a single voice, very clearly, from somewhere near the front. Which idiot said he was Black Iron 8th? The tall one recovered fastest. Wait, brother, we can talk about this. We did talk. You said you'd all agreed I should go home. That was a joke. It was a good one. I looked up at the bird. Since you wanted to eliminate me, be ready to be eliminated. Skylark, put them outside. Windrush is a movement skill. It also, at bronze rank, moves other things. 3 lighting students left that forest in a rising arc at some speed, screaming, and landed in a heap on the grass outside the boundary line in front of a plaza containing approximately every person they had ever met. Eliminated at 3 minutes and 40 seconds. I want to note, for the record, that the crowd's mood turned over completely in the space of 1 minute. That's not loyalty. I said before that a crowd is only ever on the side of what is currently happening. I'd just given it something else to happen. Then I went the wrong way on purpose. Everybody else in that tournament was working the safe belt, where the beasts are black iron and the points are small and reliable. I went southwest toward the boundary of the core area because points are scored per beast core, and the cores of big beasts are worth many times the cores of small ones, and because I had 2 bronze rank monsters and nobody else had one. The ground came apart under me about 4 kilometers in. The thing that came out of it was 6 meters of armored reptile the color of old iron, with a ridged skull and a back like plated roofing. Ironclad Earth Dragon. Bronze 2nd tier. Gold aptitude. Skills. Earth Dragon armor. Savage charge. Earth spike. I have been told that the plaza screamed at me to run. I have been told the two rival principals leaned forward and started composing their condolences. Si Fang apparently said out loud, "The boys finished," which he was reminded of at some length afterwards. I did not move. Stormflight, go! The Earth Dragon charged. Windrush took my bird out of its path with about the margin of a closing lift door, and then it went up. I want to describe Thunderstrike properly one time, because after this I'm going to stop describing it and just tell you that it happened. The sky over that part of the forest changed color first, a purple that isn't in weather, then the air went dry and my teeth ached, and then a column of violet light about as thick as a bus came down out of the clouds onto a single point on the top of that animal's skull and stayed there for maybe a second and a half. Earth Dragon armor is a defensive skill from a gold aptitude beast. Whatever it did it for less than half of that second. 6 meters of bronze 2nd tier apex predator went down and did not move again. Up on the platform, I'm told, Elder Zeng of the Beast Tamer Academy sat forward for the first time all morning. His comment, which our principal repeated to me later with enormous satisfaction, "Such condensed lightning power in a bronze rank beast, that sparrow's bloodline is likely extraordinary. If this boy grows up smoothly, he will be a pillar of the human race." Then I jumped down the hole. The jellyfish can't follow underground. So for 11 minutes, the entire city of C stared at 5 giant screens showing a black hole in the ground, while commentators speculated and my sister, I am told, cried. Down in the lair, under a stalactite at the back, there was a shallow depression in the rock with about a palm's worth of dark red liquid in it, thick and slow. Earth Dragon Essence Blood, bronze rank. Any beast that absorbs this gains a significant power increase and has a low probability of inheriting the passive skill Earth Dragon Armor. Crimson drew it out of the rock in a single thread with water control art and put it in a jade bottle without spilling a drop, which is the fussiest and most useful thing that animal has ever done. I came out of that hole grinning, which was a mistake because 5 giant screens caught it. 20,000 people watched a boy climb out of a monster's lair with a look on his face and drew the correct conclusion simultaneously. What happened next, I only learned about afterwards, and it mattered more than anything I did that day. Our principal stood up in front of the official stand and let his aura out. Amethyst 7th tier, over a plaza. "I'll say this once," said Shulong, pleasantly. "Whatever that student takes out of that forest, he took at the risk of his life, and it belongs to him. Anyone who covets it is an enemy of Qingquan No. 1 Middle School, and an enemy of me personally." And then the mayor of City C stood up beside him and said the city took the same view. I want to be honest about how that landed on me when I heard it. I'd spent 3 weeks assuming that every adult with power was either a threat or an obstacle. That afternoon, 2 of the most powerful men in my city stood up in public and put their names between me and everybody else, and neither of them had asked me for anything. Not everyone is Ye Xuan. I had to learn that, and it took a while. 2 bedrock students were waiting for me 40 meters from the hole. "Hand it over," said one of them, "and you can walk away." Stormflight came out. Bronze aura hit their beasts. Both of them knelt. I took their cores. All of them. Around 200 points, in slightly under a minute, from 2 people who had come to rob me. And then I stood there in the leaf litter and had the single most profitable idea of my adolescence. Let me lay out the arithmetic exactly as it arrived. Hunting a beast, locate it, close with it, fight it, harvest the core. 20 to 40 minutes for a good one. Maximum, for something genuinely dangerous, 90 points. Persuading a helpful classmate, release aura, wait, approximately 40 seconds. Collect between 30 and 190 points, already harvested, already sorted by somebody else. I looked up at my bird. Skylark, go up, fly a search pattern, find me classmates who might need assistance. It tilted its head. Particularly, I said, the ones in other schools' uniforms. What followed has been described by 3 separate newspapers as an innovation in field strategy, by one rival principal as highway robbery, and by my sister as the funniest thing she has ever seen. Stormflight could see 400 meters through canopy from 200 meters up. It found them, and it came back, and it pointed with its whole body, and I walked over, and I let a bronze rank aura off the leash, and I said politely, "Hello, I'm collecting." Nobody fought, not one person. Every beast in that forest below bronze rank went flat on its face the moment my bird cleared the treetops, and after the 3rd or 4th time it happened, students started handing over their cores while their beasts were still going down. Word spread through that forest like a disease. There was a boy from Lighting, I never learned his name, and I'm sorry for that, who I robbed 6 separate times across 9 hours. 6. He would go and hunt, honestly and competently, for over an hour, and then my bird would find him. The 6th time he saw me coming, and he did not run, and he did not summon anything. He just held out his ring with both hands and said in a completely hollow voice, "I've been working for you since breakfast. I gave him 10 points back. It felt like the decent thing. By early afternoon, the tournament had stopped being a tournament. Students who had spent the morning hunting each other were now traveling in mixed school groups for safety. Twice I watched two rival contestants meet in a clearing, both raise their hands and agree to a truce on the spot. Somebody worked out that shouting was faster than running, and for the rest of that day, all over the misty forest, the same warning went up over and over. Jung Yoon is coming, and then 20 people would scatter in 19 directions. The plaza, I'm told, was in a state. There were people who had come to watch a martial contest between the finest young beast tamers in 3 schools, and they got 9 straight hours of a boy robbing children in a forest with a bird acting as a spotter, and they laughed until they were ill. Eventually, Duan Seong of Bedrock stood up in the official's box and pointed across at our principal. Hey Chianggang, look at the fine student your school has produced. How is this in any way different from a highway robber? Shu Long did not even turn his head. The rules encourage competition and explicitly permit the seizure of points, he said. I'd call it a highly efficient innovation in field strategy. It's robbery. It's efficient. A pause, and then mildly. If you want to blame someone, blame certain people for not being skilled enough, or for believing false rumors about a boy's rank. I heard about that exchange for years. I found Hu Gang around 4 in the afternoon, and I found him because he was losing. There were 2 of them on him. His wood armor savage ox was down on its front knees and bleeding and still trying to stand, which is very much Steel Might's kind of beast, and Tieju was on the ground about 4 meters away with his arm up, and the boy standing over him was Gu Jian. Cripple the ox, Gu Jian was saying to his lackey, conversationally. Not kill it, cripple it. He'll never afford to fix it, and he'll be nothing for the rest of his life. He crouched down to Tieju's level. Then I'm going to go and find that shrinking turtle Zheng Wei and do him next. I stepped out of the trees. Robbing your own school, I said. In front of a broadcast. Do you genuinely have no shame at all? He turned around and his whole face lit up. He was delighted. This was, from his point of view, the best possible thing that could have happened, because he still believed what everyone had believed that morning. The turtle comes out. Do you know what your problem is? Everyone's been telling stories about your bird. Black Iron 8th tier, was it? He was already summoning. My saber-toothed flame tiger is 9th tier peak. The tiger came out. It was a good beast. He hadn't earned it, but it was a good beast. Skylark, I said. Bronze 1st tier came down on that clearing, and the saber-toothed flame tiger folded up like a deck chair and pressed itself into the dirt and made a sound I have heard from a lot of beasts since. Gujin's expression came apart in stages, and I watched every one of them. Wait, he put his hands up. Wait, my cores. Take them. Take all of them. I've got over 140 points. Take the lot. I don't want your cores. Then what? For someone like you, I said, elimination is too light. I looked at the ox, which had finally managed to get its front legs under it, and at Hu Gang, who was sitting up with blood in his hair, staring at me. You were about to cripple his partner so that he'd be nothing for the rest of his life. So let's find out what that's like. I did not have my bird kill that tiger. I want to be precise about it, because there is a difference, and the difference is the whole point. Thunderclaw went in once at a specific place with the output controlled, the way you disable a machine rather than destroy it. The tiger dropped and stopped being a fighting animal, and its foundation was left intact, which means that with a very great deal of money and a very long time, it could be brought back. Gujian's father is a gold rank beast tamer. He can afford it. That was deliberate too. What Gujian could not afford was the backlash. A contract runs both ways. His beast went down, and it came back up the link into him, and he went to his hands and knees in the leaf litter and brought up blood, and his tournament, his ranking, his academy quota, and his standing in the advanced class all ended in about 4 seconds. The plaza cheered, loudly, and for a long time, because a great many people had watched the last 2 minutes. Our principal, I'm told, turned to Coach Zhang Fang and said, without any particular emotion, expel him when he's discharged. And in the Gu family seats, a middle-aged man in dark blue watched his son go down on the screens and did not shout and did not stand up. He said 2 words, and the people next to him heard them clearly. Zheng Wei. I helped Hu Gang up and pushed a handful of cores into his hands, 40 or 50 of them. I can't. I have over 100. This is admin. I closed his fingers. 50-50, remember? You offered to carry me. He looked at the cores, and then at me, and then he started laughing, and then he had to stop because of his ribs. What now? Now, I said, I'm going to go and find Ye Heng and Tang Jin, and after I've taken theirs, I'll bring you some more. I found something else first. There was a girl about a kilometer north, backed into a rock cleft with a water spirit fox in front of her, and the thing attacking her was an iron-backed mountain boar. It was fighting wrong. No dodging, no caution. It ran into her fox's attacks head-on and kept coming, and when it took a wound, it did not react to it at all. Status: deceased. I killed it with 1 flame breath before I'd finished reading the panel. The girl was Wenzheng, from our school, quiet, glasses, and she thanked me about 9 times in 30 seconds while I crouched over the corpse. The flesh had gone dry all the way through. The core was missing, berserk potion residue, mental control rune fluctuation. The same signature, exactly, as a rhinoceros in a clearing 4 kilometers from the road. Has anything else fought you like that today? I asked. She nodded. Once, that morning, Hu Gang, when he caught up, said he'd had 2. I stood up. Right, we're going out. All 3 of us, straight for the boundary, and we tell them at the line that the Yuhai cult is inside the tournament grounds. We got about 600 meters. They came out of the trees on all sides, which takes coordination, which meant they'd been organizing it for a while. 12 students, 2 schools, and at the front of them, 2 boys with bronze rank beasts behind them. Ye Heng with a mountain-shaking rock elephant and Tang Jin with a phantom shadow water python. And behind those 2, arranged in a rough semicircle, was essentially everyone I had robbed that day. Crusade against Jiang Yun. Return our beast cores. Somewhere near the back, a large boy in a lading uniform was actually weeping. I was plundered 6 times, he told the assembly with feeling. 6. I have nothing. I have been in this forest for 11 hours, and I have nothing. Brother, I said, I gave you 10 points back. 10. Ye Heng stepped forward, and the crowd quieted, because Ye Heng is the sort of person crowds quiet for. Zheng Wei, my brother's leg, my family's face, and half this forest's points. He rolled his shoulders. I'll settle all 3. Wait your turn, said Tang Jin. He humiliated 3 of my school in the first 4 minutes. Lading has priority. Bedrock was here first. Bedrock was robbed first, which is not the same thing. I want to record that these 2 genuinely argued about it for close to a minute while I stood there. Sorry, I said eventually. I'm actually in a hurry. Both of you come at once. That did it. The elephant went first, because it always goes first. A mountain-shaking rock elephant at bronze rank is essentially a moving building, and the ground it crossed stopped being level. The python came in low, and from the flank, through the undergrowth, fast and quiet, which was genuinely good technique. Neither of them touched my bird. It was not close. Stormflight did not counterattack, did not use a skill, and did not go higher than 4 meters. It simply was not where either attack arrived, over and over, and after about 15 seconds the whole clearing could see it. Too slow, I said, and the trajectories are too straightforward. You're both telegraphing from the shoulder. Ye Heng's face went dark red, and he did the thing I was waiting for, which was to stop being clever. Defense augmentation. That's his talent, and it's a good one. A C-rank innate skill that stacks an additional layer onto his beast's natural armor. The rock elephant's hide lit up along every plate. He was so proud of that skill. Skylark, I said. Thunderstrike. The sky went purple over that clearing. I've promised not to describe it again, so I'll just tell you what was left. Defense augmentation held for no measurable length of time. The rock elephant's armor came apart across its entire back, and it went down on its side unconscious, and the splash arcing off it went through the phantom shadow water python at 4 meters and put that down too. 1 move. 2 bronze rank beasts, the champions of 2 schools. There was no cheering from the 12 students in that clearing. There was no shouting. What there was, mostly, was the sound of a dozen teenagers deciding simultaneously that they were no longer taking part in this. Up on the official's platform, I later learned, 5 amethyst rank experts were staring at the screens, and 1 old man in plain gray was not. Elder Zheng was watching something else entirely, and he said it out loud, to nobody. Look at the other beasts, not the lightning, the beasts. Same rank as that sparrow, and they're going down before it strikes. That's origin level suppression. He tapped the arm of his chair. There's an incredible bloodline hiding inside that little bird. I walked over to Tang Jin, who was on 1 knee next to his python, and held out my hand. Cores, please. He gave me all of them without a word, and I never got to spend the next 10 minutes robbing the rest of them, which is a genuine regret because that was when the laughing started. The laugh came from every direction at once. That's not a figure of speech, and it isn't a description of an echo. It came from the north and the south and from directly above us, in the same voice, at the same moment, and it was hoarse, and it went on slightly too long. Then the trees moved. 7 or 8 beasts came out of the undergrowth in a ring around us, and every one of them was wrong. A wolf whose ribs showed through in the wrong places, a thing with too many legs, a boar that had died of something and then got up, and drifting above them, unhurried, a bee the size of a dog with a body like tarnished brass, and 3 figures in black robes. The dozen students who had been chanting for my elimination 90 seconds earlier went silent as a group. One of them ran. I want to be careful here, because I've told this story a few times and I've never once made it funny, and I'm not going to start. He was from Lading. He was about my age. He turned and ran for the tree line, which is the most human thing a person can do, and the skeletal wolf covered 40 meters in under a second, and he did not get there. The clearing was very quiet afterwards. That's the demonstration, said the middle black robe, in a pleasant voice. Now, surrender your beasts. Anyone who runs goes the same way. I was already reading them. Every single one of those beasts said the same thing on the last line. Status, deceased, controlled. The strongest was the wolf, at bronze 5th tier. The handlers were silver at best, and one of them was barely bronze. Ye Hung tried the only thing he had. Do you know who I am? My grandfather is Ye Kun. Gold rank 9th tier peak. If you touch us, the Xiao family will. A local landlord, said the robe, without interest. In the eyes of the sacred cult, what does that count for? And then the bee moved, and a boy from Bedrock who had not run and had not spoken went down where he stood. There was a small mark on his forehead and nothing else, and he was gone before his knees hit the ground. And then the air behind him tore. I had never seen a beast-taming space break. I hope never to see it again. There was a rip in the world about 2 meters tall with nothing on the other side of it, and it hung there for a second and then spat out a beast. His beast, a young gray hound, with blood at its nose and mouth and its eyes rolling, because the space is inside the tamer. When the tamer dies, the space dies, and whatever is in there comes out damaged. The panel that came up beside that hound said, Aptitude Origin, damaged. A black tentacle came out of the undergrowth and took it by the hind leg and dragged it into the trees, and it did not fight. Somewhere to my left, a boy in a lading uniform started to cry, and then he did something I have never been able to get out of my head. He pushed his own beast forward, out in front of him, holding it by the scruff, saying, take it, please, take it, and let me go. And the beast looked back over its shoulder at him. Not with fear, it didn't understand. That is the moment I stopped thinking about points. I got hold of Hu Gang's sleeve and put my mouth near his ear. The second there's an opening, you run for the boundary. You take Wenzhong. You don't stop and you don't look back. And when you cross the line, you tell them the Yuhai cult is inside the tournament grounds. What about Steel Might? Look at me. You are the only one of us they'll believe, because you're the one with a broken face and no reason to lie. I let go of him. Wait for the opening. Then I walked out in front of everybody. I have thought about why I did that. There were a dozen of us and one of me, and it was not a plan so much as an arithmetic problem with only one variable I controlled. You've made an assumption, I said. The middle robe turned toward me. Sorry? You looked at a school competition and you assumed you knew the ceiling in this clearing. I stopped about 8 meters from him. Do you really think you've got us? If you want to touch my partners, if you want to take my beast, let's find out whether you have the skill to take them. He gestured, almost lazily, and the wolf came at me. Crimson, come out. I have been asked what it's like to be inside a clearing when 4 meters of dark gold pseudo-dragon unfolds into it and releases its aura for the first time in public. It's quiet. That's the thing nobody expects. Everything that can hear it stops. Bronze rank, 7th tier. Behind me, Tang Jin said in a small hollow voice to nobody in particular. So the sparrow wasn't his real strength at all. That's not even his strongest beast. I'm a joke. Compared to him, I'm a complete joke. Ye Heng, standing next to him, was working something else out entirely, and I watched it arrive, that his idiot younger brother had spent a month picking fights with this. The cult leader's voice went up an octave. That's not. The intelligence said the strongest student here was bronze 1st tier. Your intelligence, I said, was 3 days old. Dragon flame breath went through that clearing in a single wide sweep, and it took the skeletal wolf, and it took the 2 mutants beside it, and it took the 2 handlers who were standing behind them. It was not a fight. It was a correction. Stormflight went up, and Windrush sealed the top of the clearing, and the soul-eroding queen bee tried to leave and could not, and Thunderclaw ended it in the air. 12 breaths. That's how long the whole thing took. And in the last of those breaths, the leader, going down, already finished, screamed one word at the sky with everything he had left. Protector, save me. The forest answered. Something came over the ridge behind us with a sound like a landslide, and it was 5 meters tall, and it looked like an ape the way a siege engine looks like a hammer. Earth Demon Ape, bronze rank, 9th tier, peak, status, deceased, controlled, skills, earthquake wave, violent throw, rock armor, capable of withstanding silver rank attacks, and sitting on its shoulder like a man riding to work was a 4th black robe, older than the others, entirely unbothered, bronze 9th peak. That's 2 full tiers above my fish, on a defensive monster, with a rider who had not looked at me once. Go, I said. Hu Gang grabbed Wenzhong by the wrist and shouted at the others, and they broke for the boundary, all 11 of them, and I moved to put myself between them and the ape and stayed there. I'm told the students looked back. I'm told that what they saw was one boy in a Qingquan uniform, standing alone in a clearing with a bird and a fish, deliberately blocking the only path a 5-meter monster could take to follow them. And I have been told, by Hu Gang, who was crying too hard to be a reliable witness, and by 4 other people who were not, that the plaza, which had spent 9 hours calling me a toad and a robber and a highwayman, went completely silent. Somebody near the front said it out loud, and enough people heard it that it got back to me twice. It isn't that Zheng Wei isn't worthy of Miss Su, it's that Miss Su might not be worthy of a Zheng Wei like that. The protector still had not looked at me. He was looking at my fish, and his face had changed, and what was on it was not caution. It was appetite. Amethyst-grade aptitude, he said mostly to himself, and the origins mutated. If this one were sacrificed to the magic core, that alone might be enough to finish off the remaining origin power. That's the first I ever heard of it. I filed the words and did not understand them for another 2 hours. Then he said, "Kill the boy, keep the fish intact," and the ape picked up a piece of the hillside. Here is what that fight actually was, stripped of any dignity. I lost the first 90 seconds badly. Violent throw came in, and flame breath detonated the boulder in the air, and the fragment still knocked me flat. Then it hit the ground with both fists, an earthquake wave went out in a ring, and I do not remember the next 3 or 4 seconds at all, and when I came back the whole clearing was on a slope it had not previously had, and both my beasts were in the air because the ground had stopped being an option. Rock armor took a flame breath at full output and rippled, that's all, it rippled. I've been in a lot of fights since, and I still rate that one as the closest I came to dying that year, and the reason is simple. Everything I had bounced. Stormflight bought me the beat that mattered. It went in under the ape's guard at full speed and put Thunderclaw into its eye, which is the one place armor doesn't grow, and a 5-meter monster that felt no pain still flinched, because flinching from an eye strike isn't pain, it's older than pain, and in that beat I saw it. There was a scorch on the ape's right elbow joint where the earlier flame breath had washed over it, and the rock armor there had gone dull. It had been damaged. It had not repaired. Skylark, Thunderstrike, the right elbow, not the head, the elbow. The bolt came down on a target about the size of a dinner plate. The right arm stopped working. It hung, which meant that for the first time since it came over the ridge, the ape's chest was not covered. Crimson, all of it. The sphere condensed, and the light bent inward, and the protector on the shoulder finally looked at me, and I watched a man realize he had made a mistake about what was standing in front of him. That's not possible. Rock armor withstands silver rank. Dragon flame burst kill went into the chest of a bronze 9th peak beast at point-blank range. The mushroom cloud went up over the canopy and was visible from the plaza, 40 kilometers away. When the light went out, there was a crater with a glazed floor, and no ape, and the protector was on the ground at the edge of it with his robes burning, trying to get up. My fish did not need to be told. I sat down on a rock and shook for a while. I want to tell you what was happening outside because it puts the next part in order. Roughly 40 seconds before the protector arrived, every projection screen over the plaza had died at once, not flickered, died. All 5, simultaneously, which meant every child jellyfish inside the tournament grounds had been destroyed in the same instant, which is not something you can do by accident, and in the following 2 minutes, all 7 inner patrol squads of the city defense team stopped answering their signals. So, 20,000 civilians, 6 amethyst rank experts, 3 principals and a mayor, staring at 5 blank screens, with a forest full of children in front of them, and no information at all. Then the survivors came out of the tree line, 11 students, filthy, some of them carrying each other, several of them screaming before they were close enough to be understood. And Hu Gong, who I love like a brother, and who has never in his life had a quiet thought, planted himself in front of 20,000 people and roared the thing that changed my life. Zhang Yun stayed behind. He's alone. He stayed to stall a cult protector so we could run. Somebody go and save him. And the crowd took it up. The same crowd. All of it. Ye Heng confirmed it publicly, standing next to Tang Jin, both of them wrecked, and Ye Heng added the detail nobody was ready for, that Zheng Wei's second beast was bronze rank 7, and that he had gone into the cult ambush first, on purpose, alone. 4 amethyst rank beasts launched off that platform at once. Our principal's Dragon Flame Golden Knee, amethyst 7th. The mayor's Cloud Rainbow Sacred Luan, amethyst 5th. Han Shu's Wind Spirit Divine Eagle, amethyst 3rd, and Ye Kun's Black Tortoise Sacred Turtle at gold 9th peak, which is not amethyst and which came anyway. They got about 1,000 meters, then something came up out of the forest and stopped all 4 of them in the air. I did not see this. I have it from 4 separate people who were there and who all described the same thing, which is a pressure that pushed 4 of the strongest men in the province down toward the ground like a hand on a table. The thing it was riding had been assembled. That's the word everyone used. A skeleton stitched together out of the remains of a great many different beasts, none of them originally intended to be part of the same animal, with 2 green soul fires burning where a skull's eyes should be, and the man on its back was an elder of the Yuhai cult at Amethyst 9th tier, peak. The sacred cult is conducting business, he said. The local government of City C will not interfere. And then a 6th aura came off the platform, and Elder Zeng of the Beast Tamer Academy went up on a beast made of white ice with old star patterns inside it, and stopped in front of him, and the sky over the misty forest cracked in a straight line. I got the orders he gave afterwards from Zhou Bo. 4 of you hold the Elder. He will not break through 5. Ye-kun, take the city defense team, find their stronghold, and destroy whatever ritual they're running. That's the actual mission. This one is a door guard. I was still sitting on that rock trying to make my hands work when the world put my face in the dirt. I did not see her arrive. There was no warning, no footstep, and no shadow. There was simply a wait, and then I was lying face down in the leaf litter with my cheek against a root, unable to move any part of myself. Both my beasts hit the ground beside me. That was the part I couldn't stand. Crimson had just killed a bronze 9th peak monster, and it was pinned in the dirt like a moth. So I recalled them, both of them, into the space, which meant the entire weight came onto me alone, and I heard my own ribs complain about it. "Oh," said Hanlan from somewhere above me. "You're quite loyal." The pressure eased just enough for me to breathe. "Let's talk about the thing that's been bothering me," she said conversationally. "You awaken no talent at all. A month ago you had nothing, and that fish has gone from an egg to bronze rank 7 in under 30 days. A pause. "So which is it? Is that really the fish's aptitude, or are you hiding something that even I couldn't see through at a glance?" I said nothing, which was all I had. She let it sit for a while. Then she changed the subject in a way that made my whole body go cold with attention. "I'll make you an offer instead. I'm going to give you an opportunity that will let both of your beasts complete an evolution." I got one word out. "Both? Both. In one day. What do you want?" 20 beast cores. She sounded almost bored. "I need a place in the top 10. There's a provincial academy quota attached to it, and I have use for it. I don't intend to spend the day hunting pigs in a forest." 20 cores. I had over 800 points in my ring. Done. What's the opportunity? And then she told me what the cult was actually doing in the Misty Forest, and the tournament stopped being the reason any of us were there. They're not here for students. Students are convenient. They're here because they need origin power, and they're building something to store it in. It's called the 10,000 Beast Origin Magic Core. You take the aptitude origin out of a beast, thousands of beasts, and you compress all of it into a single vessel. For what? That's their business, and it's above your grade and mine. She said that last part without any embarrassment at all, which told me something about how far above us it went. But the vessel itself, an immature one, at high saturation, holding the origin of thousands of creatures with no attribute of its own. She let that sit. Feed that to a beast, and it doesn't get stronger. It becomes something else. Where is it? An altar, 10 miles southwest of you, deep in the core area. I felt the pressure lift entirely. Ye-kun and the city defense team are already moving on it. They're going to smash it because that's what people like them do with things like that. I got up onto one elbow. "So get there first," she said, "or get there with them. I don't care which." She was already walking away when she said the last thing, and she said it over her shoulder with genuine warmth, which is the most frightening register she has. "Good luck, Zhengwei. I do hope that next time we meet you can bring me more surprises." I caught the city defense force 4 kilometers on. Their commander was a big man on a winged tiger who I read at gold rank 3rd tier before he'd finished turning around. "Jobo," he said, 2nd Battalion. And then he looked at me properly. "You're the boy from the broadcast." Zhengwei. Zhengwei. Something shifted in his face. "You pulled my sister's squad out of a clearing 8 days ago, Zhou Zeng. She'd have done the same. She was going to die there, and she knew it," he said flatly. "So no, get behind me and stay alive." 3 silver rank captains, dozens of elites, and then, coming in from the north with a beast the size of a small hill, Ye-kun himself, gold 9th peak, the strongest man in City C below Amethyst, the grandfather of the boy whose elephant I had put in the dirt 3 hours earlier. He landed in front of me and I braced for something. "You saved Yutian," he said. "He was there. You put yourself between a cult protector and my grandson, and you did it in front of the whole city, and you had every reason not to." He looked at me for a moment. "The Xiao family remembers this. Whatever there is between you and my son's children, it's finished. Settled. Nobody in my family will trouble you again." And then he flew off to go and fight, and I stood there recalibrating my entire model of how adults work. The altar was in a bowl of dead ground where nothing grew, and I read it from 600 meters out. 10,000 Beast Origin Magic Core, immature. Origin Plundering Progress, 87%, contains an extremely vast quantity of attributeless life origin saturated with the resentment of countless destroyed creatures. Warning, forcibly interrupting the ritual may trigger energy backlash or mental pollution. And then, at the bottom, the line I did not tell anybody about for a very long time. Note, sufficient to meet the current evolution requirements of both contracted beasts. Additional rank advancement expected. The enemy list was worse than the intelligence had said. 3 silver rank and 3 gold, 7th, 8th, and 9th tier. The first wave walked straight into it because the cult had known we were coming and had arranged the ground accordingly, and the city defense line came apart in under a minute, so I went into the middle of it. I want to explain what I was actually doing, because from the outside it looked like courage, and it was not. The bronze rank layer of that battlefield, the mutants, the lesser handlers, the puppet beasts, was where the city defense elites were dying, and every single thing in it had its weaknesses written next to it in my vision. Damaged joint, blind on the left. Armor thin at the seam, skill on cooldown for 4 more seconds. I did not fight better than those soldiers. I just never once attacked the wrong place. We cut a channel through it and the collapsed line reformed behind me, and a silver rank captain with half his face burned shouted something at his squad that ended with "follow the kid," which is a sentence no 16-year-old should ever hear and which I have never forgotten. And then the sky went dark and the cult got its second wind because something came down out of the smoke on wings made of bone. Nether bone dragon, silver rank, first tier, silver, 2 full ranks above my fish. There was a young man standing on its back in white and black, and the cult's people screamed a title when they saw him, and the whole battlefield's momentum reversed in about 4 seconds. Jobo shouted at me to get out. 2 captains shouted at me to get out. It was, from where they stood, extremely obviously over, but I was reading it. Netherbone Dragon. Energy Center, the Dragon's Soul Crystal Core, located within the skull. Structural note, the crystal core's own defense is thin. Structural weakness, the reverse scale junction at the center of the chest. Additional note, while channeling shadow breath, the crystal core's defensive output drops to minimum. There it was, a silver rank beast, and its throat was written on the outside. 1 chance. If I was wrong about the timing, both my beasts died in the next 4 seconds, and so did I. Skylark, I said. The chest junction, full speed straight in while it's charging. Do not pull out. I have never asked either of them for anything harder. The bone dragon opened its mouth and the shadows started gathering, and a small blue-black bird went into the center of its chest at a speed that left a line in the air and hit the one seam in its structure, and the shadow breath broke mid-channel. And in the half-second while the crystal core's defense was still at the bottom of its curve, Crimson, which had been condensing since before the dive started, let go. The young lord threw a claw across to block it, and Dragonflame Burst Kill went around the claw. I still don't know how. My fish curved it, the way you'd bend a ball around a wall, and the sphere went in through the eye socket and detonated inside the skull. A silver rank netherbone dragon came apart in the air and fell as scrap. A bronze had killed a silver. The young lord landed hard about 30 meters away and got up screaming, and I'll give you what he managed before it ended, because it turned out to matter more than anything else that happened that day. You're dead! My father is the cult leader of this branch. He's Eclipse Moon rank. He'll come here himself, and he'll bury this entire city. Every one of you. Every. Stormflight took his head off in the middle of the sentence. I've thought about that. I didn't order it. It made the call, the way it made the call to dive, and I have never once regretted not having heard the end of that sentence. Yekun and Jobo used the cult's rage, and their protector's rage is not a metaphor. They lost formation completely, and killed 2 of the 3 gold rank protectors in the following minute. The last one died laughing, and what he was laughing about was that the cult leader was going to bury the city. The altar came apart in the same minute. Structures like that don't survive their operators. And in the smoke and the celebration and the shouting, while every soldier in that bowl was watching the ritual platform collapse, I walked over to where the vessel had been sitting and put a fist-sized ball of attributeless origin power into my storage ring. Nobody saw. Everybody was cheering. I have never told a single person in City C that I did that. Then the sky went black for the second time in an hour. I found out later exactly what happened. The cult elder, holding 5 of the strongest experts in the province at once, felt his young lord's soul jade shatter in his robe and stopped fighting and came. He crossed those kilometers so fast that the 4 amethyst experts chasing him arrived second. I did not see him arrive. What I saw was the light going out of the whole bowl, and when I looked up there was a claw coming down out of the dark that was the size of the sky. I could not move, not out of fear. There was simply no version of my body that was permitted to move under that. The thought I actually had, and I've never dressed this up, was, my sister is going to be watching the screens. Then a wall of ice came up in front of me with old star patterns turning slowly inside it, and the claw broke on it, and 5 people landed between me and the dark. Elder Zung was in front, and he sounded almost bored. You'd try to kill someone my academy has its eye on, he said. In front of me? The cult elder did not answer him directly. He gathered up the young lord's body in a shroud of shadow, and he turned in the air, and he looked down into that bowl, and he looked at me, specifically, for about 2 seconds. City C, he said, I will remember all of you. And then, and I want to be precise, because he addressed me directly and used a completely different tone. Especially you, little beast. I have remembered you. Then he was gone. Jobo filed the report. I read it later. I was named as first credit for the assault, ahead of 3 silver rank captains and a gold rank battalion commander, which I did not deserve and did not argue about. An elder Zung of the Beast Tamar Academy turned around in the middle of a battlefield and declared, in front of the city defense team and every expert in the province, that I was a pre-admitted student of the Beast Tamar Academy, effective immediately, and first place in the competition. The award ceremony the next day was one of the funniest events I have ever attended, and I don't think anybody organizing it intended that. They read the final scores out from the bottom. There was a long stretch of very small numbers: 8 points, 5 points, 3 points, 2 people on 0, actual zeros. 2 students spent 24 hours in a forest full of beasts and finished on nothing, because every core they had taken all day was in a storage ring on my finger. Then the qualifying places: Wen Zheng, 110, Han Lan, 180, achieved through the innovative technique of asking me for 20 cores while I was face down in the dirt. Hu Gang, 220, Yi Heng, 355, Tang Jin, 360. The announcer paused before the last one, and I heard him clear his throat into a live microphone. And in first place, Qingquan No. 1 Middle School, Zheng Wei. Another pause. 860 points. The stands made a sound I can still hear. More than double second place. More than Tang Jin and Ye Heng combined, plus change. Elder Zheng presented the prize himself, and then he did something that made every principal on that platform sit up. He announced that my academy place would be a special quota, awarded separately, which meant it did not consume one of City C's 10. 6 of the 10 went to Qingquan students. Our principal spent the rest of that afternoon being visibly gracious about it to 2 men who could not look at him. Then Elder Zheng put a case in my hands with 100 fire attribute spirit crystals in it, and told me the academy would expect me within the month. The rest of that day, I mostly spent being negotiated over. The mayor said in public that I had the city's protection. Our principal said in public that anyone with a problem with me had a problem with him. Han Shou invited me to the Su family compound and spent 4 minutes making it clear, in the most elegant possible language, that he considered a match between me and his daughter to be a matter for us young people to work out in our own way. I said thank you. There was nothing else available to me. I stood in front of a man whose daughter was dead and let him plan our wedding. And then his daughter leaned into my ear, in front of him, in the exact posture of a girl saying something sweet, and murmured, "The magic core. You got it, didn't you?" She squeezed my arm. "I'm so looking forward to you getting stronger quickly." Ye Kun brought both of them to me at the end. Ye Tian, on his crutch. Ye Xuan, in his black clothes with the silver bracers. They knelt in front of a great many people and apologized, and Ye Kun announced that Ye Xuan was removed from the main family and transferred to a branch house, and that Ye Tian would spend a month in the ancestral hall thinking about how he'd spent his year. "Is that satisfactory?" he asked me. It was more than satisfactory. It was more than I would have asked for. "It's finished," I said. And it was, and that grudge never came back, and I still think it's one of the better things that happened to me that month. Gu Jian watched all of it from the far side of the field with a bandage across his chest and his beast in a case, and he did not come over, and he did not shout. He told somebody standing near him, and it got back to me the way everything did. I want him dead. I did it at Stormflight's old nest, deep in the core area, at 2 in the morning, because I wanted witnesses even less than usual. I took the magic core out and held it up. Fist-sized, and it wasn't any color. It was a tributeless, which turns out to look like a hole with weight. "Both of you," I said, "together, take what you can hold." I have been told what it looked like from outside. There was a pillar of dark red fire about 100 meters tall standing over the forest, with the shadows of something long and coiling moving inside it. Next to it, a tornado from the ground to the cloud base, full of silver lightning. Together, they lit the entire core area of the misty forest orange and white for 11 minutes. Every beast within several kilometers either flattened itself or ran. And every powerful person in City C got out of bed and came at speed, because from the city, it looked exactly like the Yuhai cult starting something. What came out of the fire was 10 meters long, golden-scaled fire dragonfish, silver rank, 9th tier, diamond rank peak aptitude, red-gold armored scales that threw light, 2 horns that had grown into something with branches, and along its underside, 4 small clawed limbs, immature, folded close, obviously new. Claws. It was growing claws. New skills. Golden scale protection. Epic grade. True dragon's wrath. Epic grade. The thing that stepped out of the lightning was a bird the size of a horse. Storm thunder sparrow. Silver rank. 6th tier. Diamond rank peak aptitude. New skills. Storm wings. Transcendent grade. Summon thunderstorm. Epic grade. I want to put those numbers in order for you, because I stood there for a good while doing exactly that. 24 hours earlier, my fish was bronze 7th, and my bird was bronze 1st. A rank in this world has 9 tiers, and moving up a whole rank is the work of years. Stormflight had gone up an entire major realm and 5 tiers on top of it, and their aptitudes had changed. Not their tiers, their aptitudes, the number that is supposed to be fixed at birth, the number every tamer in the world treats as destiny. Both of them now read Diamond Rank Peak. I looked at the pair of them and said, out loud, in an empty clearing, well, that was a good deal. They arrived about 4 minutes later. The mayor, our principal, Han Shu, Elder Zheng, both rival principals who had presumably been woken up and had not been given a reason, and what they found, standing in the middle of a scorched clearing with 2 silver rank monsters, was a 16-year-old they had watched win a school competition the previous afternoon. Nobody said anything for a moment. Then Shu Long put both hands over his face. If you don't hand this old man a heaven-defying surprise every single day, he said through his fingers, you simply will not stop, will you? Elder Zheng walked a slow circle around my fish and stopped at the underside and looked at the 4 small claws for a long time without saying anything at all. Then he said one thing to me, and it was the useful thing. Register at the academy within the month, not later, within the month. He straightened up. The academy runs a selection at the end of it for entry into the Molten Fire Grotto's secret realm. If you're on the register in time, you're eligible. If you're not, you wait a year. Molten Fire Grotto, volcanic, provincial level, dragon blood trees. I'll be there, I said. Han Shu invited me to his birthday banquet in 3 days, which is the sort of invitation that isn't one, and left. Our principal stayed behind after the others had gone and gave me the only piece of advice from that entire period that I still repeat to people. You're going to the provincial capital. He wasn't smiling. Understand what that means. The Su family of City C, who you've just been invited to dine with, in the provincial capital, they are a branch, a minor one. There are agencies there that don't have signs on the door. There are houses that have been powerful since before this city existed. I understand. You don't yet. Here's the part you need. He tapped my chest. The tallest tree catches the wind. Up there, if you show something valuable and you don't have anyone standing behind you, you don't get rich. You get taken apart. Your only real protection is to be worth more to the academy alive and independent than you're worth to anyone else as a resource, and to get to that point fast. Then he sighed. And hide your treasures. All of them. I don't know what you've got and I'd rather not. 2 things happened over the next 2 days that between them defined the following month. The first was a skill test, which I ran in the deepest, ugliest, least valuable part of the forest I could find. Summon Thunderstorm turned about 500 meters of woodland into scorched earth. It isn't a bolt. It's weather, and it arrives with intent, and afterwards there was nothing standing in that area at all. Then I had Crimson use True Dragon's Wrath into Dragon Flame Burst Kill on a rock wall about 100 meters high, which I had picked precisely because it was solid granite and I wanted to see the rubble field. There was no rubble field. There was no wall. There was a shape in the hillside where a wall had been, glazed smooth, and a fine dust drifting, and nothing else. It had not been broken. It had been removed from the world. I sat down on a stone for a while after that one. The second thing was the bill. Elder Zheng had handed me 100 fire attribute spirit crystals in a presentation case, and I had thought, genuinely, sincerely, that this was an enormous sum. A crystal is worth about 1,000 spirit stones. 100 crystals is 100,000 stones. 100 million credits. My fish ate 86 of them in one sitting, not in a day. In one meal, on the floor of my bedroom, in under 4 minutes, and then it slapped its belly and pointed into its mouth. That, I told it, was the grand prize of a 3-school tournament that a city of 2 million watched on giant screens. It pointed into its mouth again. I thought 100 crystals was a fortune, I said to the ceiling. It's a drop in the bucket. You are a bucket with no bottom. So I went to the guild the next morning and asked Xiaoning for 1 million spirit stones of every attribute. I watched a professional woman with 10 years of experience go completely blank. Of every attribute. Yes. 1 million each. Yes. She put down her pen, and then she got up, and then she sat back down. Little brother. The entire stock of this guild branch right now, today, is 400,000 water and fire combined, and 140,000 thunder. That's everything in the vault. That is City C's supply. I'll take all of it. That's 820 million credits. And here we arrive at my actual problem, which I had been avoiding for about a week. I had, in my account, a few 100,000. I had spent 15 million on stones before the tournament, and my fish had eaten them, and I had spent everything else. And the 12 million from the bull skull was gone the same afternoon it arrived. I was, in the most literal sense, a boy with 2 silver rank monsters and no money. May I make a suggestion? Said Xiaoning, who had been watching my face. Please. 2 ways to raise that kind of capital quickly. The first is to consign rare materials to the seasonal auction, which you already know about. and which takes months. She hesitated. The second is not something I would normally say out loud to a customer. Say it. Gamble on beast eggs. I sat back. She explained it as if she were confessing to something. There are eggs whose shells block all external perception. Nobody can read them. Not a probe, not a technique, not an appraisal pen. They're sold blind, sorted by which pile the pavilion's staff guessed they belonged in, at a flat price per pile. 9 out of 10 are empty shells or dead or junk. The 10th is not. An egg with silver potential is worth 5 million, she said. Gold, tens of millions. Amethyst, over 100 million. Every year, a handful of people become extremely rich, and a very large number of people lose everything. The pavilion calls it the Myriad Beast Pavilion's blind selection. Everyone else calls it egg gambling. I thanked her. I want to be honest about what I was feeling as I walked out of that guild, because it was not excitement. It was something closer to embarrassment, because for everybody else in the history of that institution, it is gambling. For me, it is a withdrawal. The Myriad Beast Pavilion's City C branch is 4 floors of white stone with a courtyard, and the first thing I did was not go in. I went 2 streets over and bought a heavy gray hooded cloak and a plain black mask with silver patterning around the eyes, and I put both on in an alley like a lunatic. The reasoning was simple. Everyone in that city now knew my face. 5 giant screens, 24 hours of broadcast, and a 16-year-old boy who walks into a blind egg sale and picks correctly 9 times in a row is not a lucky boy. He is a boy with something in his eyes, and that is the exact sentence I have spent my entire life in this world avoiding. So a nameless man in a mask walked into the Myriad Beast Pavilion instead. The young waiter who intercepted me at the door looked me up and down for about 2 seconds and made his decision. Sir, he said, and he put a small amount of weight on the word. Are you here for the appraisal zone? Because that's for certified lots. Minimum 5 million per egg. I'll look around. He turned and beckoned to a girl standing by the pillar, who was young and new and visibly terrified of everything in the room. Minger, take this customer. And then, not quite quietly enough, serve him well. Perhaps he'll find a treasure in that pile of junk. 2 people laughed. Minger went red to the ears and started apologizing to me before we'd walked 5 steps. I'm so sorry, sir. He doesn't. That is, I'm very new. I only started 9 days ago. I'll do my best. It's fine, I said. Show me the common area. She stopped walking. The common area? There are 4 zones in that building. The appraisal zone, where lots are certified and start at 5 million. The advanced area, 5 million a pick. The intermediate and low areas, and then the common heap at the back near the loading door, 3 to 500,000 an egg, and it is functionally a bin. Dead eggs, empty shells, and whatever the sorters couldn't be bothered to argue about. The common area, I confirmed. I spent 11 minutes at that heap. Here's what it's like, if you're me. 200 eggs in a mound, and beside every single one of them a small panel, and 200 of them say some version of nothing, expired, empty, black iron aptitude, dead in the shell, bronze, low, damaged, and one of them said, wood armored earth dragon, earth and wood attributes, aptitude, silver rank, peak, 3 skills. That one, Minger logged it, 300,000 credits, which was almost exactly everything I had. We took it to the hatching array in the middle of the hall, which is a stone platform with a certification array built into it, and this is the part the pavilion insists on. Everything hatches on the floor, in public, so nobody can claim they were cheated. The array read it out to the room. Silver rank, peak aptitude, estimated valuation, 10 million. The common heap, 300,000. There was a certain amount of noise. Minger said, oh, and put both hands over her mouth. The young waiter, 2 pillars away, stopped talking mid-sentence. The pavilion buys back on the spot at valuation. I took the 10 million. Then I walked to the advanced area and put all of it back in. The advanced area is 5 million a pick, which means I had exactly 2, and by then about 40 people had drifted over to watch, because a masked man who has just turned 300,000 into 10 million and immediately restaked it is the most interesting thing that happens in a place like that all month. I could hear them behind me. He's going to lose it all. They always do. 1 good pull, and the head goes. Advanced is the worst pile. 2 picks, 9 and 10 fail. He'll walk out with nothing. I read about 60 eggs and chose 2. The first one came out of its shell wrapped in fire, and it had hooves, and there was a pattern on its forehead that the certification array took 3 seconds longer than usual to confirm. Flame Chillin' Beast. Gold rank, peak aptitude. 3 skills, including Dragon Might deterrence. Estimated valuation, 35 million. The hall made a noise. The second one came out and immediately tried to fly before it could stand. Wind Cloud Spirit Peng. Gold rank, peak aptitude, estimated valuation, 30 million. and the Myriad Beast Pavilion's City C branch went completely out of control. I'm told that in the entire history of that branch, 2 gold rank peak beasts have never come out of the advanced area on the same day, let alone consecutively, let alone from a man who had walked in off the street 40 minutes earlier and started at the junk pile. They started chanting God of Gamblers, which I did not enjoy. Then somebody at the back said the word that made my stomach drop, and it went around that room in under a minute. That's not gambling. Nobody's that lucky. He's an appraiser. The young waiter from the door had gone the color of paper and was standing very still against a pillar. He had realized at some point in the previous 10 minutes that he had made a joke about junk to a man who was in the process of extracting 100 million credits from the pavilion's floor. And in the corner, sitting alone with a cup of tea he had not touched, there was an old man with a white beard who had been there the whole time. He was the only person in that hall who was not watching the eggs. He was watching me. And what he told me later, in a private room, was this. I have watched a great many lucky men in a great many pavilions. Every single one of them looks surprised when the shell opens. Everyone. Even the ones who hide it. There's a half second, right at the moment the array speaks, where the face moves. He tapped the table. You never once looked surprised. Not at the 10 million, not at the 35, not at the 30. You looked like a man collecting a parcel. He bought both beasts on the spot. 50 million each. That's 15 million over valuation on one and 20 over on the other, which is not a purchase, it's a signature on a relationship, and both of us knew it. 100 million credits. Up on the 4th floor, behind a glass rail, the pavilion master had come out of his office and started watching, which I did not notice at the time and which mattered a great deal within the hour. I went to the appraisal zone next, and I want to describe what that room does to me because it's the closest I have ever come to feeling like a thief. Everything in there is certified. Every lot has a plaque with a grade and a price, worked out by professionals with instruments, and they are wrong constantly, in both directions, and I can see all of it. There were 3 lots at the 100 million level, a deep sea diva at top tier gold, which was genuinely beautiful and correctly priced, a flaming phoenix at low amethyst, which was underpriced by about 40% and which every wealthy family in the city would have fought over, and an ugly gray lump about the size of a curled up dog with a pitted surface which looked exactly like a rock somebody had put on a velvet cushion as a joke. Rock giant. Also recorded as giant rock spirit. Earth attribute. Aptitude, diamond rank, low. Skills, earth barrier, legendary grade. Gravity field, rare grade. Immortal battle body, legendary grade. Evolution path, none. I read that last line twice, and then I bought it. I want to explain the choice because at first glance it's the wrong one. A low diamond beast with 2 legendary skills is worth more than everything else in that room combined. But its evolution path is empty. It does not grow into anything. It is exactly what it is, forever, which makes it useless to me. My entire method is built on evolution paths. A beast that can't climb is a beast I can't take anywhere, and that is precisely why I wanted it. I was not shopping for a partner. I was shopping for money. The most valuable thing in that room was also the only thing I would never be tempted to keep. I paid 100 million and put it on the hatching platform. The array started, and then the room changed. Motes of light began converging on that platform from all over the hall, from the walls, from people's clothes, out of the air. The floor started to shake gently, and then not gently. The certification array's readout stuttered, blanked, and restarted twice, which apparently it is not supposed to be able to do. Then it printed its result, and the operator read it, and stopped, and read it again, and did not say it out loud. The pavilion master had to say it from the 4th floor, with both hands on the rail. Diamond rank. The valuation begins at 1 billion. 1 billion. For context, in several decades of operation, nothing above Amethyst Intermediate had ever come out of the City C branch of the Myriad Beast Pavilion. And the pavilion master, a man called Joe Kai, said something into the silence that I don't think he meant to say out loud, which was, I put that lot in the appraisal zone myself. The old man came over immediately and offered me 1.1 billion, privately, quietly, before anyone else could reach me. And I had a problem, because I had just read him. Diamond rank, 7th tier beast tamer. Talent, beast summoning, B rank. Contracted beasts, Great Sun Golden Crow at Diamond 7th, Tai-Yin Yu-Ying at Diamond 1st. Diamond. Rank. 7. The ceiling of City C is Amethyst. Our principal is Amethyst 7th. The cult elder who stopped 4 of our strongest experts in the air was Amethyst 9th peak. There was a diamond rank 7th tier expert sitting in that hall drinking tea, and he had been there since before I arrived, and nobody in the building had any idea. You do not refuse an offer from a man like that to his face. You also do not sell a billion credit asset to the first bidder in a room where everyone is watching. Joe Kai saved me, and I've never been sure whether he knew he was doing it. He came down the stairs and proposed, with enormous courtesy, that a diamond aptitude beast was too significant for a private sale, and that the pavilion would host a special citywide auction that evening, at no commission, as a matter of honor. The old man considered this and inclined his head, and I have never been so relieved by a piece of corporate ceremony in my life. News that a diamond rank aptitude beast was going under the hammer emptied every mansion in City C into that building by 7 o'clock. I watched it from a side booth with the mask on. Han Shu opened at 1.1 billion. Ye Kun took it to 1.15. The mayor came in at 1.2, which told me something about municipal salaries that I have chosen not to investigate. It went up in steps for a while, and then it stopped being a normal auction. Han Shu, 1.5. Ye Kun, $2 billion, and I later learned that this was roughly a tenth of the Xiao family's total liquid assets, offered by a man whose grandson had been beaten by my bird 4 days earlier. Han Shu, 2.5. And then Zhou Kai bid for the pavilion itself, at 3 billion, which is not supposed to happen. Han Shu, 3.1. Zhou Kai, 3.5. And Han Shu, the head of the #1 family in City C, sitting in the front row in his moon-white robe, said 4 billion in a completely level voice, and the room understood that this was the wall. That was the Su family's ceiling, in public, in front of everyone. Silence for about 6 seconds. And then, from VIP Room 1, an old peaceful voice that did not sound remotely interested in winning anything. 5 billion. Nobody bid again. Backstage afterwards, the old man introduced himself properly, and the 3 most powerful men in City C bowed to him. Zhang Heng, he said. Elder of the War Beast sect. I did not know what that meant. Everybody else in the room did. The War Beast sect dominates Nanling province. It sits above the provincial beast Tamir Academy in every way that matters, and it does not have a branch in cities like mine. He asked for my name. There is a technique my grandmother in my previous life would have called lying with the truth. I had built my alias out of my own talent, manifestation of all things entries. Entries. Gu Yuan, the one who understands the mystery. Gu Yuan, I said. Master Gu Yuan. He said it without a flicker. The War Beast sect would be honored to receive you, any time. Ask for me by name at any of our halls. And that is how a 16-year-old in a rented cloak became, in one evening, a mysterious appraisal master with a standing invitation from a provincial power, and how every wealthy house in City C spent the following week trying to find out where he was staying. The masked man's dinner card filled up. Master Gu Yuan received 11 invitations in 4 days. He accepted none because he had homework. Zhou Kai asked me for a favor before I left, and it turned out to be the most important thing that happened to me that year. He brought out a case, and in the case was an object about a foot long, gray-brown, and it was neither stone nor wood nor bone. 4 appraisers have looked at this, he said. 2 from the provincial capital. It eats probing energy. You send a technique into it, and the technique does not come back. I bought it from an old man in a border village 8 years ago for 8 million credits because I liked the look of it, and it has sat in my safe ever since, and I would very much like to know what it is. I looked at it, and my vision did something it had never done before and has only done a handful of times since. The panel came up dark gold instead of white, with something at the edges of it that moved, and I understood without being told that this was my own talent working at the limit of what it could hold. True dragon bone, fragment, grade, unknown. Contains a rune pattern inscribed by soul power associated with the true dragon ruins. The exterior is protected by a high-level shielding formation. To break the shield requires an amethyst rank beast with the array attribute or the correct unsealing method. True dragon. In this world, the dragon clan is a myth, not a rare species, a myth. The way in my old world there were dragons on flags and nowhere else. There are pseudo-dragons, dragon-blooded beasts, dragon-adjacent bloodlines. Actual true dragons are what people swear by. And my fish in an egg in a nurturing center had come with a note at the bottom of its panel about a true dragon bloodline baptism. I kept my voice completely flat. It's a bone fragment, ancient. There's a formation on the outside that I can't break and something inscribed underneath it that I can't read. Can you value it? No, I said truthfully, but I'll buy it. 1 billion. Zhou Kai, who had paid 8 million for it, did not smile and did not take the deal immediately and went up 2 notches in my estimation on the spot. Master Gu Yuan, you've just told me you can't value it and then offered me 120 times what I paid, which means you know exactly what it is. Then the price is a fair one for both of us. He thought about it for a while. Take it at 1 billion, he said, on one condition. If it turns out to be what you clearly believe it is, remember that the Myriad Beast Pavilion of City C dealt with you honestly. We shook on it. That left me with 3.95 billion credits, one true Dragonbone fragment I could not open, and a question I would carry for the next 2 years. Where the rest of the fragments were, and what a true dragon ruin is, and why an old man in a border village had one in a box. 2 more things before I left that building. The first, I bought the Wind God Rock Essence. It had been on the auction list at 50 million as a minor lot, and it is the exact evolution material for a Wind Spirit Divine Eagle, which is to say for Han Shu's beast, which is to say for the man whose birthday banquet I was attending in 2 days. I bought it off list, at cost, before the auction opened, specifically so that it would never appear in a public record, and Han Shu would never be able to find out who had purchased it. Joe Kai raised an eyebrow at that and asked no questions, which is why he still has my business. The second, on my way out, I saw the young waiter from the door corner Minger by the service stair and start on her. Voice down, finger up, the whole performance. She had done something wrong that afternoon, apparently. As far as I could tell, it was being assigned the customer who had just made the pavilion 400 million credits in commission. I did not intervene. I want to be honest about that. I walked past, then I stopped and turned around and went back up to Joe Kai and said one sentence. Your hiring threshold seems a little lenient. There are dogs barking at your guests on the ground floor, and it tarnishes the pavilion's name. That man was dismissed before I reached the street and blacklisted from every branch in the province the same week. Minger got a tip from me that came to somewhere between 50 and 60,000 credits and a promotion to supervisor of the front hall, and I am told she cried in the staff room for 20 minutes. I have never had any regrets about that one either. I paid Xiaoning her 820 million the next morning in cash, and she processed it with the composure of a professional right up until the receipt printed with my remaining balance on it, 3.95 billion. I watched her look at the number, and then at me, and then at the number again, and I watched her connect it to the story that had been going around City C for 18 hours about a masked appraisal master who had made 5 billion at the Myriad Beast Pavilion. Her hands started shaking. A true dragon, she said to herself, hiding in the streets. At home, my sister's rabbit had reached Black Iron 8th tier, and there were pale ice blue patterns running through its black fur, and it had grown a water skill called Rapid's Rush. Devour was working, and when I tested it, 1 firestone, 1 lightning stone, out of curiosity, the panel added 2 new lines. Fire attribute affinity, 1%. Lightning attribute affinity, 0.5%. I sat back on my heels, because that is not a beast that eats water. That is a beast that eats everything, at a fixed rate, forever, and the only limit on how many elements it can hold is how many spirit stones somebody is willing to buy it, and I had 3.95 billion credits. Minger, I said, come here a moment. I want to explain your rabbit to you. My sister's assessment was 2 days later, and she asked me to come and watch and pretended she was asking so I could see the school's new arena. Her opponent was a rock python. 8 meters of granite-scaled snake at Black Iron 8th tier with rock skin and death coil, and the examiner gave her the standard speech about surviving 3 minutes. The coaches in the observation room had already decided how it would go. I know, because they said it out loud in front of me. A sky-devouring rabbit is a speed type with paper strength. Her best case was to dodge for 3 minutes and pass on endurance. The python struck first and missed because Shadow was not there anymore. It swept its tail to cut off the escape, and Shadow was already above that too, going up off the strike, twisting in the air to land in the one place a snake cannot easily reach, which is the space diagonally above its own head. And my 14-year-old sister, standing in the middle of an arena in front of 400 people, called a 2-part combination out loud in a voice that did not shake. Shadow, rabbit leg kick, Rapid's Rush. Here's what those 2 skills are separately. Rabbit leg kick is a common grade basic attack that every rabbit-type beast in the world is born with. Rapid's Rush is a low water attribute acceleration skill. Neither one is impressive. What she had worked out on her own in 9 days was that you can fire the acceleration into the kick. The rabbit's hind legs loaded and a blue vortex of water wrapped its whole body, and it came down out of the air as a single dark blue projectile and hit the python at the base of the skull. The stone scales came apart, the snake's head went into the ground and half its body went stiff, and it twitched twice and stopped. One move. The arena was silent for about 3 seconds, and then it was not silent for quite a long time. In the observation room, Coach Wang was saying, "This shouldn't be possible," over and over, and asking why a dark attribute sky-devouring rabbit had just used a skilled water technique, and the principal was floating a theory about a rare mutated beast that had gone undetected in testing. I stood there and said nothing at all, which is what I always do. Devour cannot be found by any instrument. It can be found by exactly one talent in the world, and its owner was standing at the back of an observation room letting three very intelligent men be wrong. Minger ran across the sand to me the second it was over, red to the ears and glowing. Brother, were we amazing? Did you see? One move. You were amazing. Say it properly. I'm proud of you, I said, and I mean it, and I'm going to say the next part exactly once, so don't make a face. You did that yourself. I bought your rabbit's food. I did not teach you that combination, and I would not have thought of it. She made a face anyway, and then she cried a bit, and then the principal pinned a silver badge on her collar in front of the whole school. I want to be honest about why that mattered so much to me. I was leaving, within days. And the thing that had been sitting in my chest since the awakening hall was the problem of what happens to my mother and my sister in a city where I have made a number of enemies and will not be present. An advanced class student at Qingquan No. 1 lives inside the school's protection. Principal He, Coach Wang, Coach Zhou, 4 silver and gold rank adults, and a badge that means the institution has an interest in you. She had just bought that herself, in one move, in front of witnesses. The last thing keeping me in City C quietly let go. I said goodbye to the teachers that afternoon. Principal, he put his hand on my shoulder and told me that the provincial capital is a vast place and that this would always be my route, which is the sort of thing that sounds like a formality until you're a long way away and you find yourself repeating it. Then I walked home through the park because it's quicker and because I was distracted. Crimson had finished the spirit crystals. I could feel it through the contract and I could feel something else too. It was sitting at silver 9th tier and there was pressure behind it. Gold rank could happen any day. So I was thinking about that and not about my surroundings when 5 people came out from under the trees. Black night clothes, plain black masks, no marks of any kind. They came from 4 directions and closed every route in and out of that little square, silently, in coordination, in about a second and a half. Boy, said the leader, in a voice like gravel. I had no idea where we'd get you. I never expected you to walk down such a convenient path all by yourself. My first thought was the Yuhai cult, because who else? Then I read them, and my first thought was wrong, and that was much more interesting. All 5 were beast tamers. All 5 had living beasts, not puppets. The weakest was silver 2nd tier. The leader was silver 6th, not the cult. Somebody local, somebody with money, who could put 5 silver rank professionals in a park and afford to lose them. Who are you? The people who are going to kill you. That's not a name. Bronze rank 7, one of them said to the others. But the intelligence says his real combat power can kill silver. Everyone at once. Don't play with it. 5 silver rank auras came up at the same moment, and 5 beasts came out, and flame and wind blades and fangs and ice all started moving toward me from 5 directions. Here's the thing they didn't know. Crimson had been silent in the space for days, finishing the crystals, and it had woken up about 90 seconds earlier. The pressure that came off me did not come from me. I'd like to describe what it looked like from the outside, and for once I can, because one of them said it out loud with his voice coming apart. Silver 9th? No, that's past silver 9th. 5 silver rank beasts stopped in midair, not slowed, stopped, and then went down on their bellies in the flower beds with their heads flat, and the flames died halfway, and the wind blades came apart, and the fangs never arrived, and 10 meters of golden-scaled, dragon-shaped thing unfolded into a public park at dusk. Didn't the patriarch say he was bronze? One of them said. He said a fish and a sparrow. He said a fish. The intelligence is wrong, the leader shouted. Wrong. Retreat. I want to be honest about what I did next, because it is the first time in this story that I was not a boy defending himself. They tried to run. I did not let them. You came here to kill me, I said. You don't get to leave because it turned out badly. Crimson put the cage up and the chains took 4 of them, and it was over in about 2 seconds, and I did not enjoy it, and I did not look away from it either. I left the leader. I pulled his mask off, an ordinary middle-aged face I had never seen, and asked him who sent him. He told me to kill him and get it over with, so I had one of the others taken while he was still talking, and after that, he became a great deal more conversational, and then he made the single worst decision of his life. He tried to threaten me. You'd better let us go, he said. The people behind us have everything on you. We know your mother works at the West City Textile Factory. We know your sister is Zheng Ming at Qingquan No. 1, and we know she moved up to the advanced class today. Our people are watching them right now. If you touch us, they're dead, so if you know what's good for you, I have spent a lot of my life being reasonable. I want that on the record because of what I'm about to tell you. I do not remember making a decision. I remember the temperature of the inside of my own head changing. There were 3 of them left besides him. I gave the order for all three, and I gave it while he was still talking. Then, in the quiet afterwards, I asked him one more time. Gu, he said. The Gu family. Of course. Gu Jian. A boy who had been jealous of me in a training hall, who had ambushed a classmate, who had been beaten and expelled for it, and whose family had responded by putting 5 silver-rank assassins in a public park and posting watchers on a 40-year-old woman in a finishing workshop. I told you who it was, he said. You said I'd get a chance. I said you'd get a chance to speak, I said. I never said it was a chance to live. And then I got onto Crimson's neck and told it to go, and we went straight up over City C at a height that broke about 4 different municipal ordinances. I did not care. My mother finishes at 6. I want to describe what that looked like from the ground, because I only found out later, and it is one of my favorite things that has ever happened to me. Half of West City looked up and saw a golden dragon crossing the sky. They did not see a fire dragon fish. Nobody looks at 15 meters of golden scales and horns and thinks fish. What went around that district in about 90 seconds was that a true dragon had appeared over City C, with a person riding on its neck, and that it was going to the textile factory, and that everybody should go and look. The West City defense team called it in immediately, and I've been given the transcript. Captain, illegal flight over West City, heading for the textile factory. Then intercept them. Why are you telling me? Captain, the beast appears to be a true dragon. There is a pause on the recording that lasts 4 seconds. Reported upward. Nobody engages. Nobody engages. I landed in the middle of the factory yard, and 200 workers screamed, and a security guard with a baton came out and had a very hard 30 seconds. The factory director arrived at a run, recognized me from the broadcast. I was, at that point, the most photographed 16-year-old in the city, and started apologizing for things that had not happened yet. Young friend Zheng Wei, what an honor. Is there something we can do? I'm here for my mother. You could hear that go through the crowd. 200 people all turned to look at each other, trying to work out which of their co-workers had produced the boy from the screens. The director's face went the color of paper because he was running through every disciplinary conversation of the last decade in his head at once. Her name? Gu Fen. He had no idea who that was. He had to ask his supervisors. A man who managed her for 11 years could not place her name. Then a woman in the crowd shouted, Sister Wang? Finishing workshop, she came in with me this morning. And every muscle in my back let go at the same time. She was fine. The Gu family hadn't moved yet. I'd gotten there first by about an hour, which I know because their watchers were still in the car park. I collected my mother out of the finishing workshop with the entire factory watching, and she came out wiping her hands on her apron and looking absolutely furious at me for making a scene. Zheng Wei, what is this? What have you done? Mum, there is a dragon in the yard. That's Crimson. That is not the fish. It's the fish. She looked at 15 meters of golden dragon and then at me, and then she said the thing that I think about whenever I'm inclined to feel impressive. You'd better not have made trouble for these people. I have to work here tomorrow. She did not, as it turned out, have to work there tomorrow, but we'll get there. I got her home. I got a city defense escort put on the flat by a man named Joe Bo, who did not ask why and made 3 phone calls in under a minute when I told him, and then I went to the Gu family manor. I want to be very clear that I made that decision cold, and that I made it standing in my mother's kitchen, because here is the situation as it actually stood. I was leaving for the provincial capital within days. The Gu family had already tried once. They now knew where my mother worked and which class my sister was in. And nothing about me leaving the city made any of that better. It made all of it worse. There is no version of walking away that ends with my family safe. There is only the version where the problem is closed. I flew to the Gu family manor in the suburbs on the neck of a dragon at 7 in the evening, and I did it slowly, at low altitude, over the middle of the city, so that everybody could see. By the time I got there, so had the mayor. Wei Min came down out of the sky with Zhou Bo and Song Zhi behind him and put himself between me and the manor's front wall, and asked me what I intended. They sent 5 silver rank assassins to kill me this afternoon, I said. And they put watchers on my mother's factory. I have the leader's confession. I'd like to settle it. Settle it how? A challenge. Their elders and their 3 masters, one at a time, in the open, in front of you. The mayor of City C looked at a 16-year-old for a long moment. I've thought a lot about what was going through his head, and he told me most of it eventually. He had watched me kill a bronze 9th peak monster. He knew what my beasts were. And he had a live problem in his city, a gold rank family that had just tried to murder the boy the Beast Tamer Academy had personally pre-admitted, which is not a local matter at all. Fine, he said, one-on-one, nobody interferes, including me. And then he flew up to the Gu family's high-rank platform and made them agree to it in public, which is the part that mattered, because the Gu family thought they were being handed a gift. They laughed at me, all of them. There is footage. A bronze-rank child challenges the Gu family. He killed a few silver guards and now he thinks he can jump 2 ranks? Gu Feng, the patriarch, gold 7th tier. An old man who had spent 40 years being the most careful person in every room he entered. He made a small speech to the mayor about how he admired my courage, and how surely the mayor would not interfere in a fair duel between willing parties. The mayor promised he would not. I read every one of them while they talked, and I'll give you the important lines. Gu Feng, patriarch, gold 7th tier. Gu Hao, eldest son, gold 6th. Gu Lei, 2nd son, gold 5th, and Gu Jian's father, Gu Wei, 3rd son, gold 3rd. They sent the 6th elder first, silver 9th tier, with the blade mantis, and he made a speech about avenging the young master before he charged. I didn't move. I didn't say a skill name. Crimson opened its mouth and produced a flame breath that was nothing like the ones this story has had so far. Not a gout of fire, a line. Compressed to a thread, crimson gold, silent, with a vacuum trail behind it where the air had been. The 6th elder and his mantis were gone in less than a tenth of a breath. No explosion, no ash. The silence in that manner was total. Then Gu Wei, 3rd son, gold 3rd, the hot-tempered one, came off the platform screaming on an earth-fire lizard dragon wrapped in magma. Everyone in that courtyard knew what that meant. Gold beats silver. It isn't a contest, it's a category difference, and every person there had built their entire understanding of the world on it. Fire domain cage. The chains went around a gold rank beast and held. I want you to appreciate what that did to the room, not the kill, the cage. A silver rank control skill locking a gold rank beast in place is not supposed to be possible, and 300 people watched it happen and could not process it. Gu Wei's beast tore at those chains and more grew, and he started shouting for his brothers. There's no chance anymore, I said. Crimson, dragon flame burst kill. Not even amplified, just the basic condensation. Gu Lei and Gu Hao moved to intervene, and the mayor stopped both of them in the air with one cold snort and one sentence. 1-on-1, those were your family's terms. In this duel, Zheng Wei may die, and so may you. And Gu Feng, the patriarch, said, in the voice of a man keeping the rules while his son screamed for help. Since the Gu family promised a fair duel, we must be able to afford it. He let his own son burn to preserve the family's position in front of the mayor. I want that noted because it becomes relevant. There was a crater. There was no Gu Wei, a gold rank 3rd tier expert, and his beast instantly killed by a silver rank boy who had been bronze 3 weeks earlier. I said one more thing, and I said it deliberately because I was not there to win a duel. I was there to make a family's calculus permanently unfavorable. High-ranking members of the Gu family? Is that all? Too weak? Do you want to send something stronger? Gu Hao came next, and I am not going to pretend that one was easy. Gold 6th tier. A gilded griffin at top gold aptitude, with 3 skills, and this is what made it dangerous. A domain. Golden sword domain. Inside it, metal energy gathers on its own and attacks continuously. The owner's metal skills are amplified, and everything that isn't metal is weakened. I have fought a lot of things since. That fight is still the reason I take domain skills seriously. We were inside that domain for a long time. My cage was weakened, his amplification wasn't. Crimson took hits that would have finished it a month earlier and stayed up because Golden Scale Protection ate 3 of them, and I burned nearly everything I had. We killed him. I'm going to leave the details out because they're not the point and because I was too busy to remember them properly, and I'll give you the one image I do remember, which is Crimson hanging in the air afterwards with its scales cracked and blackened and its breath coming wrong. Then it coughed up blood, and at the same moment, I felt it through the contract. The gold barrier, right there, right in front of it, softer than it had ever been. The all-out fight against a gold 6th tier expert had squeezed out everything my fish had, and the reward was standing right there, and it could not take it because it was too badly hurt. Forcing a breakthrough in that state doesn't fail politely, it kills the beast. The Gu family started laughing again. Trying to break through while dying, we won't have to lift a finger, the energy will tear it apart on its own. The mayor called down to me and told me to give up the breakthrough. Save the beast, there'll be another chance. He was right. For any other beast tamer in the world, he was completely right. Crimson, I said. Space, now. It vanished, and 300 people stood in a courtyard and watched a boy sit down cross-legged in the middle of a battlefield and take a healing potion and close his eyes and concluded that he had given up. Under 3 minutes later, I called it back out. It came out with the scoring still on its scales and every serious injury gone. I have never seen so many powerful people make the same face at the same time. Gu Feng, who had spent that entire evening not reacting to anything, gripped his cane hard enough for his hands to shake and said out loud, in the voice of a man watching a rule break, "Minutes. Healed from severe injuries in minutes. What kind of recovery is that?" And the mayor of City C, who had not once looked surprised all evening, worked it out and said it to himself, and I could read his lips on the recording afterwards. There's nothing in his file. Nothing. That's a beast taming space ability, and it's one of the heaven-defying ones, and this child has been hiding it since the day he awakened. That was the moment the second most powerful man in my city stopped thinking of me as a talented student. I sent a request up to the platform through the contract link, which the mayor could hear. It's going to break through. There's a window where it's exposed. I'm asking for cover. The mayor nodded once. And Jobo, a gold rank commander who had known me for 11 days, flew out in front of the whole Gu family and announced at volume that anybody who took one step toward that courtyard was an enemy of him personally and of the city defense team. I closed my eyes and pushed everything I had down the link. Here is what a gold rank breakthrough is supposed to look like. A beast glows, an aura expands. It's over in a minute or two. Here is what happened. The sky over the eastern suburbs of City C went crimson and gold from horizon to horizon in under 30 seconds. Not clouds, fire clouds layered, lit from inside. Lightning came out of them that was the wrong color, gold red instead of white, and it carried something in it that made every beast in that manner go flat on the ground. The ground shook. The heat in the earth itself came up out of the veins of the hillside in visible red threads and poured into my fish. Wind spiraled inward from every direction and formed a vortex connecting the ground to the cloud base, with the two of us at the center of it. Members of the Gu family had to physically retreat from the heat. What is this? This is a gold rank breakthrough. Are you joking? I can feel my beast shaking at the soul. Jobo, watching, said something I've never let him forget. That his own gold rank breakthrough, which he had been proud of for a decade, looked like a child's game next to it, and the mayor said the thing that turned out to be the most accurate assessment anybody made of me that year. That isn't a rank breaking. Ranks don't change the weather. That's a life's origin, jumping to a higher level. Then the vortex collapsed inward, all of it, into one point, and the world went completely silent for about half a second, and something made a sound. It was the same sound I'd heard from inside my own space on the night my fish went bronze, the old one, the borrowed one, from underneath, except this time it came out into the world, and it went across the whole eastern suburb, and every black iron and silver rank beast in that manner went down on its face and stayed there. When the light cleared, I was standing alone. Where'd the beast go? Did it fail? Did the backlash? I raised my hand and said 2 words. Crimson, come out. What came out of the ripple was 15 meters long, and the first thing through was a claw. Golden scales, each one holding light like it had something inside it, a head with runes flickering briefly across the brow, and short thick horns with a jade sheen, water vapor running down the left side of its body in wave patterns, live and moving, pure golden red flame on the right in patterns like burning cloud, water and fire on the same animal, in balance, neither one giving way. It didn't release an aura. It didn't have to. Jobo, a gold rank commander in the air above us, told me afterwards that his instinct's honest assessment was that if he fought it right then, he would lose. Gold rank. 31 days after a teacher wrote no talent in a notebook. I looked up at the platform, at Gu Lei, whose face had gone completely empty, and at Gu Feng, and I said the only thing I had left to say to them. Old man, now do you dare to fight me? Nobody in that manner said anything at all. Then Gu Feng slowly aged about 30 years in his voice, and said that enough blood had been shed, and that the matter should end here. His eldest son was dead, his third son was dead, his grandson was crippled and expelled. And he stood on a platform in front of 300 of his own people and folded, because folding was cheaper than the alternative. The mayor took it immediately and closed it out with a guarantee. My family's safety was now his personal responsibility, and if anything happened to any of us, ever, related to the Gu family or not, he would treat it as their doing. Gu Feng bowed slightly and gave his word. I want to tell you exactly what I was thinking while he did that, because I was not fooled for 1 second, and neither was anybody else in that courtyard. A man who lets his own son burn to keep a rule does not develop a conscience 4 minutes later. He wasn't surrendering. He was leaving. He had run the numbers, understood that he could not kill me in the open in front of the mayor, and decided to do it another way on another day. I bowed to the mayor and accepted the settlement because I owed him and because refusing would have been childish. And I made myself a promise on the way home, and I said it out loud on the back of a dragon over my own city, and I have kept it. Gu family. When I'm strong enough that I don't need anybody's protection and I don't need anybody's permission, that's the day yours ends. I got about 72 hours before they proved I was right. Han Shu's birthday banquet was the most dangerous thing I did that week, and I did it holding a gift box. Every powerful person in City C was in that hall. The mayor, Ye Kun, Principal He, and the master of the Myriad Beast Pavilion, Zhou Kai, who was the only man on the planet who knew both that Master Gu Yuan had bought a Wind God Rock Essence off list and that Zheng Wei was standing 3 meters away, holding one. Here's why I took the risk. Wind God Rock Essence is a rare wind attribute evolution material worth somewhere between 15 and 40 million on the open market. It is also, specifically and exactly, the material required to evolve a wind spirit divine eagle. Han Shu rides a wind spirit divine eagle. That man had put himself between me and a great deal of trouble. He had guaranteed my mother's and my sister's safety in front of the whole city after the Gu family business, in writing, with his family name on it. He had done that for a boy from a factory flat with no house behind him. You do not repay that with a card. The problem was that I'd have to buy it, and purchases at that level are recorded, and a record is a thread, and a thread pulled hard enough produces a masked appraiser. So I had it taken off the auction list before the catalog printed, at cost, with a different lot substituted in its place, so that no public record of the sale ever existed at all. When I opened the box in that hall, the room reacted before Han Shu did. Wind God Rock Essence? What is that? Hold on. That's a brick rock rank treasure, formed out of wind attribute origin. That's an evolution material for an amethyst rank wind beast. Where would a 16-year-old? Ye Kun started laughing loudly and slapped the table and shouted something to the effect that old Go Su had all the luck in the world. Han Su did not accept it immediately. He stood there for a long moment looking at the box, and I know precisely what he was doing because I would have done the same. He was trying to work out what a gift like that meant and what it obligated him to, and whether a boy could possibly have obtained it by accident. Then he took it and bowed to me in front of everybody, which caused a certain amount of noise of its own. I got out of that hall without anyone saying the word Gu Yuan out loud. I checked. Twice. The next morning I went to see Xiao Ning one last time, and I asked her the question I should have asked a month earlier. What actually is an appraiser? She put down her pen, which by then I had learned to read as a sign that she was about to enjoy herself. You've met one, haven't you? I've heard the word. Then let me explain why it isn't a job. She leaned back. Consider a great family. They spend a fortune on a mysterious beast egg, or they open a ruin and come out carrying something nobody can read. If they cannot tell what they have, they are blind men describing an elephant. A good appraiser tells them which cub out of 30 to spend the family's resources on. That single judgment decides whether that house rises or falls over the next century. So they're valued. They're deferred to. It's different. She started counting on her fingers. Access to auctions in the billions, private trade fairs that are never advertised, first refusal on rare stock across an entire province. A clan chief of a top-tier family in the provincial capital will treat a high-grade appraiser with genuine deference because that man's eye is a strategic asset and everybody knows it. There are grades? 12 levels. She held up her hands. 1 to 3, low grade. 4 to 6, medium grade. Pass the guild's formal assessment at that level and you're recorded, watched, and given resources. 7 to 9 is high grade, and at that point people stop using your name and start calling you master. And above 9? 10 and 11 are called grand tutor. There are not many. They're spoken about the way you'd speak about a weather system. She paused. And the 12th is classified separately. Divine grade. It's said that an appraiser at that level can identify things in the legendary and divine range, which is above everything you or I will ever touch. Whether the 12th grade actually exists, I don't know anybody who knows. I thanked her very sincerely and went home and sat on my bed for a while, because here is what she had just handed me without meaning to. I had been treating my talent as a survival secret, something to hide, forever, at any cost, because the world has no category for it, and it turns out the world has a category for it. Not the true one, but a shape that fits over it perfectly, with a guild behind it, and a rank ladder, and legitimate access to exactly the resources I need, and a professional culture in which nobody ever asks how you know. I did not need to hide what I could do. I needed a license for it. I asked Xiao Ning to look after my sister's purchases while I was gone, which she agreed to before I'd finished the sentence, and I left the mall with a plan for the provincial capital that had precisely one item on it. 2 days later, Stormflight broke through to Silver 9th tier in the space, and I fed it everything left in the ring, and on the 3rd morning, I went to the Su family residence at dawn to leave. My mother straightened a collar that was not crooked. Be careful out there. Don't be reckless. She would not look directly at me. Safety is more important than anything at all. I know, Mum. Minger had both arms around my elbow and her chin up and her eyes absolutely brimming, and she refused to let one of them fall. Don't worry about anything. I'm properly strong now. I'll look after Mum, and I'm going to come and find you in the provincial capital, and when I do, I won't be that far behind you. I'd like that, I said, which is the version of that sentence I could actually promise. Han Shu gripped my shoulder and told me that as long as he was alive, nothing would happen to my family in City C, and I bowed to him properly all the way down because I meant it. Then I got onto the back of a green-winged windrunner bird with Han Lan and an old man called Elder Han Dao, and it went up, and my sister's voice came up after us for a surprisingly long way. I want to record what the adults of City C did that morning, because I only learned it years later, and I have never been able to be cynical about it since. The mayor stood on his terrace and watched us go and said the pond of City C was too small. Principal. He opened his office window and laughed and told the sky to go and turn the provincial capital upside down and to make sure everyone knew which school I came from. And Ye Kun, in his private pavilion, stroked his old turtle's shell and said he was extremely glad his family and I were friends and not enemies. Not one of them ever asked me for anything. We flew for about 2 hours over mountains and small towns, and Elder Han Dao gave us the geography lesson, and Han Lan looked out at the clouds like a girl on a school trip, and I was starting to relax. Then a black beam came out of the forest below with no warning at all and took the windrunner bird through the base of the wing. We fell. Elder Han Dao is a gold 9th tier expert, and he was the fastest to react, and he still had no time. Han Lan produced a scream so perfectly pitched, so exactly what a frightened girl on a falling bird sounds like, that I nearly believed it myself while falling. Crimson. It came out under me and caught me on its neck and flicked its tail, and the wind pressure off that flick set the other two down on the forest floor slightly untidy and entirely uninjured. 5 figures came out of the trees, black robes, bone masks, and each of them standing on the skull of something enormous with nothing behind its eyes. Corpse puppets. All 4 beasts at gold rank 9th tier, peak, and the 5th, Howling Moon Silver Wolf, gold 7th tier. I knew that beast. I had read it 3 days earlier, standing in a courtyard, on a platform above a manor, on the shoulder of an old man who had just given the mayor of City C his word. Gu Feng. Target confirmed, said the cult leader. It's him. And the old man stepped forward and pulled his own mask half down and said, with his voice shaking out of pure hate, "That's right. That's Zheng Wei. Don't talk to him. Everyone together. Kill him now." I have made a lot of mistakes. That is the one I still return to. 3 days earlier, I had a gold rank 7th tier patriarch in front of me with nothing between us, and the mayor asked me to close it out, and I said yes because I owed him, and because refusing would have looked childish, and the man I let live had gone straight to a cult that had sworn to bury the city and offered himself as a guide and come personally to make sure it was done. The cult leader thought I was a joke. "Old man, you're making a mountain out of a molehill," he said. "He's a child who reached gold 1st tier last week. 3 of you handle the girl and the old man. I'll take the boy alone. His beast's corpse will make a fine puppet for the sect." Elder Han Dao pushed Han Lan behind him and told me to run with the young miss while he died buying us time, which was the 2nd time in a month somebody had offered me that. I looked at Han Lan. She had her hands over her mouth and her shoulders up around her ears, and she was doing frightened girl so well that a gold 9th tier expert was standing in front of her to protect her, and she was not going to lift a finger. I knew that. If it served her purpose to watch me die in that forest, she would watch with the same face. So I stopped looking at her and turned around. Water Fire Dragon Domain. Open. I had not used that in front of anybody. A sphere 50 meters across came out from Crimson and swallowed the whole clearing and everything in it. 5 enemies, 4 corpse puppets, all of it. Inside, water ran on one side and fire on the other, and dragon pressure sat over the whole of it, and everything that wasn't mine got heavier, and with the same thought I pushed Elder Han Dao and Han Lan out through the edge of it because the domain would have crushed them too. "A domain?" one of the cultists said. "A gold rank with a domain skill?" Gu Feng understood faster than any of them, and I watched him understand, and I watched him remember his eldest son. Fire domain cage, full power, bind. The chains took the 2 fastest puppets in mid-charge and stopped them dead, and then I did the only thing that mattered, kill Gu Feng first. He was the weakest of the 5, and he was the reason all of this was happening, and I had already made the mistake of leaving him alive once. Water Fire Dragon Breath. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf threw up a wall of moonlight, and inside my domain, it may as well have thrown up a curtain. The old man had time for most of a sentence. He got as far as saying that I was 16 and gold 1st tier and that he refused to accept it, and that somebody had to kill me or the Gu family was finished. He was right about that last part. It just wasn't going to be him. Outside the domain, Elder Han Dao stood there with his mouth open and said, "To nobody." So when the young master fought me, he wasn't even trying. The next part I'm going to compress, because I was busy and because there is nothing clever in it. 4 gold 9th tier peak corpse puppets against 1 gold 1st tier beast inside a domain that was the only reason it was survivable at all. We went a long way past what I had. Crimson's scales cracked and did not stop cracking. Stormflight came out at Silver 9th to buy me angles and took a wash of pure death energy across its whole body doing it. We were honestly winning in the sense that we were still there, and then the sky went gray and something arrived that had been watching from the start, an elder of the Yuhai cult in a silver mask on an undead thing the size of a hill. Amethyst, 9th tier. He did not attack. He looked at my fish in the way that people had started looking at my fish and said what a strong will, what an unruly beast, what a peerless treasure, and how well it would refine into a puppet. I tried to open the domain again anyway. He did not move. The green fires in his mount's eye sockets flickered, and something came down out of the sky like a hammer, and I was face first in the dirt with blood in my mouth and my domain collapsing and 15 meters of dragon pinned flat beside me with its scales coming apart. I could feel Stormflight's life going out under the death energy. I could feel Crimson's going with it, and I did the arithmetic that I had been refusing to do for a month. She was lying 6 meters away, face down, in a posture of perfect helplessness, with her shoulders trembling exactly the right amount. And under it, I could feel this. I don't know how, completely, absolutely calm. I have thought a great deal about what it cost to say the next thing, and the honest answer is that it cost less than I expected because the alternative was watching both of them die. Su Ching Sui. She did not move. You said I was useful to you. Are you really going to lie there and watch this old man kill me? She turned her head slowly in the dirt. Her eyes were not frightened. They had never once been frightened. What was in them was amusement and the specific unhurried curiosity of something looking down into a jar. And a voice that did not come through the air arrived somewhere behind my eyes. Are you begging me? Begging this emperor? This emperor. Yes, I said. I'm begging you. Help me this once. And whatever you ask of me afterwards, anything I'm able to do, I'll do it. Her mouth curved. Then remember you said it. I'll accept the favor. Remember to repay it. The cult elder heard all of that because neither of us bothered to hide it, and he laughed until he had to stop. Poor little thing, has my mental pressure broken your mind? Begging a girl who can't save herself? He glanced at her the way you glance at an insect on a wall. Very well, when I've finished with you I'll send her along after so you have company on the road. He got as far as the word company. I want to describe what happened next carefully because I have never seen anything like it before or since, and because I was lying in the dirt 4 meters away with the best view in the world. There was no light, there was no attack. An aura came off that girl the way pressure comes off a mountain that has always been there and has only just been noticed. The death energy filling that whole forest, the stuff that had been pinning a 15-meter dragon to the ground, hissed away from her in every direction like water off hot metal, and the amethyst 9th tier pressure of an undead behemoth the size of a hill which had been holding all of us down guttered like a candle in a draft. She stood up. She brushed dust off her skirt, unhurried, the way you would after sitting on a wall. Her eyes had gone a deep, cold blue with something moving in them. Old man, she said, you've had me pinned down long enough, haven't you? And then, without raising her voice, kneel. An amethyst 9th tier expert went face down on the skull of his own mount with his bones creaking. The behemoth beneath him wailed and drove its claws into the ground and sank halfway into the earth under nothing at all. This is impossible, he was saying. We're the same rank, and you haven't summoned anything. This is coming from inside you. And then, in a voice that cracked, demonic energy, pure demonic energy. You're not human. You're of the Yao race. You're royalty of the... Now that you know, she said, you have even less reason to be alive. She moved one finger. The 5 elements of the world came to that fingertip like they'd been called by name, gold and green and blue and red and yellow, and folded into a 5-colored lotus of flame no bigger than her palm. The space around it sagged inward slightly because it could not hold what was in it. Go. I'll spare you the sequence. 5 petals, 5 elements, in order, each one doing a specific job to a thing that was already finished. Half a second. An amethyst 9th tier elder of the Yuhai cult and his amethyst 9th tier mount, gone. Not defeated, subtracted, no dust. I had spent a month telling myself that I understood what she was because I had read her panel. I want to be honest, I did not understand anything until I watched a same-rank expert get erased without a fight. She turned around and became a schoolgirl again between one breath and the next. Did you see that clearly, Zhengwei? Yes. Good. You owe me an enormous favor now. Obey me without argument from here on. Her eyes did the thing they do. And if you can't, you saw what happened to the old man. I got my knees under me. I keep my word, I said. I'll remember what you did today, as long as you don't ask me for something monstrous, or something that gets innocent people killed, or something that ends me or my partners. I'll do what you ask. She laughed, genuinely, like I told a good joke. Don't worry. Now that I've worked out that you're worth something, I won't waste you on boring errands. Then, over her shoulder, already walking to a rock to sit on, Also, go and wake that troublesome old man up before we reach the Sioux family, because I have no interest in managing him. I got Crimson into the space first, with its head down and its breathing wrong, and told it that it had done well and to go and rest. Then I picked Stormflight up in both hands. It was much worse. Its feathers had gone gray. There was death energy still wrapped through it that would not let go, and parts of its body had gone stiff in a way that healthy things do not, and I could feel the life going out of it against my palms while I stood there. I put it in the space and hoped, which is all I could do. Elder Han Dao woke up, screamed at us to run, and then looked around at an empty clearing and stopped. I told him a diamond rank senior had happened to pass by, disapproved of what the cult was doing, killed the elder with a casual strike, and left before we could thank him. It is, objectively, the worst lie I have ever told. He believed it instantly. Not because it was good, but because the alternative required a gold first-tier boy and a bronze fifth-tier girl to have killed an amethyst ninth-tier elder, which is not a thing that happens, so a wandering diamond expert was the only door left in the room. Then I told him who had guided them, and I watched a 100-year-old man's beard actually stand up. Gu Feng, that old scoundrel. He was shaking. Do you know he was a hero of this city once? 100 years ago, when City C was not a city at all? When it was a settlement holding out against the beast domain with the misty forest on its doorstep, the families here fought alongside the Federation's forces to push the beasts back. The Gu family, the Xiao family, our own Sioux ancestor. That man was in that war, he spat. 200 years old, a hero of the liberation. And he ends by selling himself to a corpse cult to murder a boy over a grudge. I didn't say anything. I have thought about that a lot since, though, that there's no rank you can reach that stops you from choosing to be small. That's when the sky lit up. I felt it start in the space, and I had it out into the open air in about a second, and what came out of my hands went straight up 200 meters and did not stop. The healing had worked, and it had done more than work. Whatever the death energy had done to Stormflight, fighting its way back out of it had woken something up. A storm formed over that forest with the two of us at the bottom of it. Wind spiraling from the ground to the cloud base, silver lightning as thick as my arm crossing it in every direction, and every living thing for kilometers going flat. And in the middle of it, an image assembled in the sky. It was a bird, if you want to use that word. Its wingspan covered the mountains behind it. Its feathers were an old blue gold that does not exist in nature anymore. There were wind and thunder patterns burned into it that looked like they'd been there since before the world settled down, and its eyes went over the landscape below with no interest in it whatsoever. Elder Han Dao went backwards and fell over. That's a celestial phenomenon. That's, young master, what is your beast? And Han Lan, who had watched an amethyst ninth-tier expert die 4 minutes earlier without her expression changing, looked up at that image and her face moved. A royal bloodline of the Wind Thunder Divine Rock clan, she said mostly to herself. It got hurt badly enough to trigger the deeper blood. Is this luck? Is this boy actually just lucky? And then, quieter. Zheng Wei. How many secrets are you carrying? The phantom folded down out of the sky and went into my bird, and the light went out, and what came down onto the ground was the size of a small hill. Gold rank, first tier. Blue-black feathers so dark they read as night, with live silver lightning runes moving along the edge of every one. Claws and beak like polished lapis. The air at its wingtips bent slightly, because the wind gathered there was compressed past the point where air stays air. And a new skill. Divine Rock True Form. Legendary grade. Legendary. Not extraordinary, not epic, not transcendent. The grade above all of those, on a gold rank first tier beast that had been an orphan chick with a broken wing 5 weeks earlier. I had it activate once, right there, because I could not help myself. It went into a cocoon of blue-silver light with the ancient shape standing behind it, clearer this time, and when the cocoon broke, every fragment of it went back into the bird instead of dispersing. Nothing about its size changed. Everything about its quality did. Within a kilometer, the air went still, and the grass lay down. Elder Han Dao retreated with his lips moving, and no sound coming out. And Han Lan frowned, actually frowned, for the second time in her life as far as I could tell, and said one thing under her breath that I have never forgotten. True form at gold rank. It's rudimentary, it's nowhere near complete, but it's touching its own bloodline origin. If the Wind Thunder Divine Rock clan in the Beast Domain ever saw this, they would treat it like an ancestor returning and pour a clan's entire resources into it. Then she looked at me for a long moment with an expression I'd never seen on her. Just who are you? I did not answer her, and I did not enjoy the moment as much as I should have, and I want to explain why. Both my partners were now gold rank, both at Diamond Peak aptitude, both able to fight several tiers above themselves. 5 weeks ago, I had been declared talentless in a school hall, and I had just watched a girl in a school uniform end an expert 2 whole ranks above me with 1 finger and a bored expression, and then sit down on a rock. Not enough. That was the entire content of my head, standing in that clearing. Nowhere near enough. We got onto storm flights back, all three of us, because at gold rank it was large enough to carry us easily. It went up through the cloud layer in one beat with a sound like a storm arriving early, and about 90 minutes later I looked down and stopped thinking about any of it because there was something under us that I had no scale for. 8 districts, each one bigger than the whole of City C, buildings in the sky, floating mountains hanging over one quarter with towers built on them, tranquil and strange, and the light coming off them all wrong. Is this the provincial capital? Elder Han Dao, stroking his beard, delighted to finally know something I didn't. This is the provincial capital of S province, young master. It's not one place, it's 8 districts, each with its own function and character. He pointed at the floating mountains. Those are the Starfall district. A meteor came down there in the ancient past and left a secret realm behind. It's where the scholars and the explorers gather. And what's the building at the middle of it? That, he said, is the headquarters of the Provincial Appraisers Guild. I looked at it for a long time. Then a patrol came up on both sides of us and ordered us to land immediately for inspection, because flying over the provincial capital without a permit is illegal, and Elder Han Dao had to spend 4 minutes apologizing to a very bored official about being country people who did not know the rules. I stood behind him on the ground with a gold rank bird at my back and 4 billion credits in my ring and a fake name in my pocket, listening to a man from the capital explain that people from border cities really should read the regulations. It was, all things considered, an excellent introduction. The Su family of the provincial capital lives in the Qingmu district, which Elder Han Dao described, with visible embarrassment, as one of the poorer quarters on the outer edge. They are a second-tier house. They hold that position because of one falling star rank ancestor in seclusion, and they hold it with difficulty. I want you to sit with that for a second because it recalibrated me faster than anything else in my life. In City C, the Su family is the #1 house. Han Shu, who rides an amethyst 3rd-tier eagle, is the single most powerful private individual in my home city. Up here, his entire family is a branch, a minor one, from a place city people call the countryside. We arrived on registration day, which is when the branches come in from all over the province to be logged, and the outer square was full of people in Su family colors from 30 different towns, all queuing. The trouble started before we reached the front of the line, and it started with a man called Han Ming. He ran the Qinyang City branch. He had 4 disciples with him he was extremely proud of, and he had spent about 90 seconds looking at Elder Han Dao's travel-stained robes before deciding to have some fun. City C? They're still sending people? Is there anything out there but misty forest and beast attacks? And who's this? A boy? Did the border branch bring us a servant this year? Elder Han Dao went red to the ears and did not answer, because a branch elder does not argue in the main family's own square, and because he had been swallowing this for 40 years. I did not do anything about it either. I want to be clear about that. I stood there and let it happen because I had come to that city with exactly one plan, and getting into a status fight in a courtyard was not in it. What ended it was not me. It was my fish. Crimson had been asleep in the space since the ambush, healing, and it chose that particular moment to roll over, and a fraction of its aura got out. Not deliberately, not directed. A leak from an unconscious gold rank beast with a pseudo-dragon bloodline, lasting under 2 seconds. 400 people in that square went down. The 4 disciples Han Ming was so proud of hit the flagstones. Han Ming himself made it to one knee. Every beast in the courtyard flattened itself. Somewhere behind me, a registration desk went over, and when it stopped, there was a silence of a specific quality that I had become quite familiar with by then. The registrar, a manager called Zeng, a middle-aged man with an ink stain on his sleeve, got up off the ground, looked at me, and started shaking. 16, he said, to a colleague, without any preamble at all. He's 16. He's a gold rank beast to mare. 16 years old. Send for the elders. Send for the elders. He did not need to send for anybody. They had felt it from the inner courtyard. 4 core elders of the Su family came in over the wall, and every one of them read amethyst. I have described being looked at by powerful people several times in this story. This was different, and the difference was that they were not evaluating me. They were adding me up. Little one. The first elder's voice was not quite steady. Is what Steward Zeng said true? You're really 16? Yes, elder. Good, he said. Good, good. And Han Ming, who had been on his knees 90 seconds earlier, chose that exact moment to make the worst decision of his professional life. Elders, be discerning. This one is called Jiang Yun. His surname isn't Su at all. He isn't of our blood. The City C branch couldn't produce a genius of their own, so they've brought an outsider to pass off as one. He genuinely believed that would work. He believed that in front of 4 elders who had just watched a 16-year-old put an entire square on the ground, the winning argument was paperwork. Elder Han Dao stepped forward and explained it at some length and with enormous relish. I was the acknowledged son-in-law of the city Sisu family, entered into their genealogy by the head of the house personally. And under family rules, a branch son-in-law of exceptional talent may be entered into the main genealogy with the main family's approval. I did not correct any part of that. I want to note that I had never agreed to it, that nobody had ever asked me, and that by that point the entire province appeared to have decided I was engaged to something that had eaten a Sioux family daughter and was wearing her. There was no version of that sentence I could say out loud, so I stood there and let a 100-year-old man call me son-in-law in front of 4 amethyst rank experts. Their faces did something complicated and then settled into open delight, because a marriage alliance costs a family a great deal. A son-in-law who has already married and costs nothing and is already tied to the house, and everything he ever achieves is achieved in their name. Son-in-law? Said the first elder, beaming. What's all this formality? Young friend Zheng Wei isn't a guest, he's family. Han Ming tried once more. He invoked the bloodline and the rules and how the diligent disciples of legitimate Sioux blood would ever be expected to accept this. The elder's face went flat. Which branch are you from? Han Ming, believing he had finally been noticed, announced it proudly. Qinyang City, Han Ming. The elder turned to the guards. This elder observes disorderly conduct, repeated provocation of a distinguished guest of the family, disruption of the registration, and ill intent toward a future pillar of this house. You don't behave like a member of the Sioux family. You behave like somebody impersonating one. They dragged him out by the arms. Qinyang City's entire registration was cancelled, their resource allocation was suspended, and an audit of the last several years of that branch's conduct was opened before the sun went down. I watched Elder Handao's shoulders come down about 4 centimeters and stay there. And then a voice came out of the sky, and everybody in that square, including 4 amethyst rank elders, bowed. The head of the Sioux family was standing on nothing at all, about 10 meters up, not riding a beast, standing, on air. I read him before I could stop myself, and then I wished I hadn't. Falling star rank. I have given you the ladder in pieces so far, so let me lay it out properly one time. Black iron, bronze, silver, gold, amethyst, diamond, meteor, eclipsing moon, and above that, radiant sun, and past that, things I had no words for. The cult elder who had held 4 of City C's strongest in the air was Amethyst 9th Peak. The old man in the Myriad Beast Pavilion who had bid 5 billion credits without changing his expression was Diamond 7th. Hanzhou was 2 full ranks past that, and he was the head of a second-tier house in a provincial capital, and there was nothing coming off him at all. He did not need to leak. I bowed with everybody else, and my back went cold, and I have never forgotten what it feels like to be looked at by something that can see all of you at once. The disturbance in the outer courtyard, he said. Water and fire interwoven, a bloodline signature underneath it. That was yours? It was my beast's aura escaping, patriarch. It disturbed you. I apologize. Zheng. He raised an eyebrow. You aren't of my family. The elders explained. 16. Gold first tier. Possibly diamond aptitude. City C son-in-law. And I watched the head of a house that had spent a century stuck in the second tier do exactly the arithmetic that everybody had done that morning, only faster and with a much longer horizon. Good, he said. Good, good. And then, at a volume that carried across the whole square, deliberately, my branch has brought a dragon home to me. Zheng Wei, your arrival is not a blessing for the Sioux family, it is a stroke of fortune. In time, the political map of this provincial capital may change because of you. Whether this house ever breaks out of the second tier and looks down on the rest of them, that hope may rest with you. 400 people heard it. It was intended to be heard by 400 people. I was being installed. They gave us Yunqi Courtyard. I did not know what that meant. The steward walking us over kept saying the name and looking at me for a reaction. When I didn't give one, he explained it in a slightly hurt voice. Yunqi Courtyard is the finest residence in the compound after the patriarch's own and the ancestors' seclusion site. It has its own spirit spring. The mist in it is thick enough to see. Resources for whoever lives in it are delivered at the highest elder standard, without exception. My mother and my sister were going to be brought up from City C and put in it. I stood in the middle of a courtyard the size of my old school and thought about a federal card with 20,000 credits on it, pushed across a kitchen table by a woman who had assembled it 50 credits at a time. I gave myself one evening to enjoy that. The next morning, I told Han Lan I was going to take a walk around Starfall District to get familiar with the city, and she looked at me with her chin on her hand and said, "You're going to meet a girl in secret, aren't you?" And then invited herself along. I could not think of a single way to say no to that, so I went to found my entire independent power base in the provincial capital with a demon emperor sitting next to me on public transport. We went by Earth-walking camel beast, which is what ordinary people use for long-distance travel between districts, an enormous placid thing with a passenger deck on its back and about 60 other travelers sharing it. I recommend it, incidentally. You learn more about a city in 2 hours on public transport than in a week of official briefings. What I learned was this. The most prominent young man in the provincial capital is a man called Luo Yu of the Feng family, and everyone on that deck knew his name. He reached gold rank at 20. People said the number 20 the way you'd say a world record. I was 16. I sat there with my hood up and listened to two strangers argue about whether anyone would ever beat 20, and I did not say anything, and Han Lan watched me not say anything and found it extremely funny. Then the camel came around a headland and I saw Starfall District properly for the first time. Floating mountains. Actual mountains, hanging in the air over the district, with towers built on top of them and light coming down between them at angles that light does not normally take. Something came out of the sky there a very long time ago and left a secret realm in the ground, and the scholars and the explorers have been circling the hole ever since. And in the middle of it, the headquarters of the Provincial Appraisers Guild. I put on the mask in a side street 2 blocks from the assessment building. Gray hooded cloak. Black mask with silver eye patterning. The same set I'd bought in a hurry in City C, which by then had a certain sentimental value. Han Lan watched me do it and said, "That's the least convincing disguise I have ever seen," which, coming from something wearing a dead girl's face, I chose to take as professional criticism. The assessment building has 12 floors and you start at the bottom. The low-grade examination hall was full of people twice my age and older, and about 9 of them looked at a hooded figure who was obviously a teenager and drew a conclusion, and one young man in particular decided to be funny about it in front of his friends. I'm not going to give him more space than that. He mattered for about 40 minutes. The low-grade assessment is 100 items. You are given a counter of objects, materials, cores, herbs, fragments, eggshells, and you write down what each one is, its grade and its properties, and you are scored on accuracy. Levels 1 through 3. Most candidates spend a career getting to 3. I want to describe what that test is like from inside my head because it explains everything that followed, and it is not a story about being clever. I walked down the counter and the answers were already written next to the objects, all of them. Grade, race, attribute, purity, origin, the correct application, and in 6 cases, a note that the item had been mislabeled by the guild's own staff. It is not an examination, it is a reading comprehension test where somebody has helpfully printed the answers in the margin. I finished in under 20 minutes, and the room went quiet, and I asked whether I could take the medium grade assessment immediately. The steward said that was not usually done. I asked whether it was forbidden. He said no, it was not forbidden. The medium grade is 4 to 6, and passing it means the guild records your name and starts paying attention to you. It is held on a different floor, and the items are worse. Deliberately damaged, deliberately misfiled, 3 of them fakes good enough that a professional would sign for them. I finished that one too, and by then, there were people in the viewing gallery, and the young man who had been funny about my age downstairs had gone a color I don't have a name for. Then I asked for the high grade, 7 to 8 to 9. The level at which people stop using your name and start calling you master, and at which the head of a top-tier family in that city will physically stand up when you enter a room. They stopped me. Politely. 2 guild elders came down personally to do it. A man called Mei Jin and a man called Kui Hong, both of them close to 100, both of them entirely unbothered by anything a teenager might have done on the lower floors, and they did not say no. I've thought about why, and I think the answer is that men at that level have long since stopped being surprised by ambition and have never once been able to resist finding out. The high-grade hall is on the 7th floor, and it is not a counter of objects. It's called the Myriad Forms Law Forest, and what it presents you with is 100 items whose properties conflict with each other, arranged so that identifying one wrongly cascades into the next 9. You write with a rune pen onto a light screen, and the system verifies you at the end. There were 3 other candidates in that room. One was an old man who had been preparing for the high grade for 2 decades. One was another old man in the same position. And the third was a girl about my age, in white, with a jade hairpin, working with an economy of movement that I recognized as somebody who had been trained by professionals since childhood. And Yan, of the Chien family, which, I found this out later, sits in the guild's own senior leadership. Everyone in that building spoke about her the way the camel passengers had spoken about Luo Yu, the prodigy. The one who had reached the threshold of a high-grade assessment at an age nobody else ever had, with an entire house's resources behind her. She was good. I want to say that clearly, because the story doesn't need her to be otherwise, and she was. Watching her work was watching somebody genuinely excellent do a thing properly. She paused a few seconds at each item to fix it in memory, which is what you do when you actually have to think. She also came out of her concentration at one point, turned around too fast, and nearly went into me. "I'm so sorry, sir." "It's fine," I said. And she went red from her collar to her ears in about a second and a half and stood there staring at a mask. It took me an embarrassingly long moment to work out why, and then I did, and I nearly laughed out loud in the middle of a high-grade appraiser assessment. Everybody in that building had spent an hour constructing a person to fit the black robe, a recluse, an old master come down out of a mountain to amuse himself with the guild's little tests. Nobody constructs a 16-year-old because 16-year-olds do not do this. And then the mysterious master had opened his mouth and out had come the voice of a boy her own age. I also, at that exact moment, worked out something else. The mall in City C, the exchange counter, a goateed clerk trying to take 1,000,000 credits off me, and a girl in white saying Thunder attribute stones go for 3,000, not one, and a golden egg in a case with a cub inside it that had been dead for 3 days. She had no idea. She had met me in a shop for 90 seconds, half a province away, and I'd been wearing a school uniform and had walked away from her when she got angry. I did not say anything about it. I have never said anything about it. I sat down and picked up the rune pen and worked for 22 minutes without stopping. The steward supervising that room was himself a high-grade appraiser, and he stood at my shoulder the entire time, and I want to give you his reaction because it's the only one that was technically informed. He told the elders afterwards that he had watched me identify, without a single pause, every item whose answer he personally knew and get all of them right. And that on the items where he himself was uncertain, where the guild's own reference notes hedge, I had written an answer immediately and moved on. Not fast. That's not the word he used. He said, without hesitating. That's the tell. That's the thing that cannot be faked and cannot be learned. Every appraiser on earth hesitates because appraisal is inference, and inference has a texture. I don't infer. I read. Steward, I said. I've finished. There was no uproar. By then, people had started treating my finishing early as normal, which is its own kind of compliment. The screen above the assessment area lit up and a data stream ran across it while several hundred people stopped breathing, and I sat there with my hands in my lap. I knew what it was going to say. That's not confidence. Confidence is for people who might be wrong. Candidate, Gu Yuan. Assessment rank, high grade, level 1. Questions, 100. Correct, 100. Final score, 100. Result, pass. The 7th floor was silent for about half a minute. Then it wasn't. I'm told the noise was audible on the street. Somebody was shouting that Starfall District had never produced this, and being corrected by somebody else that the whole of S Province had never produced this, and being corrected again by a third person who pointed out that as far as anybody knew, the Human Federation had never produced this. A 16-year-old high-grade appraiser. The steward who had been standing at my shoulder bowed to me, bent at the waist, to a candidate in his own examination room, and told me that from this moment I was a true high-grade appraiser and that he would go and fetch my certificate and my assessment reward. Elder Mei Jin told him not to bother. Clear the floor, he said to the staff, in the voice of a man who has decided that something needs to be handled personally. Disperse the spectators. Maintain order in this building. And then he turned around, and an elder of the Provincial Appraisers Guild who was nearly 100 years old spoke to a teenager in a rented cloak with a courtesy I had not previously been offered by anybody. Young friend Gu Yuan, Elder Kui Hong and I will process your certification and your rewards ourselves. A pause. Would you come upstairs with us now and meet the president and the vice president? The staff who hadn't finished leaving made a sound. 2 elders, handling the paperwork personally, walking a candidate up to the guild's leadership on the day of his assessment. Behind me, in the examination room, and Yan was standing perfectly still with the rune pen forgotten in her hand and her eyes very wide, staring at a black mask like she was trying to see through it. And out in the crowd, her older brother had already put a hand on his family's old retainer's arm and was giving instructions in a low voice. Message father, describe everything, watch the guild, and find a way to be friends with this one before he finishes taking off. I want to end where this started. 38 days earlier, I put my hand on an awakening rock in a school hall in a border city on the edge of the beast domain. The stone shook hard enough to make the platform tremble, and then it gave nothing at all, and a teacher I had never done anything to looked at me for about 2 seconds and wrote 3 words in a notebook. Zheng Wei, no talent. And then he said next, because there were 20 other students in the queue and none of them had all afternoon. 38 days. The #1 house of a provincial capital had put my name in their genealogy and my mother's name on the deed of the best courtyard in their compound. 2 elders of the Appraisers Guild of S Province were standing in front of me, offering to carry my paperwork up the stairs themselves. That's the part everybody wants to hear about, so I've told it. Here's the part I actually think about. I climbed those stairs carrying 3 things that could still take all of it away from me, and every single one of them was somebody else's decision. The first is a favor. I begged for my life in a forest out loud to something that has been wearing a murdered girl's face for a month, and it agreed, and it has not yet named its price. It is going to. It is going to name it at the worst possible moment, because that is what it is, and on that day I will find out exactly what I sold. The second is a fragment of bone in my storage ring that eats every probe I put into it, with a seal on the outside I cannot break and a rune underneath it written by something that inscribed it with soul power. There are more pieces of it somewhere in this world. I have no idea where, or how many, or what happens to the person who assembles them. And the third is a man I have never met, whose son I killed. The young lord of the Yuhai cult's local branch spent the last 4 seconds of his life screaming his father's rank at me, Eclipse Moon, 3 whole ranks above the strongest thing I had ever stood near, and the last protector on that altar died laughing because he'd worked out that the funniest thing in the world was a boy who thought winning was the end of it. That man is not coming for City C. He's coming for me, personally, and he knows my name, and he has all the time he needs. So no, I didn't feel like I'd arrived. I felt like somebody who had 38 days of a head start and had better keep running. 2 elders held the door for me at the top of the stairs, and I straightened the mask and I went in.